Good morning to all of you, and great to see again that we have today more than thousands of people are joining our European Hydrogen Week. I believe this event is one of the biggest events worldwide, followed by many, many countries in the world. Unfortunately, the pandemic still forces us to have very limited people on site. And for those here being in the room, please make sure to always wear your mask and keep the social distances. It would be highly appreciated. For those being at home following us online, welcome as well. Please, if you would like to ask questions to us, you have to register yourself and log in into the B2Match platform, and also through Mentimeter, you can ask questions during the whole day, and a team will follow up on your questions and convey them to us. Without further ado, I want to introduce our first distinguished speaker, who will deliver to us a special address to all of us. It's a big honor and privilege to welcome the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen. Thank you very much for being here with us today. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Bart. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you all, both here in Brussels and online, to the European Hydrogen Week. We gather today in indeed the aftermath of the climate conference in Glasgow. And we all know the world is still not on track to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. So we have to speed up significantly. Yet I think progress was achieved in Glasgow on a number of key files. For example, from an understanding that global emissions must be cut by 45% by 2030 globally, to the fact that by now 90% of the countries have committed themselves to climate neutrality. And clean hydrogen was among the hottest topics on the agenda of Glasgow, without any doubt. And there was a wealth of exciting new initiatives that saw the light in Glasgow. On our side, we launched a new partnership with Bill Gates' Breakthrough Energy Catalyst and the European Investment Bank. Catalyst will help scale up critical clean technologies with a very specific focus on clean hydrogen. It was just one of the many hydrogen-related events in Glasgow we saw. We saw, for example, new coalitions of private companies that pledged to step up their investment in clean hydrogen. We saw that big harbors in Europe and in the Americas created new shipping corridors for clean hydrogen between the shores of the Atlantic. Dozens of countries and businesses joined a Dutch-led initiative to clean up heavy-duty road transport, including through hydrogen. Thus, the evidence is growing. Clean hydrogen will have a central place in the climate-neutral economy of the future, and I'm very proud of Europe's role as the world's clean hydrogen trailblazer. At the beginning of this year, more than 200 new hydrogen projects have been announced globally. 55% of them are in Europe. So it's a leadership position that we have built through years. For instance, the European Union started, before the rest of the world, to invest in a new generation of electrolyzers designed to be powered by renewable energy. As a result, Europe is now the world leader in patents and publications of this technology. Some of the largest electrolyzers of this new kind are already operating in Europe. For example, there's one in Linz in Austria, which produces green hydrogen to power up a steel factory. We have financed it through our fuel cell and hydrogen joint undertaking. And all these examples show that clean hydrogen is already contributing to decarbonizing our economy. And even better, and that's important, it is beginning to be competitive, also from an economic point of view. Because of the current rise in gas prices we all see, green hydrogen today can even be cheaper than grey hydrogen. So our target should be to bring the cost below 1.8 euros per kilo by 2030. And this goal is within reach. We have to scale up clean hydrogen production, expand its applications, and create a virtuous cycle where demand and supply feed each other and bring the prices down. That's the principle. This is without any doubt a global endeavor. But I want Europe to be leading the race. And this is the time to invest in Europe's leadership on hydrogen for our own sake and for the world's sake. Now, how do we intend to do that? First, strong public investment to innovate and scale up. Second, international cooperation to build a global market for hydrogen. And third, our partnership with the private sector and researchers. On my first point, if we are to meet our climate goals, we need to accelerate a European hydrogen economy. And this is why we have set the ambitious target to increase Europe's annual production of green hydrogen to 10 million tons already by 2030. This is a big step forward. We're now supporting this goal by investing in projects that are focused precisely on accelerating the hydrogen uptake. Just weeks ago, for example, we announced 7 new projects worth over 1 billion euros to be financed by our Innovation Fund. And 4 of them are hydrogen-related, from green steel in Sweden to carbon capture in France. We're also asked our member states to put a spotlight on hydrogen when drafting their national recovery plans, Next Generation EU. If we look at the numbers, more than 30 billion euros across our union will go to clean energy investment, of course including as a big pillar clean hydrogen. Hydrogen valleys, we spoke about it, are a perfect example of the hydrogen economy we want to build. So take, for example, the Groningen area. And thank you, Bart, for the video, in the northern Netherlands. The region has large quantities of renewable energy from its offshore wind turbines. 2 electrolyzers will use this renewable energy to produce green hydrogen. This hydrogen then will power up industries, it will fuel public transport, it will heat up homes and be stored underground. By the end of 2025, the northern Netherlands will host a complete green hydrogen value chain. And this hydrogen valley will create more than 20,000 jobs in the region. It is a project we are proud to support. And we are expanding the same model to other areas. There are many areas that want to follow, from the islands of Mallorca to the border region between Italy, Slovenia, and Croatia. And this is how we can accelerate the hydrogen economy on a local scale on our way towards a European hydrogen economy as a whole. My second topic, I want Europe to be a front-runner. A front-runner while building a global market for hydrogen. Last spring, the European Commission was part of a coalition of countries pledging to create 100 hydrogen valleys around the world. Of course, we want the majority in Europe. So clean hydrogen is becoming part of the conversation with all our global partners, of course, including our African partners. Africa has the greatest untapped potential for renewable energy production. And turning clean hydrogen or clean energy into clean hydrogen could be a solution to store that energy, both to sell it abroad and to power Africa's rising industry. And it is with this in mind that I've proposed to invest in Africa's hydrogen sector and thus creating a new clean hydrogen market between the two shores of the Mediterranean. It could bring clean energy to Europe and sustainable development to the African continent. Our entire hydrogen agenda is about cooperation, both at the international level and inside Europe with the business world. And this is why we have launched the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance. This alliance has now more than 1,500 members, and it will be present, of course, during this Hydrogen Week, a pipeline of viable investment projects in clean hydrogen. For the first time, we will have a clear picture of all hydrogen-related initiatives in Europe, linking ideas with potential investors. This morning, we're launching the new Clean Hydrogen Partnership, bringing together the European Commission, the hydrogen industry, researchers and innovators, as well as policymakers from the member states. This new partnership builds on years of cooperation promoted by the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. And many thanks for that. And it brings that model to the next level. It's a new big step forward to bring innovative technologies from the laboratory to the factory and ultimately to European businesses and consumers. The climate conference in Glasgow was a stark reminder that the world still has a long way to go towards climate neutrality. But today, clean technologies are rapidly becoming reality. The first hydrogen planes could fly in Europe's skies already in the next decade. And thanks to Next Generation EU, our investment plan, European cities such as Zagreb will soon have hydrogen buses or hydrogen fuel taxis in Copenhagen. Clean hydrogen is the energy of the next generation. So let us speed up the transition together to reach climate neutrality by 2050. It's a big goal, and to propel our economy already today. Thank you very much for your attention and welcome to the European Hydrogen Week. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam President, for your inspiring words and for making the time for us to be here, today. Also, I will remember you said that Europe's role is to be the world's clean hydrogen trailblazer, and I cannot agree more with you on that. Madam President, now it's time to unveil our next partnership logo. But before that, I would like also to call on stage the different partners that we have in our partnership. Firstly, the Director General, Monsieur Paquet, from the Directorate Research and Innovation. Please have a... Thank you. Then Mr. Schutte, from the Chair of the Joint Undertaking. Please, can you stand here? Thank you very much. Then Mrs. Van der Vlies, she's the Vice Chair of the Joint Undertaking and the Director of the Clean Planet in DGRTD. And then finally, also Mr. Anthony, the President of Hydrogen Europe Research. Thank you very much. No, here, Jean-Luc. Jean-Luc. Then the President is there. Voilà. Yeah. So, Madam President, the word is back to you. And after that, please, yes, we will take the picture.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's unveil the new logo.
For the picture. So thanks, Madam President, and thank you all for being here, of course, to unveil the new logo. But now it's time to continue, to move on with the program. And our next speaker is the Director General of the Directorate Research and Innovation, Monsieur Jean-Éric Paquet, a post that he holds already since 2018. However, Mr. Paquet was already involved in shaping the research agenda since 2002 already, so a very experienced person. In all his endeavors, he puts co-creation and systemic change at the heart of the decision-making process and strongly believes that citizens should be more involved in shaping public policy agendas. Mr. Paquet, we are looking forward to hear your speech. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's indeed a real pleasure to say a few words at the opening of the Hydrogen Week, and of course a particular privilege to be able to do that ahead of a very interesting session and after the opening address of President Ursula von der Leyen. But indeed, I've been in research now for many years, and at some point I was in charge of the transport program of the 7th Framework Program, I think, and we were already working very closely with the fuel cells joint undertaking with many remarkable transport applications which have been deployed now in cities across Europe. And I think that is a real indication that the investment of Europe in the hydrogen research and innovation is an endeavor which has now spanned more than a decade. And I think with the launch of the new fuel cells clean hydrogen partnership, we are really providing continuity with the assumption that our investment in research and innovation will provide the basic knowledge to produce better outcomes in the hydrogen economy, but also allow us to prepare the technologies which are emerging only, but which will be the technologies in hydrogen which we will also need for climate neutrality in Europe at the horizon 2050, on the way, of course, to 2030, reducing CO2 emissions drastically. I think the President set out very well the outcome of the COP26 in Glasgow, positive developments, but as the President said, we are not yet on course to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. And this is where I think this Hydrogen Week is so welcome, because we will, during 1 week, focus on existing technologies, existing results, need for further research in terms of standard setting, but also bringing together all the actors of the hydrogen economy which can allow deployment to be accelerated. I think we need to focus in the next decade on making large progress in Europe on CO2 reductions. It's not just the 2050 goal of neutrality which matters against the climate change agenda. It is reducing CO2 emissions on the way. And Europe has set a 55% reduction target for 2030. Hydrogen as a key energy vector will play an absolute central role in allowing Europe, be it its consumers, be it the energy sector, be it heavy industries like steel, be it the transport sector, to reduce their emissions. Without solid hydrogen technologies and solutions, this objective is not feasible, and this is where I think the work of the last 10 years is going to be absolutely critical, but also the fact that across the very many actors of the hydrogen economy, you are now coming together in a very structured manner. The week will be, I think, a very spectacular illustration of that. You are coming together from production to deployment, including with many applications, to ensure that indeed clean hydrogen becomes a central feature of our energy mix and this transition to a low-emitting Europe at the horizon 2030. In research and innovation more specifically, this will require indeed very significant investments. The President underlined it. The European Union, through the Union budget, is committing 1 billion euros to the new joint undertaking, matched by the same amount from industry. This is a significant amount of funding, which we believe will indeed propel the research agenda, and in particular will allow this research agenda to look at 2050, but at the same time will allow the research agenda through large-scale demonstrators to link with this deployment ambition, to ensure that the urgency of deployment is fully supported by the joint undertaking. And Bart, I think this is very much building on lessons learned and a lot of impact already on this continuum from knowledge, research, innovation into deployment, which has been really the hallmark of the joint undertaking in its previous incarnations. I think what will also be particularly key is that this research and innovation agenda is well connected across the research and innovation ecosystems. The Green Valleys was already underlined as a remarkable territorial dimension of the needed synergies. But I would like here also to underline the expectation that actors in the joint undertaking on hydrogen work hand in hand with a number of other public-private partnerships supported in this agenda by Europeans. I'm thinking, of course, in particular of the joint undertaking on clean aviation, which no doubt will look at hydrogen as one of the main solutions to move to a range of aircrafts which can effectively allow Europe to lead on low-carbon aviation in the 30s. But the research and development agenda is happening in the next 7 years on a very disruptive manner, we hope, and that will require hydrogen solution and really daily deep interaction with the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. The same goes for waterborne and maritime transport. The same goes for low-emission mobility, and the same goes for a number of other partnerships. One, of course, which is going to be particularly looking at solutions you provide is the Clean Steel Partnership, where there are no doubt key synergies in testing at scale hydrogen solutions in this energy-intensive industry. So this is something which this synergies and this joint agenda, I think, is well identified across instruments, is well identified politically, but now it needs to be happening. And so I think the actors across these partnerships need to see the synergies not as a nice add-on, but as the heart of the effort they are carrying out on research and innovation and deployment in each individual partnerships. I have no doubt that Bart, you will ambitiously support this agenda with your teams, with your research actors, and with industry, and you can count on Commission services to support that to the maximum extent possible. Now, I would like here to close by underlining that, of course, hydrogen deployment is, as it is a top policy priority, it is permeating many other policy developments, and I would like here in particular to underline the European research area, which was, if you want, endorsed and now kicked off by ministers last Friday, so just a couple of days ago. And within that new European research area, which is really essentially about bringing actors together from research to deployment, hydrogen, green hydrogen, has been identified as one of the very first policy priorities, because member states want, in terms of their public research effort, but also in their connection with industry, to make green hydrogen one of the illustrations that Europeans can team up, create critical mass, and ensure with that an acceleration of the research and innovation agenda and a key impact of that research and innovation agenda in deployment. So building, as far as EU institutions are concerned, around the joint undertaking, building, of course, also on the Energy Union toolbox. We will work closely with member states to ensure that green hydrogen is propelled through our economy in the next decade, paving also the way for a critical role on the 2050 agenda. So real high ambitions. You heard it from President von der Leyen. I'm repeating it and giving it a research and innovation context in addition. But I think there is no doubt to be had that we are well aligned, and I'm very much looking forward with my teams, with Rosalinde van der Vlies and her teams, to be working closely with the joint undertaking, the alliances, and the very many other instruments where actors are coming together to ensure that we deploy now, fast and well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paquet, for sharing your views with us and also supporting the partnership for so many years. We are looking forward to start working in this new partnership and really deliver to your expectations. So, our next speaker is Mr. Schutte. He's the chair of the current joint undertaking and also a board member of Hydrogen Europe. René joined the Gas Unie in 2006, and since 2018 he's the program manager for hydrogen. Today, he's the director of HyNord. It's the Transition and Coordination Office for Northern Netherlands Hydrogen Investment Plan, and we heard about this already quite a lot this morning. So, Mr. Schutte, we are looking forward to hear your speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Bart, for your kind introduction. Dear all, I'm honored to speak to you as the chair of the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. Within the European Green Deal, hydrogen has been identified as indispensable technology on Europe's journey towards a 2050 net zero emission and circular society. Today we've heard from Mrs. von der Leyen that Europe is the world's clean hydrogen trailblazer, which also entails wind and solar to boost the transition towards clean energy and clean feedstocks. Europe is spearheading the global hydrogen economy. And what is very important, this leadership position couldn't have been achieved without the close cooperation between the public and the private partners. The two fuel cell hydrogen joint undertakings are a perfect example of this. These partnerships have boosted the research and innovation accomplishments over the past 14 years by more than doubling public funds and private investments in the development of hydrogen technologies, building demonstration projects, and cooperation on standard norms, law and regulation. And this success now is continued with the new partnership, the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. In this new partnership between industry, research and the European Commission, 1 billion of public funds, you already hear that, will be invested in further development of the hydrogen value chain. And this 1 billion will be matched by at least the same amount by private companies. So 2 billion of public and private investment together. And we thank the European Commission for this huge public investment into necessary research and innovation, which is part of the 10 billion investment in clean hydrogen by the European Commission in the coming years. And we also thank the European Commission for its renewed trust in the hydrogen ecosystem. We, as industry and research, understand our responsibility and hereby reaffirm our commitment to making the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking a success, together with our partners from the European Commission. President von der Leyen stated that we need global endeavor and that Europe should remain the leader of the pack. And still we have many challenges that lie ahead to accomplish that. I will highlight 3 of them. First one, scaling up the full value chain. The second will be development of fit-for-purpose legislation and regulation. And the third, already mentioned, more projects and hydrogen valleys. On the first point, the potential of hydrogen as key element to meet the net zero climate goal has been illustrated in many scenarios. This potential is supported by a growing investment in research and innovation, thus stimulating the scaling up of our ecosystem. The European Commission has embraced a plan of 2 times 40 gigawatts of green hydrogen production, one part in Europe, the other in surrounding countries. Coming from the single kilowatt scale, we have now arrived at the tens of megawatt scale and need to go to the gigawatt scale by 2030. And this can only be reached by continuous cooperation between public and private partners throughout the value chain, from increasing renewable energy production to developing hydrogen end-use solutions, especially for the hard-to-abate sectors. Companies that try to make the investments, however, are still struggling, as the upfront costs are high and investment risks are substantial. This requires hundreds of billions investment from private companies alongside public support to help reduce the investment gap that now exists for many hydrogen projects. The IPCEI instrument can prove to be a very efficient tool to help achieve this target. Joining forces between different sectors and combining available public funds and private investment potential can accelerate hydrogen development. Impact is key, and therefore all partners working to develop strong synergies with other public-private partnerships already mentioned, with other initiatives and funding instruments such as the Alliance and the Connecting Europe facility to ensure best return on investment of the Horizon Europe program. And all efforts we learned in scaling up should lead to the targeted hydrogen price of €1.80 by 2030, as mentioned by Mrs. von der Leyen. And then we come to the second point, development of fit-for-purpose legislation and regulation. And there the scaling up must also be accompanied by fit-for-purpose legislation and regulation to achieve these targets. Supportive certification schemes are required to unlock the hydrogen potential and remove development barriers. A workable approach to additionality, geographic and temporal correlation for renewable power production is key to the achievement of the European hydrogen strategy. Renewable energy is necessary in multiple value chains in parallel to decarbonize and to meet the climate goals. But not all of the value chains for decarbonization are yet at the same development stage, but all are required in the coming decades. The Fit for 55 legislative package encompasses many key proposals for the hydrogen sector and will impact the pace of private investments. The Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking is crucial for the research and innovation of mature hydrogen technologies and thus reaching the EU's 2030 and 2050 net zero target as part of the Fit for 55 package and the European Green Deal. And then on the third point, more projects and hydrogen valleys. Research and innovation must lead to large investments to actually build the hydrogen economy. These investments can only be done if investment decisions in all parts of the value chain are in sync. This is easier to achieve when a hydrogen valley is kick-started in the region, connecting multiple individual projects to create a snowball effect. The first European hydrogen valley, Heaven, as already mentioned by Mrs. von der Leyen, is a very good example of this. But this approach also requires transformation and coordination between many stakeholders, public and private, as the transition process is complex. I would like to give you an example of the latter that I am involved in. Bart already mentioned something about it. In the northern Netherlands, we created High North to connect all individual stakeholders and projects, and I'm leading efforts to boost the value chain's further development. The region has large quantities of renewable energy, existing infrastructure that can be repurposed, and many industries that can use green hydrogen. More than 50 committed private companies will, together with regional and local government and knowledge institutions, work on the scaling up hydrogen valleys to gigawatt scale in the mid-20s. And similar initiatives are required and then connected throughout Europe to build the hydrogen economy. And these were three of the key challenges ahead. And the Clean Hydrogen Partnership can play a key role to meet these challenges. We welcome the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking's increased ambition and budget, and we look forward to its implementation as part of the Rise in Europe framework program. Impact is key, and therefore all partners have collaborated to develop the strategic research and innovation agenda and the multi-annual working plan, setting clear technological priorities for the next decade. Tackling all aspects of the value chain, from production and transport, distribution and storage, to mobility and industrial end users. Through the development of technologies, the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking also supports the development of a competitive domestic hydrogen market and enhances the EU's industrial leadership globally. Ladies and gentlemen, hydrogen as the hero in net zero is indispensable on Europe's journey towards climate neutrality and circularity. Building the hydrogen value chain and economy unleashes many opportunities in Europe as frontrunner to develop skills, knowledge, and create many new jobs for the European workforce in the upcoming decade. And I'm convinced that this can only be achieved by joint research and innovation agenda and joint investment from public and private partners. The Clean Hydrogen Partnership will strongly contribute to this. Whilst today we are celebrating the launch of the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, we have actively worked with our partners this past year, and we are in a position to publish the annual Working Plan 22, which is worth 300 million in Q1 of next year. I want to thank you all and wish you all an exciting Hydrogen Week.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm very happy to hear this firm commitment from the industry, but also from the Research Association to this partnership, and also your strong determination to deliver on this expectation that we all have. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, now it's time for our final speaker before the break. I would like to welcome Dr. Fatih Birol. He's the Executive Director of the IEA since 2015. And under his leadership, the IEA has published several hydrogen reports. And especially the report, The Future of Hydrogen, that was released during the G20 in June 2019 in Japan, was of a significant importance. Mr. Birol, we are very excited to listen to your insights and your views also on this new partnership. Welcome very much.
Dear colleagues, very good morning to all of you. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting the International Energy Agency to join you at this very happy moment. So very many thanks for that. Today is an important day for Europe's fight against climate change, but at the same time, looking after security and affordability of energy. So I would like to congratulate all for this partnership today. Dear colleagues, I would like to say a few things about the global energy, clean energy, and climate change issues. But before that, please allow me to spend 2-3 minutes about the current high energy prices in Europe and elsewhere, as I believe if not addressed and evaluated in the right way, it may be a barrier for further climate policies. Dear colleagues, we are seeing extremely high energy prices in Europe, Asia, and elsewhere. And some portray this as the first crisis of clean energy transition. This is wrong. This is inaccurate. There are several reasons why we are seeing very high energy prices, ranging from explosive demand growth to several supply outages, planned and unplanned outages and different facilities, to extreme weather events, but also, I want to underline this, also some of the policies, deliberate policies of energy producers. One point on natural gas. In Europe, we are seeing the natural gas price about 6 times higher than they were before. We have colleagues who are from the gas industry here with us. And I am not sure that the current gas markets, gas prices, are in the benefits of the gas producers. Natural gas has been presented as a cleaner, reliable, and affordable energy source that will accompany the renewables. But the recent price spikes in natural gas did not get good marks from millions of consumers around the world, including Europe. So these high prices, they have nothing to do with pushing clean energy strongly. And maybe the only link to clean energy is not enough clean energy was in the picture. So therefore, I would like to bring to your attention this very fact, because if not addressed properly, I feel that this may well be an additional barrier for future climate policy action. Now, from this, dear colleagues, let me come to the bigger picture. At the International Energy Agency, we are very fortunate. We look at all the data sources, all the investments, all the projects around the world, and can assess the global energy scene. When I look at our data, our analysis, our projects, and look at the future, I can summarize it with one line, very clear, which is a new global energy system is emerging in a very, very clear way. Solar, wind, hydropower, electric cars, hydrogen, different carbon capture technologies, they are coming, they are mushrooming. And this is happening for 2 reasons. One, many countries around the world would like to address the issue of climate change. And as we all know, 80% of the emissions causing climate change come from the energy sector. So this is the one driver. But dear colleagues, there is another driver that we all have to note. Many governments around the world are positioning themselves for the next generation of energy industries. It is an industrial policy as well to push the clean energy technologies. And our recent World Energy Outlook, I have here my colleague Mrs. Koze, who is in charge of that book, it tells us something very telling in my view. When you look at the manufacturers of solar panels, wind turbines, electrolyzers, batteries and fuel cells, the manufacturers, the market size of this will be soon equal to the market size of oil industry today, which is one of the backbones of global economy. It is growing. So therefore, the countries are pushing the clean energy technologies, not only address the very issue of climate change, but also position themselves for the next chapter of the global economy. And here, I would like to say a few words on Glasgow. And I think Glasgow, Madam President made a very good summary of Glasgow. But if I can add a few points. If you ask me what came from Glasgow, there are many important things. I will say a few of them. But the biggest message, in my view, is to the investors. We at the IEA, we work with many energy companies, institutional investors. We know the temperature. The message to investors is the following. You investor, if you continue to put money into coal mines, please be careful. You may well lose significant amount of money. And at the same time, there was a signal, unmistakable signal to the clean energy investors. You investor, we see that the future, we governments see that the future is clean energy, and we see lucrative returns there. Please have a look at this. For me, this was the most important signal, message coming from Glasgow. Forget this communique, coal phase in, coal phase out. This is coming, and this will be the main driver of the change. I was also very happy to see the many countries' commitments. More than 90% of the global economy is now covered by commitments. Of course, we do not know if these commitments will be implemented, but our analysis show that if they are implemented, especially next 10 years is very important, the global temperature increase may be limited to 1.8 degrees Celsius. Again, if they are implemented, and I think this was a very good news as well. We have seen many collaborations, especially one is, I found it extremely important, with the South Africa and several countries around the world, which is United States, which is several European countries, which incentivize South Africa to reduce their coal use and at the same time providing financial help. Here, I would like to thank European Union. Madam President was very active. Mrs. Commissioner, Mrs. Simpson, with many meetings with me and different participants there around the several meetings, but a special thanks and congratulations to Executive Vice President Frans Timmermans. I think he did an excellent, outstanding work and represented Europe and European values when it comes to different discussions, different negotiations, and his presence was of crucial value for the good outcomes there and hopefully for the good outcomes coming soon. Dear colleagues, a few words on hydrogen. We at the IEA, we work with all the technologies. And I can tell you that with all the technologies, there is always a problem. One country likes this technology, the other country doesn't like it. Some says it is good, some says it is bad. But when it comes to hydrogen, and I have never seen this before, everybody loves hydrogen. This is very, very unique. I have never seen the oil-producing countries, oil-consuming countries, rich countries, poor countries, everybody loves hydrogen. Why everybody loves hydrogen? This is not a philosophical question. When I think about this, why everybody loves hydrogen? Because hydrogen can be produced from different energy sources. Hydrogen can be used for different end users. And hydrogen, everybody smells that it will be one of the backbones of the next energy economy we are building, and nobody wants to be behind. So, as our chairman mentioned, we have made the first major global study on hydrogen. Is then Mr. Prime Minister Abe of Japan asked the IEA to make it, and my colleague, Dr. Timur Gül, who is in charge of this report, is with us here today. And since then, 2019, we have seen almost 30 countries around the world have national hydrogen strategies. Most of them are, in fact, financed properly. And now to perhaps a few words on Europe. Yes, dear colleagues, all the three colleagues before me are completely right. Europe is a front runner. Now, this is a good news, but I have also a warning. First of all, why Europe is a front runner? Because Europe came out first with the strategy, a very comprehensive strategy. It was a first mover, and when we look at the numbers today, about 1/3 of the electrolyzers in the world, the capacity is in Europe, by far the leader. But dear colleagues, just a warning from my side. Some of you may remember the solar story. I repeat this example all the time, and I will repeat again for the benefits of the colleagues who didn't listen or who didn't hear what we said. So, about 10 or 12 years ago, it was Europe who started the solar. A lot of subsidies from Italy, from Spain, different countries in Europe, the first move. And this helped a lot to bring the solar cost down. And Europe started the marathon as a front runner, as it is the case in hydrogen today. But today, when I look at the picture, solar picture, 8 out of 10 solar panels produced in the world is somewhere else, not in Europe. And Europe paid the subsidies at the beginning, the European taxpayers. So therefore, to start the marathon is very good. To be in the first 10 kilometers is very good. But nobody gives a medal who finishes the first 10 kilometers. You get the medal if you finish the marathon. So therefore, it is important to continue in a stubborn way, in a consistent way, to be the leader of hydrogen, of course, working with a lot of partners around the world. And Madam President mentioned Africa, definitely a very good and natural partner, and the huge potential. Since we are in Belgium, I can give one of the most, in my view, heartbreaking statistics in my life, which is the following. You know, in sub-Saharan Africa, 600 million people have no access to electricity. And sub-Saharan Africa has the largest potential of solar in the world. Yet, the amount of electricity from solar that entire sub-Saharan Africa generates today is only half of Belgium generates from solar electricity. Think about Belgium size, think about sub-Saharan Africa, think about the solar there and solar here. And this, of course, opens a door for a lot of hydrogen, a lot of electricity, but I would first think that that electricity, hydrogen, should be used first for the African people who need electricity and energy, then if left for the others. So, dear colleagues, I would like to once again congratulate all the colleagues involved here for this important milestone for the hydrogen marathon of Europe. And I hope that Europe continues to be a leader, working together with the several partners in North America, in Asia, in Africa, and elsewhere. And we don't see the same movie we saw in solar again. And International Energy Agency will be there to remind our colleagues in Brussels and elsewhere where they are, what they sit, and what they are doing. I thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Birol, for coming over from Paris and spending your time here with us and sharing your amazing views. And also, I can say that we truly appreciate the great work and also the analysis that you, but also your entire team, are doing. And I agree with you that you said everybody loves hydrogen. That's also the feeling I have and I hear. And Yes, the medal is only after the marathon is run, and together with the European Commission and the industry and the research, we will make sure that we stay ahead of the pack. So, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for a small break, and we see you all back here in the room and maybe back at home at 10:45. Thank you very much. So just for everybody, the coffee is in the other room, so there is coffee for you.
It's an interesting question. As an EU citizen, at which moment will you first see hydrogen in action as an energy carrier? Will it be in a fuel cell taxi in Copenhagen? In the harbour of Valencia, where these vehicles are powered by hydrogen? Or will you first see this garbage truck in Brabant? Thousands, maybe millions of people recently witnessed this.
A few months ago, the Eiffel Tower was illuminated by green hydrogen, and I think it was quite a very nice and successful event. You can hear the noise of Paris. Paris is a beautiful city, but too polluted and too noisy today.
Paris has discovered hydrogen. Many dozens of taxis running on fuel cells are driving through the capital in France.
I think it's the biggest fleet in the world, not only in Europe. And in fact, we started 6 years ago, right here, with 5 first cars, and it was already the biggest fleet in the world. So it's also a good example of how the industry is now emerging.
The FCH the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, supports transport and mobility projects all over Europe, involving different kinds of vehicles, like in the northern part of the Netherlands.
Yeah, people always want to know what their future will be like and what they can do in the future. So by the Fuel Cell Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, it made it really possible for us to show what the possibilities are. For example, the street sweepers. Yeah, so they are really visible. They're driving down the streets here. The garbage disposal trucks.
And not to forget the many zero-emission buses on the streets in the provinces of Groningen and Drenthe.
Now we have 22 buses and next year we have 32 buses. It's quite ambitious because this region is ambitious. So within the Netherlands, but I think within Europe, we have the biggest fleet of hydrogen buses next year.
Recently, this hydrogen refueling station in Pesso was put into service, and the owner even sells the related cars.
And as you can see here, these are the cars for the future. We have to use the hydrogen refueling station for cars and for trucks. And for that we need demand. And the FCH gives us the possibility to put the cars and trucks into the market.
Some other FCH supported transport projects may be less visible to the general public, but that doesn't make them less impactful. See what happens here in the biggest Spanish port.
So this is an example of a classic reach stacker, and obviously the hydrogen reach stacker will be zero emissions.
MSC terminal at the port of Valencia will soon operate a so-called hydrogen reach stacker, sustained also by a mobile refueling station.
The idea is that we test the technical viability of the machine, safety aspects of the reach stacker, also the autonomy of the reach stacker, and also the refueling process of the reach stacker.
This pilot is fully in line with the Port of Valencia's wider ambitions, a serious trajectory of decarbonisation.
If this is working for the Port of Valencia, it can certainly work for other ports.
If there is one sector where hydrogen-powered vehicles will really prove to make the difference, it's the heavy-duty truck industry.
I'm convinced that in the next few years we're going to be able to replace 80% of the heavy-duty trucking with a hydrogen solution.
In Rothenburg, Switzerland, we meet an entrepreneur who's very much convinced that fuel cell trucks are the future. His own company already runs dozens of them.
The technology is very suitable because the touch and feel of a hydrogen heavy-duty truck is very similar to the ones from the diesel trucks where people are being used to. The refilling time is identical, the ranges are similar, and also the payload is similar. And these are features which you could have not replicated with different technology.
H2 Hall seeks to deploy 16 heavy-duty hydrogen fuel cell trucks in 4 European countries, soon to arrive.
There are now 6 hydrogen refueling stations which have been supported by H2 Hall, and there are 2 different architectures of fuel cell trucks available. And this would have not been able to roll out without the support of H2 Hall.
And the best ambassadors are the truck drivers themselves.
The drivers are absolutely thrilled. So the drivers are a massive support on this.
Back in Paris, it becomes clear that financial support from the EU helps. The hydrogen taxi project is growing so big that it can't be overlooked.
We do today we do have 200 cars like this. We plan to have 700 cars by the end of Q1 2022, and then we will continue to accelerate. And we are targeting for Paris 10,000 cars for the Olympic Games in 2024, and also by 2024 to have deployed HYPE in 15 additional cities in France and in Europe.
So where will we meet hydrogen first? Who knows, as a guest of this good-humoured taxi driver.
Donc je trouve ça très agréable à conduire. La conduite est très souple et la voiture est très belle, que ce soit de l'extérieur comme de l'intérieur. Oui, que ce soit écologique ou que ce soit design, je trouve ça très agréable à conduire, que ce soit pour moi ou le client que j'ai avec moi.
Okay, so welcome back, everybody. May I ask here in the room, everybody takes his place, because we will start our first session. And the session is called Clean Hydrogen on the Road to 2050. The moderator of this session is Mr. Hans van Steen, and he will introduce first the keynote speaker, followed also then later on with a panel discussion. Mr. Hans van Steen is an advisor on renewables, research, innovation, and energy efficiency in the Directorate General for Energy in the European Commission, this already since May 2017. Mr. van Steen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Bart, and good morning, and a warm welcome also from my side. I'm very pleased and honored to be moderating this panel here this morning. But before we get to that point, I'm also very honored to introduce the keynote speaker. This is Mrs. Kerstin Jorna. She is the Director General in the Commission, the Director General for Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs, also known as DG Grow. She will be joining us online. So Kerstin, I hope you are with us and that you are able to address both the audience here in the room and those of you who are listening in your offices or at home, wherever you are. Kerstin, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Hans, and good morning to everybody. So my role is to do a bit of a scene setter for our first panel, which I think is the scene setter panel for this week, the Clean Hydrogen Road to 2050. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to insist upfront that this road to 2050 is paved with the business case for clean hydrogen. Yesterday, research was on the top of the agenda, and it still continues to be important. But today, really, it's about the business case. And that's what will take us to 2050. I'm very thrilled that in the panel we have both ministers, Minister Woltek and Minister Vidal, so the public side, but also the key protagonists, the key senior protagonists from the industry side. And I would like to focus on three elements which I believe are crucial for the business case, and that was already alluded to also in the introductory part for our week. So it's about creating a market, it's about attracting investment, and it's about the regulatory framework. And I just like to pick out and bring together a couple of thoughts that we saw this morning. So creating a market, that means having sufficient supply of hydrogen and also having sufficient demand of hydrogen. Our president said that, you know, when it all comes to the one thing, it's actually the price. So how do we get to a price that for hydrogen, clean hydrogen, that creates a market between supply and demand? Our ambition, the president recalled, is €1.80 per kilogram. And how do we get there? Now, the first is that we start to create, and Mr. Schwitter said that very clearly, at regional level, because that's easier, the whole value chain from the renewable energy, the production, the electrolyzers, the storage, transport to get it to the factory gate, and then the company, the factory that off takes it. And I'm thrilled with all these clusters starting up in Europe and showing the way. But I also have to say, we need to create the hydrogen economy at single market level, because that's when we play our card. That's when we make sure that we're in this marathon that Mr. Vidal really mentioned. So how do we create this synchronization between supply and demand? We have the Hydrogen Alliance, and in this Hydrogen Alliance, we have something like 750 projects that are coming up, and that we need to bring together to create this kind of synchronization between supply and demand, because these projects cover all parts of the value chain. And this will be part of the discussions that we will have tomorrow and in the course of this week. So the project pipeline is the backbone, if you want, of creating the business case. And it's not enough to only have the project, it's also to bring them together in order to scale them up and to allow them to scale rapidly. And that takes me to the second point, which is attracting investment. Of course, investors come in particular, the risk-averse long-term investors, they come in if they see a solid project. And from an investor point of view, what makes a solid project, it's the fact that there is a market for whatever, for the hydrogen that's being produced. That's why I think these projects that combine both the production of the hydrogen plus the demand and the offtake on a longer and predictable timeline, that makes it predictable for investment to come in. There will still be parts, because we're talking about scaling up of innovation, there will be parts in the scale up that will be too risky for certain investors. And that's where public money, public risk sharing will play its role. And our president already mentioned a couple of numbers. So in the Recovery and Resilience Facility, in the 30 billion that are dedicated to cleaning and decarbonizing the energy system, what we see in the different plans, there is 1/3 that's actually dedicated specifically to the hydrogen economy. We also have from the Horizon financing, we just heard some concrete projects where this would be coming in. And that, I think, is the signal to investors, to you investors who are today in the coming days in our Hydrogen Week, to take it off from there. We will create a predictable business case together for a hydrogen economy. And from an investor point of view, the interesting part, I would say, is that if we manage to showcase this in Europe, there is a global market to roll it out onto. So that's a promise also for the future. That was my second point on the investment. The third point is on the regulatory framework, because it's only through a regulatory and enabling framework that we can give this predictability to investors. And I mean investors in corporates, the steel and the chemical companies, for example, but also investors in the supply of hydrogen, and into the investors who might invest in the creating of an infrastructure backbone for the hydrogen economy. Now, when I look at our EU regulatory framework, there is, of course, the Fit for 55 package. And if you read that package, there's one strong message coming out: renewable energy. We are going to promote renewable and decarbonized energy to the max. There is the next package coming up on gas and hydrogen, which will be very important. And there is an important element also how we can make sure that there's sufficient renewable energy to come also to hydrogen, and how we can, in fact, create a win-win with renewable energy that promotes the hydrogen economy and that promotes the decarbonization of our electricity system in general. And then there is an issue that's coming up to the fore more now, which is the permitting issue. Now, we will not be able to solve all the permitting issues through European legislation, but we can have a conversation, and we are starting it now with the member states, to look at the permitting issues across member states, because the projects, the 750 projects that we are harvesting at the moment through our alliance, they will take place everywhere. So we have to look into the permitting, both for renewables and for the different hydrogen uses and infrastructures. And our Single Market Enforcement Task Force, for example, will focus and zoom in on this now. And why now? Because the projects that we've harvested from the Hydrogen Alliance, they all are looking at operationalizing between now and 2025. That's tomorrow. And that's why we have to be helpful. And that's why I'm so grateful also for the minister's presence here, because we need a conversation about the different national regimes on the permitting. So creating the market, attracting investment, creating and enabling regulatory framework. These are the three key challenges and pillars that we have to deliver at together. And if you want to retain 6 words from my presentation and introduction to the panel, I suggest it's business case, business case, business case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General. I think this was an excellent scene setter for the discussion that we're going to have in this panel here, which of course will be focusing on what is required between now and 2050 in order for hydrogen to play the role that we know it will need to play in order to reach the objectives which we have set ourselves, and which of course now everybody has signed up to, including the member states through the climate law and so on and so forth. So we know we need to do a lot. I think what we will try and have... Sorry, I have it here actually. Did you actually hear what I said? Nobody heard what I said. Okay. Sorry about that. I forgot for a moment that I did not have one of these carry-on microphones. What I was doing, I was thanking the Director General for an excellent scene setter for this panel, which will address the challenges and the opportunities that we have for hydrogen on the road towards 2050, the road towards carbon neutrality, an objective which has now been agreed and endorsed by everyone, member states. We have the binding objectives set out in the European climate law. So we know exactly what it is that we need to achieve, and we know that hydrogen has a key role to play in order for us to meet those objectives. So this is what we're going to discuss in this panel here today, that I'm again honored to be moderating. And I think at this point I would like to introduce the panel. We have with us here in the studio Melissa Verikios. She is a member of the FCH Joint Undertaking Governing Board, the Fuel Cell and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking Governing Board, and she's also the Deputy CEO of Helbio, a hydrogen company located in Greece. We have Yorgo Chachimakakis. He is well known, I think, to many of you, the CEO of Hydrogen Europe. And then we also have joining us online, I hope at least, that we have Mr. Jon Løkke, who is the president of Hydrogen Europe, and he's the CEO of Nel in Norway. And we have, there he is, good to see you, Jon. And we have Anke Kaiser Pützala, who is the chair of the executive board of Germany's Research Center for Aeronautics and Space, the Deutsche Zentrum für Luft- und Raumfahrt. I hope also we have you with us, Anke. And we think with this panel we have very excellent representatives of the research world and the industry world. And as you also just heard from Kerstin a moment ago, at the end of the discussion in this panel, we will have interventions from the political level. We will have 2 ministers joining us, and I understand that, Bart, you will be introducing those 2 ministers in a moment, or when we get to that point in our agenda. So I think with that, it's pretty clear what we are here to do. The hydrogen strategy that the European Commission published, in fact, now some time ago, set out very clearly what is the road to 2050 as we see it, with a stopover, an important stopover in 2030. We have now tabled our Fit for 55 package with key initiatives there. More needs to be done, and I think we now want to discuss here today what that more is. And also I would like to say at this point that for us in the Commission, hydrogen is not an objective in itself. It is a means to achieve some objectives, and it has to be seen alongside the direct use of renewables, energy efficiency, and electrification more generally. That is very important. When we did the hydrogen strategy from the European Commission side. We did it at the exact same time as we did the energy system integration, because that's a new way of looking at the entire energy system. So with those few opening words, I would like to turn to the panel, and we would like to have at least 3 key themes for our panel discussion here today. I think we have roughly an hour for it. We would like to discuss the opportunities and the contribution that hydrogen can make towards our targets. We would like to discuss what are the obstacles, the barriers that we need to tackle. And then we want to look at also, in order to get that famous business case that Kerstin was also talking about, we want to talk about the competitiveness of the business. Those were the 3 key things that we would like to tackle today. And I would like to begin by turning to Jon Løkke in Norway, the CEO of Nel, as I said, and the president of Hydrogen Europe. And I would like to ask you, Jon, as a CEO of an important hydrogen company, where do you see the largest potential for hydrogen, and especially, of course, renewable hydrogen, which at the end of the day is what we need to use in order to meet our objectives on both energy and climate. So Jon, if you can say a couple of words of that, and maybe also just introduce in a couple of words your company so that we know what it is that you are up to in Nel. Please, Jon. I think, Jon, that you may be muted.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Well, thank you for having us, and I'm honored to be part of this panel. I am the president of Hydrogen Europe, so in that role, I basically support and work for the entire hydrogen industry, but as the CEO of Nel Hydrogen, we are an equipment manufacturer and OEM that produces electrolyzers and fueling stations, and we've been doing so for almost 100 years, and we've been involved in very large green renewable hydrogen projects in different parts of the world and have delivered more than 3,500 systems in 80 countries. So we've been around for quite a while and have a lot of experience. I think to point out which areas we believe the most in, obviously we've been involved in both mobility projects, but also industrial projects when it comes to green renewable hydrogen. I think what we see increasingly is that the industry sector is going to be very, very large, and it's actually moving quite fast. That is CO2-free steel, CO2-free ammonia, CO2-free methanol, to mention a few key industries. And in a significant portion on here, you basically just replace a fossil molecule made from natural gas or coal or oil with a green renewable molecule made from an electrolyzer splitting water with renewable energy. So that is a key, and we are involved in some of these projects already. So, for example, Hybrid in Sweden is already producing CO2-free steel based on hydrogen from our electrolyzers. And only a few days ago, we announced a contract with Ovako, which is another very large, important steel producer for hot forming and forging of steel based on green renewable hydrogen from electrolyzers from our system. So we really believe that industry is going to be a key driver. Now, before I hand the word back, I would also like to point out that electrolyzer is also key for balancing the grid and could actually absorb a lot of the curtailed energy. We saw in 2020 there was 1.4 billion euros of curtailed electricity in Germany, and there was about, in 2021, there was about 170 million pounds worth of curtailed energy in the UK. So, you know, adding electrolyzers to the grid can also help to smoothen and balance the grid and allow more renewable to be put into the grid by adding electrolyzers on the other side. So I think that's some of the key elements.
Thank you very much. Oh my God. Thank you very much, Jon, for that, I think, very clear statement there. I think the last point you made was indeed very important. And I think we heard from Mr. Fatih Birol earlier that everybody loves hydrogen. I think that was a very nice thing to say. And I think he's absolutely right. And of course, that is exactly also because it has so many purposes, hydrogen. It can be a feedstock, it can be an energy source, but it can also have these functions as balancing the grid, which will be so important as we move forward with much more renewables in our system. Let me turn now to Melissa Verikios, Deputy CEO of Helbio, and understand that your company, Melissa, develops and produces hydrogen production system for industry, but also for CHP applications and so on. So how do you see this? Where do you see the main opportunities for renewable hydrogen usage in a cost-effective manner?
Hello on my side. How to lower the price of renewable hydrogen is one of the key questions that needs to be solved in the next decade. We know renewable hydrogen is a key pillar of the energy in the upcoming years. Renewable hydrogen has been supported to replace coal, oil, and gas. It's an energy vector with many talents, as it serves as a fuel and as an energy carrier with an extra feature that it can store renewably produced energy. Flagship actions and projects have been constructed to demonstrate the viability of clean hydrogen solutions. Large-scale hydrogen production must be achieved in order to reach competitive hydrogen prices of 2 to 3 euro per kilogram. A sufficient amount of hydrogen must be produced to economically justify retrofitting, for example, an existing gas pipeline into a dedicated hydrogen pipeline. Hydrogen valleys, which seek to deploy in a coordinated manner entire systems proving the technical and economical readiness of a hydrogen ecosystem, including production, distribution, and storage, and final use in transport and stationary applications. The Green Deal project is a great opportunity. 9 megawatt electrolyzers in Norway with now. A 6 megawatt electrolyzer in Austria, running on Siemens electrolyzers, and Project Refine in Germany. Electrolyzer costs have already been reduced by 60% in the last 10 years. It's expected to half by 2030. So these electrolyzers could get upgraded following the vision. One can expect the unit to move from megawatts to gigawatts in the foreseeable future. Industry opportunities, steel, fertilizers, cement, heavy duty and transport, and aviation, of course. Commercial vehicles, fuel cell cars are projected to achieve cost parity with diesel at commercial production volumes at a hydrogen price of €5 per kilogram. And if we do the math, we know that this is already a very competitive price compared to conventional fuels today. A great example is the fleet of taxis in Paris. Very cost effective. They're scaling up now. This project could very well get replicated in other capital cities. Steel projects in Sweden is a bright example of an opportunity. Steel industry is responsible for 7% of global emissions. The first batch of low carbon steel is already delivered. Multiple technologies are being tested to deploy these technologies at scale. These technologies are expected to reach commercial markets by 2026. The cement industry, cement giants turn into green hydrogen and carbon capture, of course, like the project in the UK. CHP, cost-effective scale-up, is an excellent opportunity. We see many projects in the US. Enormous data centers are fully supported by cogeneration. Some large obstacles, of course, need to be overcome. There are more than 350 large-scale hydrogen projects underway. And with today's sophistication of technology, these are industries that are moving towards cost-efficient hydrogen production and consumption with the right policy instruments and subsidized support paired with ETS. Cost efficiency is destined to be achieved in the visible future, I think.
Thank you, Melissa. Again, I think a very, very clear statement. And last week I was in Copenhagen for the big wind energy conference. And of course, there they were also talking about hydrogen, because everywhere you go these days, you talk about hydrogen. And in fact, I think what you said about cost effectiveness and the cost decrease we've seen in recent years, the point was made at that conference that they believe that hydrogen is following the same path as we've seen for offshore wind, where we've seen these very, very impressive cost reductions over the last 10 years, and they see exactly the same thing happening for hydrogen. So I think that matches very well what you just said there. Yorgo, I'm now coming to you. Yorgo Chachimakakis, CEO of Hydrogen Europe. Happy to have you on the panel, Yorgo. We've talked about these targets that we've set ourselves for 2050, the objective of climate neutrality. And everybody says that hydrogen has a key role to play. So maybe you can just explain a little bit, where do you see precisely the key role of especially renewable hydrogen to achieve our 2050 climate objectives?
Many thanks, Hans. And first, let me congratulate you, the Commission, to support hydrogen in the way that is needed, because we have seen, I think we have never seen so far in history, such a fast adjustment of a strategy. The strategy has been presented last year, July. A year after this Fit for 55 package that you alluded to, 3,000 pages, 1,000 mentionings of hydrogen, and we are waiting for the hydrogen and decarbonized gases package, 14th of December. I guess another 400, 500 pages with even more, with some mentionings of hydrogen. So that's quite fast. So I think the Commission has done the job, has built up the strategy, and has delivered proposals how to implement it. Now, how can it contribute? And I think you said one point which is very, very important. There is no silver bullet. Even hydrogen, and many, many people love hydrogen, as you said, is not a silver bullet. And I can only warn people from regarding green molecules or green electrons as a religion, because we sometimes can see this. So we can see people who are fighting for the green electron and protecting it against the green molecule. This is, to say the least, stupid. We need to understand that both worlds, the electron world and the molecule world, need to work with each other, need to complement each other. I give you one example, which makes it quite clear. We just had the building of a new, or we will have the building of a new government in Germany, and that is based on a coalition agreement. In this coalition agreement, there were people, I'm not quoting which party, but one party was fighting for only one infrastructure, at least for passenger cars. They said, wow, we have no money, we have not enough money, we need to concentrate on one infrastructure, battery electric solutions, because there's not enough money. Fortunately, the coalition agreement does not look like that. Why? Because, and we can prove that, two infrastructures might complement each other in a way that the overall costs go down. Because we have this curtailment that Jon was alluding to, especially in the UK, in the Netherlands, in Denmark, but also in Germany. Alone last year, Germany has had 46% of renewable energy in the electricity system. That's wow for an industrial country. But the cost of it was 32 billion of extra cost for the consumer. And curtailment was not the biggest cost. So you see that balancing different grids, bringing renewable energy into a system, that is something that we need to achieve, and that is something where the hydrogen sector can help. Just let me finish with one warning that Vestas, a European investor into wind, has just sent out last Saturday to the Australian government. They said, we cannot supply more wind energy here because you, Australian government, you did not ramp up the power grid. It's stopping. You stop us. And this is something we need to understand. We have difficulties with licensing, with permitting, and this, Castiglione alluded to it, this we need to overcome. We are fully supportive. Hydrogen Europe wants not only a 40% of more renewable energy, we want 45%. We want even more than the wind guys want, together with the solar people, because we believe this is needed. On the other hand, we need to create the infrastructure, and we have it. We have an infrastructure that is so far gas, but Melissa said that it can be repurposed by low cost, and this is our contribution, that we can do it at an affordable cost, quite fast, but we will discuss bottlenecks later on. We need to remove some bottlenecks, but we are here to help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jorgo. I think a couple of very, very important points there. I think also my experience from a long career in energy is that there rarely are silver bullets in energy. It's simply like that. And I think hydrogen is not the silver bullet, but it is a very important piece of that puzzle. And I think that's how we need to see it, and that's exactly how the Commission sees it. So I think that was a very, very good point there. I'm now going to join Anke, I think in Germany, Anke Kaiser-Brützeler, who is a member of the executive board on the German Research Center for Aeronautics and Space. So Anke, you are here in your capacity as representing the research world. And of course, what we are talking about in this first part of our panel here is meeting our objectives. So from a research perspective, what do you think should be the focus in terms of research on hydrogen in order to best meet our targets for 2050? Anke, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, although in the background you see DLR, the German Aerospace Center, as the institution that I represent. Today I'm here to represent the European hydrogen research community. And of course, all the members in this community do research in all sorts of fields. But what we want to show is which chances hydrogen technology in fact provides. And the Hydrogen Europe research community in fact integrates all those people who work at universities, who work at research institutions, and in other organizations that do research for the use of hydrogen and also for the production of hydrogen, infrastructures and the whole field where hydrogen needs to be further explored, where we need to do the next steps really to make hydrogen competitive, cost effective, and really ensure that we get a huge step further in climate neutrality. The research community as such absolutely acknowledges the importance of moving ahead swiftly into market uptakes and into the commercial application of hydrogen and all the efforts the European Commission is taking there. We really would like to highlight that we have the added value of a very close and very trustful collaboration between industry and research in very well-defined ecosystems, such as the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, and that over the years and decades, we have a very well-established common approach to develop research and innovation and also deployment agendas. However, it is crucial to underline here that Hydrogen Europe research and collaboration with the industry really needs to do research in order to provide for the next step both in the use of hydrogen technologies and in the further development of hydrogen technologies, also in the interest of Europe's competitiveness. We think there is a principle of sowing today in research and innovation and harvesting tomorrow in order to get a new generation of technologies, in order to lower costs and improve efficiency. And we really need that to ensure the sustainability of the European leadership.
Thank you very much, Anke. I think, again, a very clear statement there on what is required from a research angle. And I think we also heard in the opening session here that the Commission is fully committed to research. You had the Director General, Jean-Éric Paquet, present here today. And of course, we've already, through the joint undertaking up till now, done a lot to support research in this area, and we will continue to do that also in its new shape with the partnership that was announced just a moment ago. So I think the Commission is fully on board, and I think what you said, Anke, there is very clear in terms of where we should focus our efforts in that sense. So thank you very much for that. We should now talk a little bit about what are the key obstacles that we need to overcome, because clearly there are some. There are obstacles for a lot of things in the area towards carbon neutrality, and also for hydrogen. This is quite clear. This is not going to be a very easy objective to meet what we have set out in our hydrogen strategy in terms of the numbers of especially renewable hydrogen, both by 2024 but also by 2030 and especially by 2050. So I would like to go back to Jon Løkke and ask you, as a company who's currently preparing several large-scale hydrogen projects, what do you perceive as the biggest uncertainties or obstacles that you have to overcome when you are planning these large-scale renewable projects? And then I should say that we also have the possibility to ask questions from our audience, and I've just been given one question here, and maybe I will just try and throw that in. If you can reply, Jon, that would be good. Otherwise, maybe some of our other panel members can reply. But the question is about the water needs to feed large electrolyzer systems, whether the ecological impact of that are also part of the equation for hydrogen. But I think, Jon, if you can maybe talk first of all about the biggest uncertainties and obstacles that you see when you are involved in some of these large-scale renewable hydrogen projects that you are currently involved in. Jon, please.
So obviously there are a number of challenges related to getting the funding rolling and getting them, from the concept and the ambitions into actually getting them into projects. And that is going to be key both to trigger the demand side, but also the supply side. And getting the volumes up, scaling up is going to be key to getting the cost of equipment down. As most people now know, we launched a target to reduce the cost of green renewable hydrogen to $1.50 per kilo starting from 2025. So, and that's largely depending on scale up of production. I would say, having said that and pointed to the funding thing, I think the biggest obstacle or challenge or concern that we have seen coming up lately is the delegated act on Article 27, the so-called additionality, which is basically requiring the exact same timing of introduction of renewables with the introduction of electrolyzers. And we think that is going to have a very negative effect on the rollout, and it's basically going to grind to a halt the rollout of electrolyzers, because it is impossible to exactly time the introduction of a new wind power plant, for example, with an introduction of a new electrolyzer facility. Just the permitting processes on those kind of projects are on different timelines, and if you have that as a very strong requirement, then the whole kind of introduction of green renewable hydrogen will completely stop in Europe, which I think is a shame, because we will see all the regions around the world picking up that pace if Europe is slowing down. I would also then like to remind everyone that electrolysis is actually growing from a relatively small base. Last year's market globally was 100 megawatt. So, the whole issue around exactly timing the introduction of renewables for electrolyzers is really a very theoretical exercise, and maybe someone has intentionally introduced that topic to slow the process down. Last point, maybe we talked about the grid balancing that electrolyzer could do, and I think also here we should see that there is a lot of curtailed electricity and the electrolyzer could also offer overall grid balancing. So I would maybe that's the whole additionality topic I would highlight now as the biggest concern at the moment. Coming back to the water issue, I think I partly indirectly answered that question. Electrolyzer is growing from a small base. The whole issue around water is not going to be a very big topic for many years. In the meantime, electrolyzers can also, with desalination and cleaning of water, use seawater. So, you know, when we see areas in the world where there is limitations on water, access to water, we do actually see the introduction of desalination part in to basically support electrolyzers. So, you know, it's not a really big issue at the moment. If we come back in 2030 or you know, in the period 2027 to 2030, we may be a bit more conscious about this. But for the next number of years, the whole issue on water is not a very big topic.
Okay, thank you, Jon. I think basically what you said can be boiled down to two main obstacles, as I heard you. First of all, we need to further progress on the cost reduction issue, and then we need to get the regulatory framework right, and that includes, of course, issues related to what you specifically mentioned, additionality, which is something that we are currently working on in the Commission and where we are not yet at the end of that road, and there will still be opportunities also to be involved in that process. Melissa, is that also the way that you understand the obstacles, that we have those, so we say, the whole cost issue, and then we have the regulatory framework? Is this also how you see it from where you sit in your company?
The EU plan is to mobilize 1 trillion euros to finance the transition as the largest environmental effort in the world. Only about half these monies will come from the EU budget. The rest will come from its plan to mobilize private and national capital. Someone needs to pay for the learning curve of this cost gap. The energy transition in the EU will require hydrogen at large scale. The obstacles I see are a few, but able to overcome with synergies. Legacy equipment is one. Industry has invested billions of dollars to current infrastructure. Companies that built it defend their assets. So governments are forced to push that legacy equipment aside and replace it by hydrogen technologies. Lack of investors, as we said. Identifying investors has not been easy in Europe. We're different to the US in this. Project developers have lined up electrolysis projects of between 30 to 90 gigawatts. Investors need to be identified and educated to support this growth. Hundreds of funds and private investors have invested trillions in the oil industry throughout the years, even in uncertain times. We need to educate and guide these investors to the new energy era, and we need to do this now in order to hit our targets. Lack of policy instruments and mandatory targets to facilitate the takeoff of hydrogen markets. We need a policy framework to ramp up the market of renewable hydrogen. And of course, all these obstacles lead to the chicken and egg dilemma. As Yorgo quotes the ancient Greeks, all beginnings are difficult, he says. We can work with these targets that have been set in Fit for 55 and to start with industrial processes. And we need to ramp up the relevant infrastructure. This is a very complex planning and also the courage by decision makers on both sides, political and industry, to set the course into that direction. Our Prime Minister in Greece announced a lignite phase down already 2 years ago. He put pressure on the regions that are affected. The governor was actually the biggest supporter of hydrogen solutions in combination with renewables to keep a balanced electrical system and heating running. Within these 2 years, we managed to build up a project called the White Dragon, which has emerged to one of the lighthouse projects supported by Hydrogen Europe. 3 weeks ago at the COP26 in Glasgow, Prime Minister Mitsotakis announced that Greece will become one of the hubs, also to channel renewably produced hydrogen from the MENA region further to Europe. This is proof that we're on the right path to address and tackle these obstacles.
That's very good to hear, on the right path, because that's what we need to be. And I think what is very clear here is that there's very little time to lose, because as I think was also said in the earlier sessions this morning, I mean, time is running very fast, and there are ramp-up times for these things that need to be taken into account. So if we need to actually make the progress we need to do, we cannot afford to be, shall we say, held back by various obstacles and barriers. So Jorgo, I would like to turn to you and ask, you're sort of leading the industry here as the CEO of Hydrogen Europe. So what can the industry itself do to address possible obstacles that could sort of delay, so we say, a more widespread use of hydrogen in Europe?
Well, first of all, the industry needs to understand which regulation is positive and clearly flag that. I did so. I said to you, Hans, Fit for 55, excellent. We will go to defend this, and we expect the hydrogen package to be in the same line. But industry also needs to shout out loud when something's in the way that will hamper this deployment or this idea of the European Clean Hydrogen Strategy. And this nice little paper that Jon alluded to, so the additionality principle and the delegated act, I mean, there's a leaked version here on the market. It's only 7 pages, but this can destroy the 3,000 positive pages of the Fit for 55. It's as simple as that. These 7 pages are, and that's what industry needs to do, the industry needs to say it clearly. And Jon described it, so I'm not going to do it again. How bureaucratic this is. So if I have an old wind park, a wind park that is now running out of subsidy, 20-year-old in Germany, I cannot use this wind park for the creation of hydrogen via electrolysis because it said it's not additional. So basically I can shut it down. This is not rational. And we clearly say that, and we hope that this leaked version is just a leaked version and will not be the version that will be presented later on. What else can we do? Melissa talked about the Lighthouse projects. I think the most important element now is to show that once we have the strategy, the regulation, and also the money, the public money has been put on the table by many, many member states, we need to implement. These capital markets, and Melissa alluded to them, they are somehow impatient. They don't sit there and relax. They want really to see whether the commitment that Mrs. von der Leyen showed this morning, Mr. Timmermans has and shows, or some member states have, whether this commitment is real. Again, the 7 pages are the opposite. They don't show the commitment. They show that we are somehow anxious. And then the US comes in. We have seen 2 weeks ago a big bipartisan infrastructure bill passed by the US with a chunk of $9.5 billion for hydrogen. We are super happy about that. However, Jon and this electrolyzer industry will be attracted by these markets if we don't act fast. And this is something, time is of the essence, and to act fast is very, very important. So I'm very confident that the Commission understands and that also the policymakers understand. Let me tackle water, because water is an important element, and Jon put it right. Desalination takes away some of the efficiency, of course, of renewables. It consumes energy. However, desalination helps very much to understand that we can locate big electrolysis everywhere we are close to seaside. So the MENA region that has been mentioned is perfect because there you have deserts, you have vast places that are not populated, you have a lot of sun, some wind, and you have seawater quite close. I don't exclude that in the long run Pipelines will be also repurposed to water supply, to inland. I don't exclude that. That can happen because hydrogen is here to replace. I would like to finish with the biggest bottleneck. The biggest bottleneck is here in our heads. It's ideology. There are people, and I don't exclude some parts of your colleagues, Hans, I'm very open to you, who exclude certain parts, certain sectors from hydrogen. Heating, for instance. Melissa just mentioned this big project, White Dragon, which is delignification based on replacing lignite, but having then more renewables and hydrogen for the heating sector. So if we follow the logic of some members of parliament, some NGOs, I'm clearly saying that, also some colleagues of yours, we would exclude that sector because we say it's not efficient. Who says that? Who says that? If there are projects like this Greek project that have no other choice if they want to go 100% renewable, why can we say that? So ideology has been a bottleneck and will be a bottleneck if we don't smoothen these different ideas. Thank God, and I come back to it again, the big elephant in the room, which was always the new German government with the Green Party, is over. This coalition agreement is very favorable to hydrogen, is very positive. We have been very happy to read that. So I can say the German government with 3 parties will not be the ideological opponent to big hydrogen. It will support it, and that's for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorgo, for a very clear statement there, and also thank you for the nice words you said about the Commission, what we have done in the past. And of course, this is not going to be a discussion about this delegated act on additionality. And we hear what you're saying. I don't know what version of the paper you have. I'm always a bit cautious, and we never comment.
The latest.
The latest. The latest. And just to say, maybe for you who are listening out there to understand what this is about. This is, of course, about the co-legislators have decided that additionality is something which is important here. And why is it important? It is, of course, important because we will need a lot of additional renewable electricity in order to meet our objectives on hydrogen. This is very clear. And the whole idea is that we need to create the right incentives for that. We need to strike a balance, of course, so that everybody feels that they can see themselves in this. And this is what we are doing in the Commission for the moment. And I think we hear what you're saying. You've made your point very clear on many occasions. So I think it's very clear to us where you stand on that. But I think we've said on various occasions that the amount of renewable electricity that we need in order to get to where we need to be, for example, by 2030, is on hydrogen. The electricity from renewables that need to go into hydrogen production by 2030 is equivalent to what we have today of solar and wind already in the European system. So we're talking about huge amounts, and we want to make sure that this is incentivized in the right way. And that is, of course, the main objective of this delegated act that you mentioned. So with that, I think I would now turn to Anke, because also from the research world, there's a contribution to be made towards overcoming some of the obstacles. So Anke, what do you think the next steps that we need to take in the research world should be in order to make hydrogen projects more ready for the market? Anke, please.
Thank you. Yeah, actually, I'd like to allude to what you just said. So, in particular, the production of hydrogen, of course, is a major topic, as well as storage is. And I think in the production, questions about scaling up, for instance, concentrating solar power factories as quite an important thing. And all the other technologies, of course, although we, of course, need breakthroughs for the next generations, we also need constant work on evolution of technologies. And that is going to result in higher efficiency that we desperately need in many technologies, in particular in storage. We need to lower the costs. We need to improve reliability and safety. And of course, we need to have a look at affordability for the society, for people. And in many cases, a major factor also is durability. Of course, again, relating to cost. And what we do as research and development institutions, of course, we also contribute to one extremely important factor, and that's a highly skilled European workforce. So we are the ones who educate the next generation professionals, students, as well as, of course, PhD students we need for research, and of course, people already in industry. And what we also need to do is we need to look at the different technologies covering the whole TRL chain. So we look at all the TRL levels, and we use research and development to have these processes increased in their efficiency and in their quality. And we also test on platforms where we need support, and we go towards demonstration activities and then to pilot lines. And all these TRL levels really need to be covered. And one major point that we can bring into the whole discussion, as we are technology neutral, is of course a question about synergies. So there are many synergies that can be found. And as we don't follow ideologies, but we follow research, and we follow really new ideas. It's the question, for instance, between the fields of transport and energy, and one very prominent field also for hydrogen, of course, is the question of aviation. And just recently, we saw a first 4-passenger aircraft that was able to fly based on a hydrogen fuel cell and electric propulsion. And hydrogen is one of the major future possibilities for a climate neutral aviation. Of course, there are also in this example some very concrete hindrances that we need to overcome. And there is, for instance, the point that we have implication on the aircraft and on the engine design, on the whole propulsion system. We have the necessity for effective and safe hydrogen storage systems. And of course, we need to produce hydrogen in a sustainable fashion to make all the things useful at all. And of course, there is a need for the infrastructure. And we, of course, have to look at costs. So there's a lot to do in research, but we are happy to do so.
Indeed, Anke, a lot to do there, and thank you for listing that long to-do list, also for the research community. I think we from the Commission side hear you very well, and it is really a top priority for us to get improvements on all these fronts, be it on competitiveness, be it on the different applications that you mentioned, including in aviation, which I think is one of the real important applications of hydrogen. So I think very, very good for you to list all that, and I'm sure it has been taken very good note of by both the people here and the people listening. I would now like to spend the rest of the panel on the issue of competitiveness, if that is possible. And I would like first to hear from Melissa here, that what do you think should be the incentives that we need in order to ensure competitiveness, especially of the clean hydrogen application? And that question is, of course, I'm asking you that because we know that clean hydrogen for the moment still is more costly than other types of hydrogen. So what are the key incentives that you think we need to ensure improvements on that front?
It's an excellent question that has been really studied. I feel that since from 2015, from Paris Agreement, to cut back on emissions voluntarily, the EU has committed to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. And to cut emissions by 55 by 2030. Framing this and the Green Deal as a man-on-the-moon moment. Europe's legislation needs to pass in order to become sustainable. We know that predictability only will work when policy measures are applied and financial support. As half of the money will come from the EU budgets, these monies need to be channeled into key incentives. There will be a huge supporting scheme for renewable energy, which will be the result of the European Green Deal and the Fit for 55 regulations. In parallel to policy instruments and mandatory targets, and the fact that we need a policy framework to ramp up the market for renewables and for hydrogen, there should be very clear incentives to support the competitive price of hydrogen. If I can number those, there could be incentives on carbon tax. Economists agree that the way to reduce greenhouse gas emissions is to tax them. ETS, CCFTs, carbon price should be high enough. If I unpack those into more specific applications, truck is a great example. Parking places, city centers, zero-emission trucks should be incentivized for these applications. CHPs could be supported more to incentivize the end user. Consumers need to be at the forefront of scale-up. Germany is a bright example of end-user incentives for household use of hydrogen. We should replicate this. Technology in R&I will be supported. R&I is crucial to reduce further the cost and to look into materials, efficiency improvements, manufacturing methods. Research and manufacturing is important. Talent and human resources is also crucial to be supported for the future development of clean hydrogen applications. We can incentivize demand by applying the right motivators and regulations, of course. I feel that the EU is doing very well. The Fit for 55 gas package, for example, offers a lot of support. This needs to be translated into national regulations. Setting very clear targets in regulations is key for incentives. In parallel, it is of utmost importance to stop discrimination of hydrogen upfront. The heating example, which is often perceived as unincentivized hydrogen, shows that the applications for the use of hydrogen with boilers and stationary fuel cells is in a very good path. Equally, the White Dragon in Greece supports the perspective of use of hydrogen for heating. These incentives are crucial for the viability of the White Dragon project. These incentives offer technological advancements to make hydrogen more efficient and cheaper, and this, along with government's commitment to decarbonize Fit for 55, is driving the new hydrogen economy. It's clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. And I think there were some very important points made there. And in fact, you talked about the Fit for 55 package, and in that package, I think also, Jorgo, you said that there was a lot of mention of hydrogen, and that was really across the package, not just in the, shall we say, the renewable energy proposals, but also in the energy taxation proposal, in the reviewed ETS proposal. All of these have also been thinking into a world where hydrogen needs to be playing a bigger role. So I think those were really good points there. I would now turn to Jon, and I would like to open up, maybe talk a little bit about also the global competitiveness, and that goes very well also with a question that we have from the audience, which I will just read to you, which was that Mr. Birol warned us about the fact that most PV panels are now produced outside of the EU. Do you see a risk of that also happening when it comes to electrolyzers? And what do you think we should do in Europe to ensure our global competitiveness of the European industry?
Yeah, so the starting point here is really good in Europe because we already have a leading industry across Europe. We have the most advanced electrolyzer players, very advanced fuel cell players, etc., etc. So I think we have a very good starting point. The issue is to get the ball rolling in Europe as quickly as possible. Let me give you a concrete example. In the beginning of 2021, we launched our $1.50 per kilo target. Green renewable hydrogen at $1.50 per kilo by 2025 and onwards The only condition to get that done is to do scale up, cost down. So we have then constructed now a fully automated electrolyzer production line, 500 megawatt, complete with robot cells, something that the world has never seen before. And we are ready to scale that up to 2 gigawatts rapidly if we need to do that. That's the only thing that needs to happen to get the cost down. But a production line doesn't achieve cost reductions if it's sitting empty. There has to be volumes of electrolyzer flowing through the plant to be able to get the cost down. A fully automated line doesn't carry low cost if the line is empty. So that's when we get to the key issue here, is to bridge the supply and the demand with incentives that allow concrete to be poured and steel to be welded and projects to be developed to basically introduce green renewable hydrogen for various industry applications. And we can ensure the competitiveness of Europe if the market in Europe is running fast, because that will allow European players to scale quicker, get the cost down faster than other parts of the world, and really will make Europe the leader in the industry. And then obviously there needs to be, in the IPCEI program, for example, I would expect that the European money would go to support European industry and not necessarily equipment imported from China. There needs to be some kind of mechanisms to ensure that. But getting scale up, it will allow us to get the cost down. And if Europe can run faster, we will run away from everyone else.
Thank you. Very, very good, very clear. I think this is exactly what we want. We want to go as fast as possible. We want to scale up. This is really the main objective of our hydrogen strategy. So I think what you're saying is that you believe that the role that European electrolysis industry, for example, has for the moment, that can be maintained if we manage to get things right. And of course, that is what we are all working towards here. So I think that's a nice, optimistic message there from you. From the industry to research, I mean, Anke, do you also see this optimistically? Because of course, as we've seen in other areas, there is a risk that Europe loses out if we do not manage to get things right. Also, from the point of view of research and innovation. So what do you think should be the right incentives to ensure a global role for the EU hydrogen research?
Yeah, actually, we think that research and innovation is a backbone for the competitiveness of European industry. And we think it's really important that there is a strong commitment to hydrogen as one of the important future fuels. And we think that that has also to cover all the aspects of the production of hydrogen, of materials, of manufacturing, and of usage. And we already have, in fact, a strong cooperation between Europe's research and innovation institutions. That's a huge step forward. And that's quite unique, I think. And we also have this established strong cooperation with industry. I think that's, again, something that needs to be fostered in future, both the cooperation between ourselves and also the cooperation with industry. And we need both the breakthrough research, the blue sky research in hydrogen, and we also need the applied research together with our partners in industry. And we need to do both of them in order to provide for the near future and for the next generations of technologies to come. And we need to do that, of course, in joint projects and platforms and pilot lines and all these. But we also, of course, need to invest into future talent, into human resources, and of course, into the students that we are going to have in order to ensure that we provide for the future.
Thank you, Anke. So all these things need to come together and work together in order for us to remain, shall we say, globally competitive when it comes to hydrogen, especially electrolysis. So I think that's a good message. And I will now turn to Jorgo. You will get probably the last word because we're coming towards the end of our panel. I know you like to have the last word. So I would like to ask you, from what you've heard in the debate, and of course you are in a daily contact with all your members who are, so we say, on a daily basis, experiencing what is happening out there. And on the issue of global competitiveness of the European industry, are you worried? Do you see risks? And is there anything in particular that we should be concerned about? Or do you think we're on the right path as things are looking for the moment?
There are very many good news, but I will start with a negative one. The example just mentioned, the boilers. So boilers for hydrogen exist, and it was Europeans to come up with them first. So it's a Dutch company, it's called BDA Thermea. There are many others in the meanwhile, but they were the first, and they concentrate on that. What if we really say no hydrogen in heating? then they can or sell these boilers to Japan or to US, and they will move there, or what? So these kind of elements we need to think about. And there's vice versa. There's the other way around. There are products that are not produced in Europe. I'm driving a hydrogen car. It stands here in front of the hotel. I'm doing it every day. I love it. It's very comfortable, but it's a Korean car. It has been designed in Germany, but it's a Korean car. So passenger cars, there's one exception, that will be BMW, but passenger cars so far are not produced in Europe. Should we therefore just simply say, no, we don't prepare for passenger cars? Of course not. And here's the, so to say, the challenge for us Europeans. We will be one of the biggest consumers of hydrogen on the globe. At the same time, we have started to master a very complex system. So to integrate hydrogen into system integration, sector coupling, is a very, very complex thing. And here we need innovation, because all the interfaces between the different sectors, they change, they are challenging. We need to master that. Here we need innovation. I'm so happy that President von der Leyen also unveiled the new logo here today of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, because we will need that also in the future in order to make these interfaces work, even for products that we don't produce now, but we will produce them later on. Let me pick up one word that Jon just mentioned, IPCI, the important projects of common European interest. This is something that we learned from the microelectronics and also from the batteries that we can use. It's a tool that we can use to ramp up projects. However, the first reaction from DG Competition on some of our projects, especially the White Dragon, was very bureaucratic, to say the least, very bureaucratic. I understand there are legal points that we need to respect and we need to answer. This will be done. However, we have a big chance with the GBER. GBER is the group exemption regulation. So hydrogen projects could be exempted from heavy regulation when it comes to state aid, and it could be smoothened, and this is, I think, going to happen. Also there are discussions going on in Brussels, and that could accelerate the pace to big projects very, very much so, and I think this needs to be done. This is of utmost importance for the sector, and then global competitiveness will be given. There's one element that I would like to finalize, to finish my statement with, that comes from the German coalition agreement again. It's H2 Global. H2 Global is a system that allows global auctioning for European hydrogen consumption, and then to levelize the extra costs that Melissa was alluding in comparison to carbon prices with a carbon contract for difference. And I'm so happy that the German government did not say, hey, this is something we want to do just for us. We want to Europeanize it, they say. So we need to push it on a European and then on a global level. And this will happen very, very soon. We can count, I think, on this new government to do so. And then we can really be in the global competitive stage. We can be masters, and we can compete with all the other geographies that have already started to invest into hydrogen, heavily so. Thanks very much for having us here on the panel.
Thank you very much, Jorgo. And of course, I entirely agree with your last point there about this being a European endeavor. I think this is really, really important. And this is exactly why the Commission has so forcefully entered into hydrogen and is pushing hydrogen as a really important component of our overall energy and climate policy. So I think that was a very nice point, actually, to end what I think has been a very rich and very, very interesting discussion. So I would like to warmly thank our panelists, Jorgo and Melissa here in Brussels, and Anke and Jon joining us online. Thank you very much for all the points that you've made. I think it has shown us what a fantastic opportunity we're looking at here, but it has also, I think, highlighted some of the obstacles that we still need to tackle to remain at the forefront in Europe and to make sure that hydrogen can actually play the role which it should. So thank you very much. I've tried also to involve a couple of questions that we've had from the audience. I would like to thank the audience both here in the room, but also especially those online listening to us for having been quite active and posed some really good questions. I'm sure that they will remain with us, and maybe during some of the following panels we can try and also address some of these questions. So thank you very much from my side and to the panelists. And then I will hand back to you, Bart. I think you will introduce our next two speakers. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, Hans. So thank you, Hans, for this excellent moderation, I have to say, and also indeed a very rich and interesting discussion. I would even say a very dynamic discussion. So I believe we here all enjoy it here in the room, but also online. So, and now it's time for the intervention of the member states. And we have to thank the member states because a few weeks ago they approved our council regulation for the next partnership. So thank you very much for that. And let's hear now, we will have two member states that will intervene. And firstly, we will hear from France. And France will host the next presidency of the EU Council. And the Minister of Higher Education, Research and Innovation, Madame Frédérique Vidal, will speak to us online. Before she became minister, she was president of the University of Nice, the Sophia Antipolis University, and holds actually a degree in biochemistry. So, a real research minister as a minister for research. I'm sure she has a lot of things to tell us today. Madam Minister, the word is yours, and thanks for making the time.
Thank you very much. Dear Ursula von der Leyen, President of European Commission, dear Franz Timmermans, Vice President of European Commission, dear Commissioners, dear Ministers, dear members of the European Parliament, dear Director General, dear Director of International Agencies, dear representatives of the industrial sector, dear all. I'm really delighted and honored to participate to this European Hydrogen Week and to have the opportunity to share with you the French strategy on hydrogen. Since more than a year, the pandemic forced us to redefine our vision of our world and has showed us that more than ever before, we need to reconquer our national and European sovereignties. This is particularly true in the field of energy transition. In the wake of the Glasgow Climate Agreement, for the first time in a conference of this magnitude, we committed to reduce drastically our dependency on fossil energies, and I am convinced that France and Europe have a decisive part to play as leaders on this matter. On this regard, hydrogen is a great opportunity to make a successful transition to a carbon-free economy. It can help us reinvent heavy transportation, renew industrial processes, and prepare the massive integration of renewable energies in the energetic mix by piloting some of their current intermittencies. The latest IEA and IRENA reports state that hydrogen could represent about a fifth of the total energy consumed by 2050, which means nearly 50 million cars and 500,000 of trucks could be powered by 2030. I know the European Commission's deep conviction of the importance of hydrogen to achieve the European Green Deal and Europe's clean energy transition, and France has a key role to play in the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance. This key role will be played and increased during the French presidency. The new Horizon Europe program, launched in 2021, includes a new joint undertaking, Clean Hydrogen for Europe, dedicated to hydrogen research and development and demonstration activities. France has been regularly and deeply committed in the work that gave birth to this partnership and welcomes this great European tool and its use as part of this program. This concern about hydrogen development can be found in most of the national recovery plans several countries have been setting up in 2020 after the COVID crisis. France makes no exception. In our France Relance Recovery Plan, out of the 100 billion euros provided, 30 billion are intended for ecological transition, and carbon-free hydrogen has been clearly defined as one of France's main strategic priorities. It has been allowed 7 billion euros by 2030, and as President Macron recently announced, 1.9 extra billions will be added to the budget, aiming to help develop electrolyzer gigafactories, equipment for mobility, and EV mobility. This budget will be supporting three main goals. First, decarbonizing industry in order to contribute to make France carbon neutral by 2050. Among different processes, our strategy sets a priority on electrolyzers. We aim to develop this promising technology, of which Europe is a world leader, and we already have a high potential industry. The carbon-free hydrogen production market has to grow and improve its capacity, and we set the objective of 6.5 gigawatts electrolyzer produced by 2030. Secondly, we aim to enhance the development of hydrogen-powered EV transportation. Indeed, hydrogen technologies are particularly well suited to EV vehicles and offer a complementary storage capacity to that of electric batteries, offering extra power or autonomy for long-distance travels. EV mobility is a very dynamic market and represents a major economic issue with a turnover of over 100 billion euros and 225,000 jobs. Moreover, we have very promising French companies in this particular sector. Finally, we will focus on sustaining research, innovation, and training to create new generation of hydrogen experts. And let me focus on this specific goal. First, about research and innovation, I would like to remind you, as did the European Commission's communication, Hydrogen Strategy for a Climate Neutral Europe, published last July, of a central role of research and development in supporting the deployment of industrial sectors for hydrogen systems. All initiatives in that field are based on a sustained research, development, and demonstration effort and all levels of technological maturity chain. While ITIL research supports the transfer of innovations from conceptions to industrialization in the short term, low TRL research also has a key role to play in supporting industry in the medium and long term. It focuses on two main points. On the one hand, on the development of the next generations of materials, components, and systems to make them safer, more sustainable, and more environmentally friendly. And on the other hand, on exploratory research likely to trigger disruptive innovation, which could open new industrial sectors. In France, the support to research and development in our strategy is mainly based on a tool that we call Priority Research Program and Equipment, which provides targeted funding for upstream research actions over several years, driven by CEA and CNRS. Secondly, on training, I would like to emphasize that this hydrogen strategy, whether on a European or national scale, represents a real opportunity for employment and consequently a real challenge for training. In France, with a national strategy for the development of decarbonized hydrogen by 2030, more than 100,000 jobs will be created in the hydrogen field. It is therefore essential to increase the skills of industrialists and local authorities in this specific field in order to develop a strong hydrogen sector. Training and possessing the necessary skills to work in the hydrogen industry will guarantee the proper development of a sector that creates value and jobs throughout France and Europe. In order to identify the needs and challenges inherent in the development of a sector, the French Hydrogen Association has produced a reference system which identifies the skills and professions existing in the hydrogen sector, a useful tool to raise future talents. Let me conclude by saying that France has played its part and has yet a central part to play in the future of hydrogen. And I am convinced that we are together on the right path to make Europe a world leader of hydrogen and energy transition. I wish you a successful European Hydrogen Week, full of exchanges, meetings, even if virtual, and new challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vidal, for your wise words and also for the ambitious plans for hydrogen in France. And I'm looking forward actually to work with you and your team during the next presidency. So I would say thank you very much for your intervention today and talk to you soon again. Thank you very much. So now we move to Slovenia, who holds the current presidency of the European Council. And the Minister of Infrastructure, Mr. Jernej Vrtovic, came especially to Brussels to deliver his message to us. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for being here with us in your, of course, very busy agenda that you found the time to come here. Last week, actually, I was in Slovenia, and I was impressed about the huge interest in hydrogen from the industries in Slovenia. And I'm really looking forward now to hear your speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, excellencies, ministers. I am really honored for the opportunity to address a very important topic in today's conference. On behalf of the Slovenian presidency and the Slovenian Ministry of Infrastructure, I would like to welcome the organization of this event with the aim to take stock of the achievements and to highlight the potential of hydrogen technologies in addressing the decarbonization of our economies. So, low and zero emission mobility is an essential component of the broader shift to the green circular economy needed for the EU to stay competitive and be able to cater to the future mobility needs of people and also goods. Transport, ladies and gentlemen, transport represents almost a quarter of Europe's greenhouse gas emissions and is the main cause of air pollution in cities. Europe's answers to these challenges is an irreversible shift to clean mobility in terms of carbon and pollutants. So, in this context, hydrogen shows a clear potential to become one of the pillars for clean mobility of the 21st century and can play an important role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. To maintain its leadership in clean energy system, the EU has to establish its own capacity to develop and produce hydrogen. It's essential that this process provides equal opportunities to all member states, also the small ones, and the small ones that face specific challenges in the green and just transition. These transitions comes at a high cost, and therefore the EU must ensure that the Fit for 55 package and other associated instruments devote appropriate attention to these specific needs. This way, we will preserve the necessary cohesion in the EU. Within the newly established the Clean Hydrogen Partnership, as the successor of the fuel cells and hydrogen joint undertaking, it's important to reinforce the ecosystem of cooperation between industry, research, and academia, covering the whole value chain with support from the member states and European institutions. Together with the Clean Hydrogen Alliance, the Clean Hydrogen Partnership will be a key instrument for implementing the European Hydrogen Strategy and for achieving the EU Green Deal's ambitious goals. In the framework of the set plan, the Joint Research Centre has led the process of developing a widely endorsed research and innovation implementation plan, working closely with stakeholders. This plan sets out the blueprint for future hydrogen research and investment need for Europe to become competitive in the global hydrogen sector by establishing coordinated and collective research efforts under the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance. It comes at a crucial moment for the European industry. Its scope is hydrogen as an important enabling technology for sustainable and clean e-mobility and stationary energy applications. It's imperative that European industry masters the development, manufacturing, applications, and also recycling of advanced hydrogen solutions to become competitive in the global hydrogen sector. In this context, ladies and gentlemen, the proposals for research and innovation activities and big demo project are of high importance and can play a key role in all European strategy on low clean mobility. I would like to mention some projects that are running or are in preparation in Slovenia, in my country. So, energy producing companies, transmission and also distribution grid operators are developing hydrogen P2G project. Hydrogen will be injected into the pipeline for use in stationary facilities and for use in transportation. The Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Slovenia is leading a pan-European defense project, RISHAP, which aims to build autonomous self-sufficient node based on hydrogen technologies. In the first part, hydrogen fueling station in the municipality of Kranj will be set up as a pilot project. It will be procured as a public-private partnership. This project is pioneering. It represents a user requirement for the defense sector. Defense needs hydrogen to enhance their capability and strategic independence. The Zero Emission Mobility Corridor Slovenia is a project developed by the enterprise Ecubis, which is already fully aligned with the defense project RESHAP and represent a solution for user requirements set by the defense sector. And yeah, I'm really proud I'm really proud to inform you that last week, on the 24th November, the first hydrogen refueling station was opened in Slovenia near a cement production facility. And at the same time, an initiative was launched in cooperation with the Hydrogen Joint Undertaking for creation of a hydrogen valley, joining stakeholders from Slovenia, Croatia, and Italian region of Friuli Venezia Giulia. This is an important first step toward the creation of hydrogen ecosystem in the wider region. And we will remain committed to promote such developments, and we welcome all the support from the EU to enable this process. Such developments provide a valuable opportunity for research scientists, industry specialists, and decision makers to share experience and important information. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I would like to extend my gratitude to experts, to industry associations, universities, research institutions, and also non-governmental organizations who have joined this event and shared their knowledge in support of the sustainable green transition in our societies. Dear colleagues, fellow ministers, I wish you all a very successful event and hope that you leave from it with new ideas for improvement of national elections to benefit all of us. So thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Jernej Vertovic. For all the efforts that you are doing actually in Slovenia, but not only in Slovenia, but also on a European level. And by the way, congratulations with launching the first cross-border hydrogen valley in Europe last week. I think it's a truly pioneering role, and I'm really looking forward to work with you and your entire team on that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch. We will see each other again at 1400 hours, and with a special address from the Executive Vice President, Mr. Timmermans. So I would advise you, don't be late, because he's always very inspiring with his speeches. Thank you very much, and see you later.
It's an interesting question. As an EU citizen, at which moment will you first see hydrogen in action as an energy carrier? Will it be in a fuel cell taxi in Copenhagen? In the harbour of Valencia, where these vehicles are powered by hydrogen? Or will you first see this garbage truck in Brabant? Thousands, maybe millions of people recently witnessed this.
A few months ago, the Eiffel Tower was illuminated by green hydrogen, and I think it was quite a very nice and successful event. You can hear the noise of Paris. Paris is a beautiful city, but too polluted and too noisy today.
Paris has discovered hydrogen. Many dozens of taxis running on fuel cells are driving through the capital in France.
I think it's the biggest fleet in the world, not only in Europe. And in fact, we started 6 years ago, right here, with 5 first cars, and it was already the biggest fleet in the world. So it's also a good example of how the industry is now emerging.
The FCH JU, the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, supports transport and mobility projects all over Europe, involving different kinds of vehicles, like in the northern part of the Netherlands.
Yeah, people always want to know what their future will be like and what they can do in the future. So by the Fuel Cell Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, make it really possible for us to show what the possibilities are. For example, the street sweepers, so they are really visible, they're driving down the streets here. The garbage disposal trucks.
And not to forget the many zero-emission buses on the streets in the provinces of Groningen and Drenthe.
Now we have 22 buses and next year we have 32 buses. It's quite ambitious because this region is ambitious. So within the Netherlands, but I think within Europe, we have the biggest fleet of hydrogen buses next year.
Recently, this hydrogen refueling station in Pesse was put into service, and the owner even sells the related cars.
And as you can see here, these are the cars for the future. We have to use the hydrogen refueling station for cars and for trucks. And for that we need demand. And the FCH gives us the possibility to put the cars and trucks into the market.
Some other FCH JU supported transport projects may be less visible to the general public, but that doesn't make them less impactful. See what happens here in the biggest Spanish port.
So this is an example of a classic reach stacker, and obviously the hydrogen reach stacker will be zero emissions.
MSC terminal at the port of Valencia will soon operate a so-called hydrogen reach stacker, sustained also by a mobile refueling station.
The idea is that we test the technical viability of the machine, safety aspects of the reach stacker, also the autonomy of the reach stacker, and also the refueling process of the reach stacker.
This pilot is fully in line with the Port of Valencia's wider ambitions, a serious trajectory of decarbonisation.
If this is working for the Port of Valencia, it can certainly work for other ports.
If there is one sector where hydrogen-powered vehicles will really prove to make the difference, it's the heavy-duty truck industry.
I'm convinced that in the next few years we're going to be able to replace 80% of the heavy-duty trucking with a hydrogen solution.
In Rothenburg, Switzerland, we meet an entrepreneur who's very much convinced that fuel cell trucks are the future. His own company already runs dozens of them.
The technology is very suitable because the touch and feel of a hydrogen heavy-duty truck is very similar to the ones from the diesel trucks where people are being used to. The refilling time is identical, the ranges are similar, and also the payload is similar. And these are features which you could have not replicated with different technology.
H2 Hall seeks to deploy 16 heavy-duty hydrogen fuel cell trucks in 4 European countries, soon to arrive.
There are now 6 hydrogen refueling stations which have been supported by H2 Hall, and there are 2 different architectures of fuel cell trucks available. And this would have not been able to roll out without the support of H2 Hall.
And the best ambassadors are the truck drivers themselves.
Oh, the drivers are absolutely thrilled. So the drivers are a massive support on this.
Back in Paris, it becomes clear that financial support from the EU helps. The hydrogen taxi project is growing so big that it can't be overlooked.
We do today we do have 200 cars like this. We plan to have 700 cars by the end of Q1 2022, and then we will continue to accelerate, and we are targeting for Paris 10,000 cars for the Olympic Games in 2024, and also by 2024 to have deployed HYPE in 15 additional cities in France and in Europe.
So where will we meet hydrogen first? Who knows, as a guest of this good-humoured taxi driver.
Donc je trouve ça très très agréable à conduire. La conduite est très souple et la voiture est très belle, que ce soit de l'extérieur comme de l'intérieur. Oui, que ce soit écologique ou que ce soit design, je trouve ça très agréable à conduire, que ce soit pour moi ou le client que j'ai avec moi.
This is a story of how the lightest gas can turn heavy industry green.
So if you want to have a renewable source for your end products and you want to move from electricity to molecules, you need to do it with hydrogen in between. Without hydrogen, it is definitely not possible.
It's a central element for the production of fuels, but also it's a central element for, of course, the production of, for example, chemicals.
In fact, hydrogen can immediately reduce emissions, especially in hard-to-abate industrial sectors like the steel industry.
On the basis of renewables, green hydrogen is a perfect way of decarbonizing.
Hydrogen is, I must say, a very cool element because it's allowed to couple these sectors.
That's why the FCH-JU, the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, supports research and technological developments related to H2 for industrial production processes.
So this is the largest port in Europe. So this is 45 kilometers in length, and what you see is that roughly 40% of the total European energy demand of energy comes in via this port.
In Rotterdam, a consortium will install and operate a first multi-megawatt high-temperature electrolyzer to generate green hydrogen for the production of high-quality biofuels. The Port of Rotterdam sees a significant role for hydrogen.
Our vision is 20 million tons of hydrogen that should flow through the Port of Rotterdam to parties in the port, but also further on in Germany and other parts of northwestern Europe. 10% of that vision can be produced locally, so based with electrolyzers in Rotterdam or on the North Sea, and 90% of that vision should come from other regions. If you look for the import of hydrogen, we expect that the first volumes of hydrogen can also already be done before 2025 in the form of ammonia or liquidogenic hydrogen carrier.
It seems Rotterdam is ready for hydrogen, but let's first focus on the question of which industries could benefit from green H2.
We are located in the so-called Rheinische region, which is focused by heavy industry. And actually the REFHYME project meets exactly this, because we are making out of renewable electricity from wind, solar, we are making green hydrogen, which can be used, for example, for mobility in cars, trucks, buses. No emissions there. But it also helps to reduce our own emissions here on site. Let us remember, this is Europe's largest electrolyzer. The next level is 100 megawatt.
In a larger context, heavy industry benefits. Take, for instance, the cement industry. The green H2 gas can be used for firing the ovens.
You can, by the way, fire furnaces with this. So even, I mean, we are also, let's say, looking into projects where very hot temperatures are needed.
In Linz, Austria, green hydrogen is being used for steel making. With the support of FCH-JU, a 6-megawatt pilot plant has been constructed here. But also the German steel giant Salzgitter goes green by pioneering a powerful high-temperature electrolyzer.
If you go for the modern steel industry, they have huge decarbonization ambitions, and these can only be fulfilled with hydrogen. Lots of green hydrogen.
And that brings us back to the coast.
So on the right-hand side you see here the monopiles, which are the foundation of the offshore wind farm that is currently in development. So we foresee that offshore wind and hydrogen will be connected in the port. We work on, before 2030, on connecting 2 gigawatt offshore wind capacity with electrolyzers in the port. And that will make sure that the hydrogen is green.
Within a few years, the green molecules can be transported from here throughout the northwest part of Europe via the refurbished existing gas infrastructure.
Here you will see in a couple of years the hydrogen backbone throughout the port, which is a dedicated pipeline towards Germany.
From green current to green gas, electrolyzers will be key in greening Europe's industries, and the REFINE project is at the forefront of these efforts.
This project was for us so important because it's a pilot project. It's really a lighthouse project, also bringing partners from different countries in Europe together to realize such a project. The FCHU was really a very important factor.
Paris 2015, Glasgow 2021. The world community is demanding a reduction in CO2 emissions and the decarbonization of industry. Green hydrogen can play a decisive role.
I'm definitely optimistic. We cannot do it alone, so we need different countries, different continents, different parties all over the value chain, from startups towards the big companies that we see behind me. We have to do it together, and I think if we work together very close, we can definitely do it.
Hydrogen valleys have started to emerge all around the world, like here in Denmark. The concept was coined and is financially supported by FCH-JU, the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking.
Okay, you can take the glasses and put them on your head. Okay. And what you see now, we are in a virtual reality. You see a hydrogen value chain, but why in virtual reality? Because simply part of this value chain are not developed yet.
Hydrogen valleys try to cover the entire hydrogen value chain, from production, storage, distribution to final use.
In the Northern Netherlands, we are developing a complete green hydrogen value chain within the Heaven project.
The Northern Netherlands became the first region in Europe to receive a subsidy for the development of a fully functioning green hydrogen chain.
We are very proud that this first demonstration project has been rewarded by the Fuel Cell Hydrogen Joint Undertaking to start and to take off in the Northern Netherlands. If you look around, you can see all windmills, renewable energy onshore, but the future will be offshore. The energy comes on shore via all kinds of infrastructure and then will be reconverted in electrolyzers to become renewable hydrogen, and the hydrogen can be evacuated in repurposed natural gas pipelines, actually demonstrating the European hydrogen backbone, which starts in the first hydrogen valley of Europe.
A few kilometers away from this harbour, Patrick shows how industry and mobility can benefit from each other.
Yeah, welcome to the Chemical Park Delfzijl. And what you can see here is chemical industry, which already produces green certified hydrogen, bringing it to other chemical industry through a hydrogen ring line. And this hydrogen wasn't utilized before, but now it's finding a new destination, namely mobility. And this is clean mobility. And you can see that industry and mobility are connected very much so. And it's also thanks to the Fuel Cell Hydrogen Joint Undertaking that we can do this in this region. And it's a phenomenal solution, clean, green, that's the future.
In fact, this mural on the location of the Groningen bus terminal shows the whole hydrogen value chain, from offshore production of renewables to the end users, like these buses.
It's my favorite. It drives great. It's stable on the road. It's quick. It's quiet.
Yeah, it is really wonderful because 2 years ago we got the grant and it really kick-started our hydrogen valley concept. Actually, the magic word is make the connection not only with the people who live here in my region, the connection between the several companies, knowledge institutes and the governments, but also the connection to the other hydrogen valleys.
Mallorca, an island known for its beautiful places, sun and beach tourism.
In the islands of Southern Europe, it's great to have this support from the European Commission.
Green Highlands in Mallorca will be the first hydrogen valley in a Mediterranean country.
And that's important for us to be the first island to have in the Southern Europe, in the Mediterranean, green hydrogen plant.
Here, within a matter of months, an electrolyzer will generate green hydrogen, powered by the electric output of 2 enormous solar parks.
At Acciona Energía, we have developed an innovative platform based on blockchain technology called Green H2 Chain, with which we can guarantee our customers that the hydrogen they are consuming is 100% green.
This is an industrial building, as you can see. The hydrogen production is going to be done here right now, okay? The electrolyzer will be installed near of this location, okay? And we will start to produce the hydrogen at the beginning of the next year in 2022.
One of the future users of the green hydrogen is Cemex, a large cement factory that wants to green its energy consumption.
Yes, we are going to use hydrogen for combustion processes. So it's important to us to decarbonize our installation. With the help of the hydrogens, it would be a better solution for us.
Some 30 kilometers away from the plant, a hydrogen refueling station will be built on the site of this bus terminal.
For example, here in municipal transport logistic that is going to be used to use in 5 buses.
Additionally, some of the green hydrogen will be injected into the island's gas grid. But how else can the solar-generated green hydrogen on this island be used?
The ferries will be able to be decarbonized, and also we will be in the distribution gas, and so the hotels and industries will receive less natural gas and more hydrogen.
Eventually, Green Highlands will become an international showcase for using green hydrogen on island ecosystems.
Okay, in front of you, you see many wind turbines, you see an offshore platform, and far, far away you see an energy island.
One essential issue that every hydrogen valley has to solve is storage.
Then it's stored into caverns. In the northern Netherlands, we're storing hydrogen in the Huistak project of the GasUnie in salt caverns.
Here, GasUnie has successfully injected hydrogen into a so-called salt cavern deep beneath the surface.
As far as we know, it went excellently and very positive and gives a lot of hope for the future.
And so, hydrogen valleys everywhere are very helpful in reaching the EU's Green Deal ambition of carbon neutrality by 2050.
And this is exactly what we needed. An energy transition is always hard to visualize. What will it be in the end? And actually now we're showing it that it is possible.
You can take off your glasses, and then we move from the virtual reality to the real world, and where we have to scale up and speed up to meet our climate goals.
we ready? Okay, welcome back everybody, and I hope you enjoyed the lunch. So our first speaker of the afternoon will give us a special address on the global dimension of hydrogen. Clearly, Europe cannot do this alone, and we will need to cooperate with each other. He is the face of the European Green Deal, and he played a very important role during the COP26 to get a deal done. Also, as we heard here this morning, Mr. Fatih Birol congratulated also our Executive Vice President about the important role that he played. I'm sure we will hear much more about that in a minute. But what I liked a lot, and probably many people among us, is how he brought also the human dimension into all the technical discussions by sharing a picture of his grandson, Kees. We really like that, Executive Vice President. So, dear Executive Vice President, Mr. Timmermans, it's really, again, a big honor and privilege to welcome you here with us again. We know you're a big fan of hydrogen, and we are really looking forward to hear your special address to the whole community. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, Kees has made the rounds around the world the last day. And just so you know, for those not completely initiated in Dutch-Flemish relations, to Flemish people, Kees is about the most Dutch name there is. So yeah, anyway. My task is to help you through your after-lunch depression today. I'm looking forward to doing that because, as many of you know, I am a great believer in the potential of hydrogen to help us decarbonize our economy and to make sure that we maintain a path of growth and that we don't equate a transition into a society where we no longer depend on the element C as a society of poverty and decline. There's no need for that. When I left for Glasgow last month, I asked my team to give me contributions for a playlist I made on Spotify of songs that make us think about climate and a better world. You can look it up on Spotify if you want. Yes, it's been listened to. It's quite some interesting music if you're into music. Of course, there's so many more songs that could have been added. With this Hydrogen Week, I think about the Young Brussels duo Hydrogen Sea. And maybe you should invite them next year for the Hydrogen Week. They're committed young people, and their songs like Cold Water and If the Stars Grow Dim Tonight urge us to take action and to turn the tide on the climate crisis. I am, as I said, deeply convinced that hydrogen will help us complete that transition in a positive way. Here today, at the start of your afternoon program, which focuses on the global dimension, I would like to say a few words about the international dimension of climate policy and hydrogen in particular. I want to share with you my dream and my ambition for a global hydrogen economy. With the COP just behind us, we have, for the very first time, a shot at staying below 2 degrees Celsius of global warming. We have a shot at the 1.5 degree goal. 2 years ago, it was a lonely position to be in Madrid as European Union. The US had, as a leader, somebody who just denied the climate crisis. China didn't want to do anything. But look at where we are now. They're all declaring carbon neutral, climate neutral goals. Even Russia has done that. Russia is even introducing the first pricing of carbon, which would have been completely unthinkable less than a year ago. This COP embraced the highest level of ambition of the Paris Agreements as our common target. As I said, we now have a global consensus on the need to limit climate change to 1.5 degrees Celsius. 2 weeks after COP26, this almost seems like a given. But 2 weeks before we began, the mantra was still below 2 degrees, and some countries even challenged the fact that Paris ever spoke of 1.5 degrees. For the first time as well, the parties of COP26 agreed to phase down coal and fossil fuel subsidies. Whatever you may think about the precise language that was necessary to get the whole package over the finishing line, this is a big win. The signal is clear: the era of coal is ending. And interestingly enough, this is also stimulated by the fact that our ETS system is creating higher and higher prices, which makes coal ever more unattractive anyway. And Glasgow has given a great push to the hydrogen agenda. President von der Leyen mentioned this morning already the new EU Catalyst partnership with Bill Gates that we launched with the EIB, and that will mobilize up to $1 billion up to 2026 to rapidly commercialize innovative technologies with a focus on clean hydrogen. I want to give you another example. Together with France, Germany, the UK and the United States, we also announced in Glasgow the setup of a Just Energy Transition Partnership with South Africa. We will accelerate the decarbonization of South Africa's economy with a prominent role for hydrogen. Can you imagine that in that so coal-dependent country, that things can move so fast? The initial commitment of $8.5 billion for the first phase will help South Africa achieve its ambitious goals. This is the kind of partnership, I believe, that should inspire us to do similar partnerships with other third countries. It is only a start, and I know that countries like Indonesia and India are interested to look for similar forms of cooperation. Of course, of particular interest to the EU is cooperation with our sister continent, Africa. It will be key, including with North Africa, with its geographic proximity, its existing infrastructure, solar energy resources, and its average of 3,600 hours of sunshine yearly, the windy Sahara Desert and hydropower. It offers green hydrogen opportunities which we should seize strategically. A dedicated call to cooperate with Africa is included in the 2021-2022 work program of the new Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, funded by Horizon Europe. Besides Africa, other neighbours in Latin America are excellent candidates for further assistance, and we see indeed the rising interest of many of our partners to work with us on hydrogen and develop hydrogen valleys. I'm happy to see also the Energy Minister of Chile as a guest speaker today. While the dynamics are there, let's be honest, we still need to do a lot. Global trade in hydrogen does actually not exist today. Green hydrogen is still far too expensive everywhere, so technology cost reductions and scale-up are urgently necessary. A global rules-based market for hydrogen, in particular renewable hydrogen, needs to develop with at the heart of that market harmonized safety and environmental standards, as well as a clear rules and suitable infrastructure. I want the EU to take the clear lead in establishing such a framework for a global hydrogen economy. We are ready to work with all partner countries to establish the right conditions for the emergence of a global market for a secure and competitive renewable hydrogen supply. I know the debate between those who are more hesitant about hydrogen imports and those who are more open to it. But our hydrogen strategy of last year foresees both. It aims for 2 times 40 gigawatts for 2030. I think we'll probably outperform that, but that's our aim. 40 gigawatts of renewable electrolyzers in Europe and 40 gigawatts in Europe's neighborhood with export to the EU. And I think it's probably still now. When we launched this, when I demanded this less than 2 years ago, it was seen as a pipe dream. It was seen as impossible. I think now, it's realistic to say we'll probably outperform that by 2030. I think it is important that we engage internationally in renewable hydrogen, because I think it will profit Europe in 3 different ways. We will benefit from wide supply diversification and thus from higher security of renewable energy supply, which is the Achilles heel of renewable energy. It will support the global energy transition. That seems to me a no-brainer. And it will strengthen our industry. And that seems to me clear as well. When we went to Glasgow, the international press described Europe as the best prepared pupil of the class. That, ladies and gentlemen, is, I believe, our strength. With the European Green Deal and the Fit for 55 proposals, we have our house in order, and we can set the tone, influence others, and take them along. I want to especially mention the climate law, which sets into law the need to reduce our emissions with at least 55% by 2030 and to be climate neutral by 2050. But it's also clear that on our own, we'll never get there. But as we speak, our example is being followed. China is introducing an emissions trading system based on our emissions trading system. Other major economies know they will have to put a price on carbon, so they will all be faced with the risk of carbon leakage. So they're all looking at systems such as CBAM and comparable systems to avoid the risk of carbon leakage. The same path should be followed for hydrogen. We're busy getting our house in order by defining a European framework for the uptake of a European hydrogen market. Our Fit for 55 package is a first step to implement our EU hydrogen strategy and to provide the right regulatory framework and support to create a hydrogen ecosystem with more renewable power to produce hydrogen, more hydrogen production facilities, and the necessary infrastructure to transport and deliver hydrogen to end consumers everywhere around Europe. Our long-term priority is to produce renewable hydrogen using mainly wind or solar energy. It is the missing part of the puzzle to a fully decarbonized economy. In the short term, we'll still need to rely on low-carbon hydrogen as well, especially if you see the speed with which we want to do the energy transition. I only have to refer to the plans of the new incoming German government, where you see that if you step out of coal faster, you continue to step out of nuclear, you will have to compensate for that. And if I understood their plans correctly, gas will be part of that. And then, of course, decarbonated hydrogen will also be part of that. It's my assumption, at least. Our Fit for 55 priorities include, for instance, certification of renewable hydrogen, additional renewables, sufficient hydrogen refueling stations, CO2 reduction targets for ships arriving at European ports, support through the new taxation proposals, and tightening of the European emissions trading scheme. Now, I have to say, in some areas, you really see changes. Who would have thought in shipping such a change so quickly? A year ago, they still looked hopeless and just didn't want to do anything. Now they're speeding up. And I'm absolutely sure that hydrogen, but especially also ammonia, will play a huge role in fueling ships of the future. And I am glad to see the shipping industries coming to that analysis itself. Next month, with the upcoming hydrogen and gas markets decarbonization package, we will conclude our work and put forward a European regulatory framework allowing the emergence of a fully fledged hydrogen market with a dedicated infrastructure. Together with the new state aid rules, it will have the potential to produce and trade renewables and low-carbon hydrogen across the EU. This should then put us in a very good position to provide global leadership in developing an international hydrogen market with clear rules for international trading of clean hydrogen, especially certifying green transport and distribution means. This is feasible, this is within reach. And let's not forget, the stars are made of hydrogen, so let's reach for the stars. Or, as I used to say, hydrogen rocks. Let me conclude that I am proud that the EU is the world leader in hydrogen technologies. This offers many opportunities for our planet and for our people in terms of jobs and in terms of well-being of all in a safer, healthier and climate-neutral world. But let us stay sharp and let us act swiftly and with foresight in view of the emerging international hydrogen markets. Let's not forget the painful experience in solar PV manufacturing, which was developed in Europe at high cost only to later move abroad. Let's not take any chances with hydrogen. Let's be open but competitive. Let's be ambitious but not naive. Let's reach out, be proactive and daring. The time is right for Europe to tap into the potential of hydrogen in a clean, secure and affordable energy future for all. And it will change the map of our energy world, because you will see energy producers that have no natural resources other than sun and wind become energy producers for a global market. And I want that global market to function. Because some who might err on the more pessimistic side would say, but Europe cannot afford to make itself dependable on production from outside of Europe. Others, and I belong to that group, said, no, we need global interdependency for our stability, and especially for the enormous potential of our sister continent, Africa. Hydrogen is an incredible opportunity. And I believe, especially together with Africa and the Middle East, Europe should use those opportunities and should create patterns of cooperation that will benefit all sides. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Timmermans, for giving, as usual, a very inspiring speech. And Mr. Timmermans, Vice President, last year you were asking me to develop a cross-border hydrogen valley. Well, I can tell you that we realized what you asked us last year, because last week we launched the first cross-border hydrogen valley in Europe, which is actually between Croatia, Slovenia, and Italy. So I just wanted to give you that message that we did and we delivered what you're asking us, and we will continue to do that. Thanks again, and I know your words are touching people, and this is exactly what we need in this energy transmission. We need to touch people, and thank you for doing that. And we were always listening very carefully if you would say again the two magical words, hydrogen rocks, and you did. Thank you very much. Hydrogen rocks, and see you next year, hopefully. Thank you. Bye-bye. So, now let's move to the second session of the day. And this session is called Hydrogen for World Climate Mitigation. And this one will be moderated by my good friend, Clara Della Torre, from DG Climate. Since 2019, Clara is the Deputy Director General of the Directorate of Climate. But before that, she was the Director for Transport in the Research Directorate RTD. She has a degree in Economics and Business Administration from the University of Madrid. Clara, over to you now. And I think, yes, please, you can sit here if you want. Yeah, you come here. And then I think I just was informed that the Minister of Chile is not yet online, but I think maybe you can start to introduce already your panel, okay? The word is you, Clara. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Bart, for your very kind words and for inviting us here. We are, after these inspiring words of Executive Vice President Timmermans, we have a fantastic panel who is going to give us precisely this global view of how hydrogen can help us in decarbonizing our economy and also in making these global alliances which are so important. We have a very, very rich panel this afternoon, and we would have been starting with a keynote from Minister Juan Carlos Llobet from Chile, Energy Minister from Chile. Could colleagues help me to see whether the Minister is with us already? Not yet. Do we know whether we don't know yet? Okay. The Minister was going, and I hope that he will be able to join us in the coming minutes. Chile has launched a very interesting national hydrogen strategy, and he will be sharing with us how they do that there and how Chile can become one of the front runners in the uptake of hydrogen. But we have many other important and interesting speakers, and I would like now to give the floor to the Deputy Prime Minister of Bulgaria, responsible for EU funds management, Mr. Atanas Pekanov. I hope Mr. Pekanov, Vice President Pekanov, is with us. Because Bulgaria, as you know, is actively pursuing the development of hydrogen as an element to decarbonize the country and their energy system. And I would like to know, Mr. Pekanov, what has been undertaken so far in Bulgaria and what is still needed to do? What collaborations, as Vice President Timmermans was referring to, collaborations do you envisage, and how do you see the European perspective together with the international perspective working together? The floor is yours.
Dear all, hello from Bulgaria. Dear organizers, thank you for the invitation, for the opportunity to participate in this high-level forum during the Hydrogen Week devoted to hydrogen technologies and hydrogen economy. I would start by saying that Europe and the European response to the crisis has put us on a path to enhance and contribute to finding the solutions for the 21st century. And hydrogen technologies is one of them. We still don't have big achievements in market deployment of hydrogen, but we have ambitious plans with both Bulgarian and European dimensions. I believe, and we believe, that such plans can only be realized in partnership. And in general, on topics related to developing new technologies, state-of-the-art technologies, the solutions can only be found at the global level, at the European level in this case, and only together we can have progress. Thereby, my participation today is not only a pleasure and an honor, but I accept it also as a sign of confidence that we will fulfill those expectations and that we will move in the right direction. First, let me start by saying more broadly that the green transition is the key decisive element in the next generation EU instrument. By doing it, we not only mobilize significant resources to overcome the crisis, to not let mistakes from past economic crisis be repeated, but we do it with a view to enhance the economy, to make it more sustainable, to address the challenges that come from climate change. And I think in the current environment, the clean energy transition is our best way to ensure ourselves against price shocks, to contribute to new opportunities, bringing with it job creation, innovation, and increased resilience of our economies. It means a profound change, especially for some regions, for some sectors. And if we start discussing this early on, this will be the best way to find the best possible solutions. Contributing to advancing technological transfer and new clean technologies should be seen as a main pillar for ensuring economic growth in Europe that are in line with our expectation in Bulgaria for a faster catch-up and convergence process, which has not always been the case in the previous years. In regards to hydrogen and the deployment of hydrogen technologies, we have not always announced enough plans, enough intentions, enough ambitions. And I'm trying, and we're trying to compensate for this gap. So thank you for this opportunity to start now. The Green Deal topic has often been seen sometimes as a difficult one in Bulgaria, since it raises many concerns among citizens that it might lead to socioeconomic risks, to dangers for jobs and for regions. We, however, have to change this narrative. We have to show the Green Deal as a way to provide opportunities, to provide a transformation of some regions, of some sectors, and in line with new technologies. We realize that deployment of new technologies needs coordinated and well-balanced actions. So in our recovery and resilience plan, we are engaging, and we have put an important reform, the development of national hydrogen roadmap, and this is under intensive work by the ministries right now. For Bulgaria, hydrogen is important and powerful decarbonization too because of two main reasons. Our economy is still very carbon intensive. Our electricity production suffers from the usage of low quality coal, and more generally for society, a huge problem is the high level of air pollution. Hydrogen can ensure large scale decarbonization and help guide this process. The second reason for Bulgaria to be interested and to be focused on hydrogen production is that our country is one of the places in Europe where renewable energy sources has a big potential. Right now, we are, according to analysis by the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, to which we are very thankful, published for every country, Bulgaria uses less than 4% of its renewable energy sources potential. This is a problem, and we have to do much more. We have in the moment about 1.2 gigawatts of solar, and our potential is much bigger. Only the region of the co-energy complex we might install for a few years much more in terms of solar. Bulgarian companies have also a lot of expertise in the building of photovoltaics. Bulgaria has companies that are building solar parks in Europe, in Africa, in Asia, and Australia. Bulgaria has also hydropower. It has options for wind and offshore wind. It has the potential, which we will be exploring, of geothermal energy sources. And this background determines two parallel directions for hydrogen deployment. On one end, national, for decarbonization of our industry, the transport and the household, and an European one, for support of the decarbonization on a European level by hydrogen production for export. Thereby, I can go more concretely on a couple of national priorities regarding hydrogen. I would like first to mark that our national priorities need and can start with hydrogen for electromobility, since we are more prepared for this, and this, of course, will raise the awareness of citizens. Awareness is very important. As I said, we have to change the narrative and see technologies, green technologies, as a way forward for the European economies, for member states to be stronger, to go from this crisis instead of under-investing in the way of investing in the future. Bulgaria is one of the first 14 countries that accepted hydrogen as alternative fuel and has a roadmap developed in the frames of the national policy for alternative fuels in the directive for alternative fuels. Bulgarian companies have already submitted for the Clean Hydrogen Alliance Project Pipeline 2 projects for big national hydrogen infrastructure for 160 buses with the corresponding refueling infrastructure. Thanks to the initiative of fuel cells and hydrogen joint undertaking, we have also 2 municipality projects which now have to find funding for their realization. Bulgaria is an important transport corridor, an active European carrier with big intermodal centers. It will thereby be very important to build the refueling infrastructure for European connectivity, since right now the nearest hydrogen refueling station is around 200 kilometers away. This can be done with European support and partnership, and this is why I always state that partnership is so important. The second important direction for hydrogen deployment is industry. Bulgaria has the biggest refinery in the region and big production of ammonia, which need to be decarbonized. Only for the decarbonization of those two sectors, we should need more than 1.5 gigawatt of electrolyzers and the corresponding renewable energy. This is why I'm also happy that we put a pilot installation projects in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, which would provide funding with 50% grants for electrolyzers. We also have to decarbonize our electricity production. In the co-energy region of the Maritsa Basin, important steps for decarbonization have to be made, but I always say we also have to have citizens on board. They should see this as a just transition, as a transition that will happen in their own, for the benefit of their region. A positive step is the development of the Stara Zagora Hydrogen Valley concept, covering Maritsa East Energy Complex. This was developed by the active local industry supported by science. Only together with the active participation of the local stakeholders, we can move forward. And finally, I want to say that for Bulgaria right now, science is the driving force for hydrogen deployment. This is important, but industry is also demonstrating increased interest and wishes to participate. Only together, science, the private sector, and the public sector, we can move forward on such important initiatives on developing and deploying new technologies. The role of policymakers is thereby to make sure that the necessary legislation and regulation of administrative issues is going forward, to develop the mechanisms for the stimulation of new hydrogen technologies, and finally, to increase public awareness. I always say that because we need the public on our side to be sure that the Green Deal and all the processes that go along with it are going in the most efficient way and are fully shared by citizens. Lots of work is in front of us, no doubt, but we should start today. We should not lose time, and thereby I'm very happy to be participating today in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Pekanov. You touch upon many important things, but not the least I would like to highlight the involvement of citizens, making this to make a real just transition and feeling themselves as owners of these solutions. Thank you so much. Do we have Minister Hobet? No problem. We have our next speaker is zooming out, having a global view of things. That's Dr. Gillen, who is director of IRENA, which Innovation and Technology Center. That's the International Renewable Energy Agency and part of dealing precisely with innovation and technology. Falling costs for hydrogen produced with renewable energy, combined with the urgency of cutting greenhouse gas emissions, has given all this very, very important political momentum and business momentum to hydrogen. And if I understand well, Dr. Gillen, IRENA is currently working on a mapping exercise supporting the uptake of hydrogen across various countries. Can you share with us some of the main findings of this mapping, and how would you see joining efforts internationally to get there where we want to go? Dr. Gillian, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for that kind introduction, and thank you for inviting IRENA to speak on this topic. Our 180 countries attach great importance to clean hydrogen as part of their energy transition. Hydrogen can replace fossil fuels in essential areas where we cannot electrify or otherwise decarbonize. And due to the falling cost of renewable power and the falling cost of electrolyzers, we see long-term a supply consisting of 2/3 green and 1/3 blue hydrogen at a level 5 times today's hydrogen demand volume. We need economies of scale to bring down the cost. We also need economies of scale to have a meaningful CO2 mitigation effect. But most importantly, governments need to fulfill their role in creating the enabling frameworks. And to this end, IRENA, together with the World Economic Forum, has developed a toolbox of critical policies and actions needed to facilitate the development and trade of green hydrogen, including production, supply infrastructure, and demand. So what is the content of this roadmap? The enabling measures presented are common to all regions and need to be implemented by countries to facilitate the growing green hydrogen ambition. Initially, the roadmap focuses on Europe and Japan, but other markets will follow. And the roadmap contains an assessment of barriers, objectives to overcome these barriers, and measures to meet these objectives. And there are 6 barriers, 10 objectives, and 36 measures identified. And for each measure, an implementation timeline is indicated and key actors are identified. And to give you a bit of a sense of what types of measures are included. So for example, under the infrastructure objective, there is the measure is planning hydrogen infrastructure consistent with the power and gas networks, because there's an important siting issue. Or in the area of standards and certification, there is a need to make sure that member states, EU, and exporters share the same standards for clean and for green hydrogen. So for each of these measures, a timeline is proposed and key actors are identified. For example, we are working with partners on the issue of harmonized standards and certification systems for green hydrogen in the context of the collaborative framework for green hydrogen. So as a next step, the focus is on additional national and regional workshop or roadmaps, as I mentioned, and on the implementation of these. And we're working with governments and the private sectors to accelerate this deployment. We're working on an assessment of the global trade of green hydrogen and green hydrogen derivatives and the systems integration aspects with the renewable power supply at a country level with high granularity, looking at investment needs, hydrogen trade flows, and the competing renewable power uses as well. And initial results show that around 30% of hydrogen will be traded internationally, half through pipelines and half through ships, with ammonia dominating shipping. Also, a new report on geopolitics of hydrogen will be launched at the time of the IRENA Assembly 14 to 16 January. And together with the governments of Denmark, Germany, Chile, we are also a knowledge partner on the Green Hydrogen Compact catalog, on which we will hear later on. Where we see a significant growth of hydrogen use in industrial end-use sectors and in production of synfuels. And the Executive Vice President Timmermans already mentioned shipping as an example of that. So in conclusion, we invite you all to engage with the IRENA collaborative framework on green hydrogen, to map the path to a hydrogen economy and to use it as a crucial part of the solution to one of our hardest challenges. That concludes my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gillen, and we will have to deep dive into this mapping exercise, which is really important for many, if only for policy making purposes, but for many other things as well. Thank you so much. I should have said from the beginning that participants in this session can, as in the rest of the sessions, can send their questions via the system that you all know by now, which is called Mentimeter. And since our speakers they have prepared their timing so that we can keep some time for questions and answers at the end. I should have said that at the beginning. Apologies for that. We have a third panelist who is the Minister for Hydrogen Industry in Western Australia. This is Mrs. Alanach McTiernan, and who is talking to us from Australia. What time is it there, Mrs. Minister?
Here it is about 9:36 p.m.
Okay, so thank you for joining us so late in the evening. Minister, the National Hydrogen Strategy that you published in late 2019, if I understand well, aims to make Australia a world leader in hydrogen and Australia's clean hydrogen revolution as a means of an enhanced path towards prosperity. How are you making this scenario a reality? What are the main challenges that Australia is facing in that path? And how would you describe your success story to inspire others in the world? Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Clara, and fantastic to be here at European Hydrogen Week from Australia. But we have got a bit of a history with Europe and hydrogen. In around 2005, we joined here in Western Australia, we joined the European Union hydrogen bus trials that people may recall. So we have been very, I guess, engaged with Europe on the hydrogen story. And it's certainly true that Australia and from our state, which is the western third of the continent, we definitely see renewable hydrogen as really the ultimate aim. That we have to decarbonise our economy and of course to be able to continue to support the trading partners that we have certainly throughout Asia, where we currently are major suppliers of their gas. So we understand that they, like us, want to transition, and we need to ensure that we've got a product that we can produce for them at the same time as decarbonising our own economy. Now, I'm just listening to the issues, totally agree with Mr. Galen that these issues of government having a key role to play in all of the regulatory reform and making sure that we have international accreditation standards, incredibly important. We also think that we have got a particular role to play here in Australia because of our size and the nature of our renewable energy resources. So if we take Western Australia, for example, we're 2.5 million square kilometres, about basically the size of Western Europe, and we have only 2.6 million people. And these are areas of high solar radiance, high wind capability, strong wave power, strong tidal power, and also geothermal. So we see us as able to provide at scale. And I was very interested in listening to Mr. Timmermans and his scale aspirations within Europe. We are looking over the next 10 years here in Western Australia at about 100 gigawatts of of electrical energy to create hydrogen, and by 2040 our aspiration is to be certainly at least double that. So we know that there are big targets, as Mr. Timmermans was saying, the targets that you have from Europe, but I think we've got to drive in that direction. Now, one of the things that we are very interested in doing is collaborating with Europe in terms of not only supply, but in also the technology development. And we recognise that electrolyser manufacturing really has to step up a huge notch if any of us are going to meet these aspirations. And we want to partner. We don't want to just, I guess, import the technology, but we want to partner with so many of the European companies, which are clearly some of the most advanced in the world, to ensure that we develop, that we have partnerships in the manufacturing and the technology development here in Western Australia. We have a rich history in and skilled personnel in gas, obviously, but we need to work closely in that technology. And finally, stepping back on the other level, as well as decarbonising our economy, we're looking at, once we can get, this large-scale, cheap, renewable resource, we are looking over the next 10 years at the prospects of green steel and green aluminium that we can supply the world. So we are very, very engaged in developing strong partnerships with European companies and the European technology developers.
Thank you so much, Minister. I hope we will have some time at the end to discuss about these partnerships, which is something very at the core of what we are having in this Hydrogen Week. Our next speaker is the Secretary of State of Norway, responsible for petroleum and energy, and that's Mr. Amund Vik. You are most welcome, Secretary of State. How would you share with us how would Norway increase hydrogen production to meet global demand, which is growing as we know and is wishful? Is it true that the world is looking at Norway, especially in the maritime sector? Would you enlighten us? The floor is yours, Secretary of State. Vik.
Thanks, and thank you so much for having me. Let me first start by relaying best regards from the minister, who would like to be here but was unfortunately held up in other government business this afternoon. So, as you said, the task that I was given today is to talk a little bit about how the Norwegian government will try to increase production in Norway to meet the growing global demand. So Norway just got a new government. We have been now in office for about 5 weeks. One of the key areas in energy policy where we would like to increase Norway's ambitions is particularly in hydrogen and ammonia to contribute to making the green transition. Hydrogen produced with low to zero emissions is key to decarbonize our hard-to-abate sectors in alignment with the European Green Deal and the Paris Agreement. Norway is well positioned to take part in the development of a market, and we're committed in ensuring that the momentum for hydrogen we experience today is not taken for granted. So looking forward, the European Green Deal will be a driving force in the green transition in Norway. And as you know, the EEA agreement for us is the cornerstone of our cooperation with Europe. And the EU is our most important market. And in this, the European Green Deal opens new possibilities for value creation and export for us. Therefore, we will develop an industrial partnership with the EU for hydrogen. So increasing hydrogen production in Norway will ultimately depend on technology development to expand the market and reduce costs across the value chain. So we already have a significant amount of pilot and demonstration projects involving the production of hydrogen that will be launched throughout this decade. This is also true for ammonia, where Norway have a lot of larger both company and projects. So the new Norwegian government have several policies contributing to increasing production of hydrogen in Norway. First, requirements for low and zero emission solutions in public procurement. For instance, in 2025, the two main ferries on the longest ferry route in Norway will require hydrogen as a fuel. This will create, together with other procurement contracts, will create the demand for hydrogen. The second is investment support. In December, green hydrogen projects for the maritime sector will engage in competition for 150 million kroner each in investment support. The third is that amongst the shortlisted candidates for IPCEI for hydrogen, there are significant hydrogen producers. And then as last, policies like the gradual increase of the Norwegian CO2 tax to 2,000 kroner by 2030, and the government's intention to announce annual targets for both green and blue hydrogen within this governmental period will incentivize investments into clean hydrogen production and use. So we're active both in blue hydrogen and in green hydrogen, but as you know, we worked extensively with carbon capture and storage, which makes blue hydrogen a key area of potential growth for us. So internationally, we believe in a technology neutral approach, where the emphasis is made in reducing emissions irrespective of their energy source, meaning that both blue and green hydrogen will have to have its role in the hydrogen future. So is it true that the world is looking to Norway, especially the maritime segment? I would like to say yes. So with activity across the entire value chain, the Norwegian maritime industry has a unique opportunity to contribute to both reduced emissions and increased economic value. High technology solutions in autonomy and green shipping are the industry's important competitive advantage internationally. An increasing proportion of ships now use zero and low emissions technology in Norway, and also technology exported. There are currently over 20 maritime hydrogen related projects in Norway. The projects cover all categories of ships, from workboats, fishing boats, and ferries to bulk ship and offshore supply vessels. These vessels are planning to operate on fuel cells with various hydrogen fuels, from liquid hydrogen and ammonia to liquid organic hydrogen carriers. All these projects mature through the decade. As these projects mature, we will learn more about the criteria for safe handling of hydrogen in new application areas, as well as associated infrastructure. We already see learning efforts from the very first hydrogen electric ferry, MF Hydra, that will be operational from next year on 100% liquid hydrogen. Maritime, however, is not the only area where clean hydrogen might be applicable in Norway. Heavy manufacturers and chemical industries are looking into how to either extract or feed clean hydrogen into their industrial processes. Heavy-duty transport, like the actors like the company ASKO, already run hydroelectric trucks fueled by green hydrogen production from their own PVCs. So again, thanks for the opportunity to come and talk about the Norwegian efforts in hydrogen, and I'm looking forward to further discussion.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vik. Again, plenty of interesting issues. Public procurement for zero emission pollution solutions. That's a great, a big driver of innovation, as we know. CCS with blue hydrogen and so many other important things you raised. I have now the honor and the pleasure to welcome among us Minister Juan Carlos Jovet, who is Energy Minister of Chile. Minister, welcome to our panel. I hope we are now in contact. Good afternoon.
Yes, hello.
Good afternoon. Chile released a national strategy to develop green hydrogen to become a leading low-cost exporter by 2040. This is my understanding, at least. And the EU is very pleased to work together with Chile in that journey. So as part of the Team Europe initiative, the EU and its member states will mobilize all instruments available to support the development of Chile's renewable hydrogen sector, both in supply and demand sides, with promoting joint research programs, transferring technology, catalyzing new joint business opportunities. May I ask you, Minister, to tell us a little bit more on how is Chile seeing his role as a front runner towards the uptake of a hydrogen economy in Chile, but more broadly in South America? The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much. It's nice to see everyone. I'm sorry I was a bit late. Somebody got confused with time zones. But it's great to be here and tell you a little bit about what we're doing in Chile. So to restate something that I'm sure was mentioned earlier, we think from Chile that hydrogen would play an essential role in our energy transition. It will help us decarbonize sectors that are hard to abate. We're doing our homework, replacing fossil fuels in our power grid, developing renewables very quickly. But we know that that's not going to be enough to be carbon neutral by 2050, which is our commitment. In our carbon neutrality plan, hydrogen will contribute with over 20% of CO2 emissions reduction. And in several sectors, including mining, heavy-duty transportation, we plan to use it in houses and in industrial sectors, in oil refineries and others. But we have an enormous potential to produce clean electricity. Just to give you a sense of how big our potential is, our capacity to build renewable power generation, it's 80 times bigger than the current size of our power grid. So we need to find ways to use those resources, not only locally, but also to export those resources to the world. And we are convinced that green hydrogen, green ammonia, and its derivatives are the best way to do that. Our resources are not only very abundant, but also very good quality. We have probably the best solar irradiance in the world in the Atacama Desert in the north, with capacity factors over 37%. And our wind capacity factors are over 70%, especially in the south in Patagonia. So last year, as you said, we launched our national green hydrogen strategy. We have very ambitious goals. We are working to produce hydrogen at below $1 per kilogram before the end of the decade. We want to be one of the top 3 exporters of green hydrogen and its derivatives in the world. And our strategy has 8 different pillars. I'm not going to walk you through all of them, but it's very comprehensive, very exhaustive. We're working on tax incentives, giving out subsidies, developing the required infrastructure, identifying the requirements of human capital. And we are building on a very stable and sophisticated power sector. We have a very competitive and open environment to do business in Chile, and the electricity sector, we have many international players already working in Chile. And we want to leverage that capability to scale up our hydrogen strategy. We already have, only 1 year after we launched our strategy, we already have 60 projects of green hydrogen being developed in Chile. Some to produce green hydrogen for local consumption, some to produce green ammonia for the export markets, others to produce synthetic fuels for the export market as well. It's very dynamic. It's building a lot of momentum as it is all over the world. And in this road to develop this strategy, international collaboration has been and will continue to be essential for us. We have the natural resources, an attractive business environment, as I said, a thorough strategy, but we need to cooperate with others. We are very much aware of the technological challenges we need to face and to overcome. We need financing. We need to operate with a clear definition of what green hydrogen means, so certification would be essential. We need to secure offtake contracts, so mechanisms like H2 Global, for example, and others are very important. We're building a very strong network of partners All over the world, we have MOUs already with the Port of Rotterdam, with the Port of Antwerp. We're working with Hamburg. We have a very strong relationship with the European Commission, with Germany, the UK, and other countries in Europe, and also in Asia. And we think that collaboration is the way to go. Some people see the hydrogen industry as a industry in which we will be competing. I'm convinced that this is going to be big enough for all of us to have a relevant space, market share. So we need to collaborate, to work together. And I think this forum is a great arena in which we can discuss, share our common vision of what we want to accomplish together, and to keep strengthening our collaboration. So thank you again for this opportunity, and I hope we can work together to accelerate the development of the industry.
Thank you very much, Minister. Indeed, as you say, there is a space for all. The networks of projects, whether for research or for business, will make us, all of us, stronger and the hydrogen economy a reality. Thank you so much. I would like to move on to our next speaker, who is Ambassador Thomas Anker Christensen. He is coming from Denmark, and will talk to us about the Green Hydrogen Compact. Ambassador Christensen, the Green Hydrogen Compact catalog seeks to reinforce and accelerate the actions needed to make the promise of Green Deal a reality. In your view, which are the main barriers we need to look at, and which are the correcting measures that we should the international committee would be addressing? I suppose there is a lot in common with the work that Irena has been doing. The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Thank you, and yes, indeed, not only in common with Irena, but actually Irena has been a key partner in developing the catalog itself. And thank you so much for having Denmark also in this panel. Maybe just before I dive into the catalog, let me just take one step back and just stress that for Denmark, we have all countries in the world nailed ourselves to the mast of achieving 1.5 degrees. That was reaffirmed in Glasgow just a few weeks ago, and we're all set to also look at both coming up with enhanced NDCs, climate plans for those who haven't submitted them yet, and then everyone else is asked to revisit their plans in order to make sure that they are 1.5 degree compatible. And in doing so, probably a green hydrogen and what we're discussing here today has to be part of the solutions that country maybe still seek to integrate into their planning. And we fully agree with the minister from Chile, Minister Joubert, that green hydrogen looks to be the game changer we need, which then also means that we need to ramp up the production of renewable energy. In that sense, I'm maybe not as solutions agnostic, as technology agnostic as my Norwegian colleague. We do think that we need to produce the hydrogen from renewable energy, and currently today, 95% of hydrogen is produced from gas and coal, and to us that is incompatible with the long-term sustainable energy system that it takes to deliver on our pledges. So green hydrogen needs to receive increased attentions from government and industry, and is still unfortunately not ready to take off. And that's where we come to the barriers that you asked about. The approach that we took in developing the Hydrogen Compact Catalog is one of looking across the value chain and what collaboration is needed, both from an investment point of view, from a production point of view, and when it comes to the off-takers. And what we did with the catalog was basically to bring everyone who had put forward a pledge on green hydrogen to the UN High-Level Dialogue on Energy that took place in September. And those were more than 30 different entities. And then we looked at how they interconnected and how they were coming together, including actually the one put forward by the European Commission. And that resulted in a catalog that is a broad and inclusive partnership that both includes governments, international organizations, and private companies. And it has a combined impact of 130 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity and 268 gigawatt of renewable energy production from now to 2030. To put that in perspective, that is more than the total renewable energy capacity that was added globally last year. So it is really, if you combine everything that was put forward, already very impressive. But we need to go even further and beyond that. And therefore, the catalog is a living document that we need to build on and continue working on. And in the catalog, there is a focus on the key challenge of the cost of production, which is currently 2 to 3 times higher than the one of hydrogen produced with natural gas. So it is essential to look at measures that can bring down the cost of production of renewable energy and the electrolyzers needed in the production. And I noted the Chilean minister put forward the proposal of having less than $1 per kilo of hydrogen by 2030, which is clearly a challenge to all of us. And congratulations to Chile if they can really make that happen. 6 policy measures are identified in the catalog, and let me just run through them. They very much echo with a lot of what has already been said today. The first is to establish a regulatory framework that stimulates supply and demand for green hydrogen, that creates investments and planning security and increases investments over time. The second is to redirect government subsidies from fossil and putting a price on carbon. Thereby, you re-engineer the green hydrogen value chain, and you including the production of renewable energy, electrolyzers, and infrastructure. And by imposing a tax on carbon emissions, that also contributes to closing the competitiveness gap. The third solution is to create a certification system for green hydrogen so that only hydrogen from renewable sources can be marked as green. The fourth is to build the necessary infrastructure for the transmission and distribution of green hydrogen. In addition to physical infrastructure, it is necessary to invest in data management systems and structures to ensure comparable data across markets and regions. Fifth, there's a need for political support for green hydrogen to legitimize green hydrogen as a viable alternative to fossil fuels and to provide the right market signal. And lastly, we should also make sure that this opportunity is captured for developing countries, many of which have a huge potential for renewable energy production, but need the financial resources to do so. And we need to bring the financial institutions, the international financial institutions, into this to play a key role in helping countries create the enabling environment, to de-risk the investments, and to disseminate the lessons learned. Because if we don't make this the best opportunity for developing countries, unfortunately, the fossil alternatives will prevail, and these efforts will not, at the end of the day, matter in terms of meeting the challenge of 1.5 degree and the IPCC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Christensen. You mentioned a very important number of measures on which some of which we are working on already in the Union, and we will have to be working on all of those, not only the Union, but globally. So thank you so much. And last but not least, I would like to introduce our next panelist, who is Michael Mason, who is Cabinet Secretary for Net Zero Energy and Transport in the Scottish Government. As far as I know, Scotland was the first place in the world to introduce hydrogen-powered double-decker buses in Aberdeen. Hydrogen's most immediate uses are in heavy industry and in heavy transport, including trucks, buses, rail. Can you tell us, Mr. Mason, which are the main pillars of the Scottish hydrogen revolution, if we can call it like this? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to join you this afternoon. I've enjoyed listening to the other contributors so far. Hydrogen will play an important part in Scotland's energy transition from an economy which is largely based on fossil fuels and with a very sizable oil and gas sector. We are keen to make sure that we capitalise on the potential of hydrogen as one of the clean energies of the future. And we want to do that in a number of ways, but principally because we have a statutory commitment to ensure that Scotland becomes a net zero nation by 2045, and that we get to 75% at net zero by 2030, just some 8 years from where we are just now. And on that journey, we're at over 51.5%. So we've got significant progress that we need to make. And we believe that hydrogen can play an important part in supporting us on our journey to becoming a net zero nation. In taking this forward, we are very clear about the role which hydrogen can play within our economy. We are blessed in Scotland by having almost 25% of Europe's offshore renewable potential. And on top of that, we are blessed by having lots of water and wind, two key ingredients for the production of hydrogen. We're now at the point in Scotland where almost 100% of our domestic electricity now comes from renewable sources. And we now have a programme of work which we're taking forward that will see some 11 gigawatts plus of renewable offshore electricity being produced between now and 2030. And alongside the development of a renewable sector, we see hydrogen as a natural bedfellow to help to support the development of green hydrogen, alongside the transition of staff moving from our fossil fuel industries, our oil and gas sector, moving into the clean energy industries such as hydrogen. And there are several key areas where we think that hydrogen will play an important part in our economy and also the world's economy going forward. The first is in relation to transport, particularly in heavy transport. And as you correctly mentioned, the northeast of Scotland was the first, I believe, area in the world to have had a double-decker bus fleet, which was powered by hydrogen, which is actually being expanded and developed as we speak. But alongside that, we also believe it has potential in other heavy goods vehicles and also in rail. And we are presently taking forward a project with the development of what is quite literally a local commuter train, which has been developed to use hydrogen fuel cells as well. We want to see that being expanded and developed going forward. The second area where we see hydrogen playing an important part is in the decarbonisation of industrial processes. Like my counterpart in Norway, we have an important development in the northeast of Scotland around carbon capture, utilisation and storage, which will play an important element in helping to support the decarbonisation of our oil and gas industry, where we maintain access to hydrocarbons for wider need as we go forward in transitioning to becoming net zero. And the third area where we believe it will have an important part is in relation to the decarbonisation of domestic heating. We have a considerable number, around 60% of homes in Scotland are presently heated by natural gas, and we see hydrogen as being a natural successor to the use of natural gas. And we have a project which we're taking forward just now off the east coast of Scotland, which is seeing the production of green hydrogen, which will actually power the region of around 500 homes through the provision of hydrogen gas for their domestic heating purposes. And we see hydrogen as being a major part in playing how we develop our decarbonisation around domestic heating. But as you correctly mentioned, I recently published our Hydrogen Action Plan, which sits within our energy strategy just in the last few weeks. And there are three key pillars, I would say, to that. The first of those pillars is in developing our domestic supply chain. And I've heard a number of speakers already mention the importance of developing the skills and also the infrastructure to support the development of the hydrogen economy, which will play an important part in the next couple of years to ensure that we're able to deliver on our hydrogen ambitions. The second key pillar within that is to make sure that we're also developing international links, because from Scotland's point of view, we're very much on a pathway to developing around 5 gigawatts of hydrogen between now and 2030. Some of that will be for domestic use, but a significant amount of it will also be for export purposes. And it's important that we develop those international markets to help to support our colleagues and friends across the world in their journey to becoming net zero as well. And we have recently been signing a number of agreements with partners, including the most recent one being with Hamburg for the potential exporting of hydrogen from Scotland. And the third key pillar, I would say, within our action plan is international collaboration and cooperation. If there are two key things that I would take from COP26 in Glasgow, my home city where I speak to you from just now, is that there is a need for us to collaborate and cooperate on an international scale in order to achieve our net zero ambitions. There is no point in any individual country becoming net zero on its own if it is not able to work with its other neighbouring countries and friends. And we all have to make sure that we continue to renew our efforts to work collaboratively in order to achieve our net zero ambitions. And hydrogen is one of the areas where I believe there is a significant opportunity to do that, particularly in the development of new innovative technologies as we move forward in developing the hydrogen economy. So as we move forward over the course of the next couple of years, hydrogen will become an increasingly important part of Scotland's transition to becoming a net zero nation, alongside our expanding role around renewable energy. And central to achieving all of this is to make sure that we work with our colleagues across Europe and beyond to ensure that we are all able to deliver on our ambitions around hydrogen, an important role it can play in supporting us to achieve our net zero ambitions and to make sure that 1.5 degrees remains alive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mason. As you say, the 1.5 degrees needs to be kept alive. And in Glasgow, we fortunately all agreed about that. I think I have a couple of minutes for a couple of questions, and thank you to the audience who is sending us many interesting questions. I'm wondering whether Minister Jovet is still with us. Is he still with us? Is Minister Jovet? No? No problem. We have another question for Norway, or our Norwegian Secretary of State. Are there, the audience asks us, are there projects in Norway to convert offshore oil platforms to produce hydrogen from wind turbines? That's a good question. It's a very good transitional question.
Yes, thanks for the question. I agree, it's a good question. There are projects to combine the competency and technology of oil and gas industry in making the green transition. There's no projects that I know of that consist of the specifically using offshore oil and decommissioned oil rigs to make hydrogen from offshore wind, but we do work really intensely now on developing the frameworks for floating and other offshore wind projects off the coast of Norway. And the increase of renewable energy from those projects will obviously also contribute in being able to make green hydrogen. As well, we use a lot of the competency from the gas industry in, among other things, the Longship project for storage and capture and storage of CO2, which will contribute towards blue hydrogen in volume.
Thank you so much. I would like to pass next question to Minister McTiernan, if it's okay with you. Is she still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. So there's a question that it would be for both you and Mr. Jovet, but I'm sure you can. A lot of discussion is made recently for transferring hydrogen from Chile to Australia and Australia to Europe. What about the transport cost? Can this be viable compared, for example, to on-site production?
Look, interesting question. Certainly, we have a lot of remote application. We're at the moment building in one of our remote towns, renewable generation of hydrogen, which from wind and solar, and that will replace diesel in the power station in that town. So we've got many of those sorts of remote applications. But certainly from the work that we have done, and I guess most of our natural gas that we're seeking to replace currently is going into Asia, and we believe that it will be economically viable if once we can bring the cost down of the production, and the scale that we're talking about is well beyond what we could use domestically, even if we get into green steel and green aluminium. So whether or not it's in some of the closer markets, like Singapore, for example, we might use compressed hydrogen. There is work going on with some of our large companies in Japan looking at liquefaction, and of course the more common thing people are talking about is transporting it as ammonia. But I go back to me, one of the fundamental questions that I think we need to be focusing on is actually how do we get to this? We've got these big figures, 100 gigawatts. We've had Mr. Timmermans and the minister from Chile talking about similar scale. What we haven't got at the moment is the ability to manufacture electrolyzers at the scale that is needed to meet these aspirations. So I think we've got to really work very hard on the technology piece. And I think that's, that is one of the central issues that we've really got to focus on. And that's where we would very much like to be collaborating with Europe. We have got amazing supplies of critical minerals that we think will be very useful in a number of different electrolyzer technologies. So we can put that on the table as part of the reason why you might want to collaborate with us in driving that element that we haven't solved yet.
Thank you very much, Minister. I'm afraid we are reaching to the end of this fantastic session with such high-level speakers. We are mindful of how busy you all are, so we are particularly grateful for you have spent 1 hour with us. I think we all agree that hydrogen is one of our main challenges if we want to decarbonize our energy system, if we want to fight against climate change, but it's as well a fantastic opportunity for business and for international cooperation. So as Executive Vice President Timmermans was telling us, let us reach the stars. And my best wishes to you all, to the audience for being with us, and to everyone else going on with this Hydrogen Week. The session is closed. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Mrs. De La Torre, for your excellent moderation. Of course, I had not expected anything else from you, of course. So, thanks for being here and spending your time with us, and it's truly appreciated. So, now time for the next section. The next session is about international partnerships for hydrogen. As mentioned also this afternoon by the Executive Vice Presidents, we cannot do this transition alone. We need to work together with many countries in the world. Unfortunately, there are many initiatives around the world. And Mr. Tudor Constantinescu, who is the principal advisor to the Director General of DGNR, of the Directorate of Energy, but also he's a member of the Partnerships Governing Board, he will guide us through all those different initiatives. Mr. Constantinescu, the word is you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bart. I'm very pleased to be with you, although virtually here today, and congratulate you for the event so far and for the launch of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. Without entering more in details now, I think the first thing would be to listen to a keynote address from Mrs. Marietta Jager, our Deputy Director General from the INPA in the European Commission. And after that, we'll have a panel discussion, and I will say a few words of introduction. But first, let's listen to Marietta. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Tudor. Distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleague, it is a real honor for me to participate in European Hydrogen Week and to open this very important session on international partnership for hydrogen. It was said many times today already that the climate
problem is the sound.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Excellent. I was saying that the European Green Deal that was probably mentioned many times today is both our vision for climate neutral continent by 2050, but also our roadmap how to reach this goal while creating new sustainable businesses and opportunities and jobs, but not only in Europe, because it's also important that we do it internationally and in our partner countries. And that's why it's very important that we concentrate on the production and use of renewable hydrogen as a key factor in the inside and outside the EU. And the European hydrogen strategy that also includes a very important part on international dimension makes that very clear. So as it's in the case of for development of hydrogen sector in the EU, we are also ready, and this is my main message, to work very closely together with all stakeholders internationally to accelerate the deployment of the renewable hydrogen solutions around the world through, of course, the EU external action. And the EU has a strategic interest in placing renewable hydrogen high on the agenda of our climate and energy diplomacy and of our international partnership and cooperation, because we are all very much aware that it's very essential and important that we establish the right conditions for the emerge of the global rule-based market that contributes to a secure and competitive renewable hydrogen supply. And only in close cooperation and working together we can achieve that. Also, cooperation on standards and certifications of renewable hydrogen will be really key in our view to the emergence of such a global market for hydrogen, but also for the related technologies and services. We just listened to a minister how important it is to work on technologies and ability to manufacture them. And that's why I would like to say that we are really ready to support these efforts with the awareness raising and capacity building campaign that could be really accomplished together with the industry and also with our financial instruments. But what is really important to renewable energy, hydrogen, to contribute to the economies of our partner countries in order to get out of the social and economic recovery from COVID. And again, here, the EU is ready and willing to support those countries and partner countries in exploiting early opportunities in this sector as part of the comprehensive green energy transition plan. And this is something that I would like to underline. But we also would like to note that we are working closely with international organizations such as IRENA or World Energy Council, and I see our dear friends from IRENA the panel as well. And let me say that EU support for the development of the hydrogen economy in partner countries should match up local needs with the potential for the local users. As for the green hydrogen export potential, this might take, in our view, a bit longer to establish, as it requires supportive frameworks with the clear rules, sustainable infrastructure, and adequate logistic networks. So let me conclude, ladies and gentlemen. We are really ready to work both on the supply and demand side by promoting joint research, by transferring technology, by creating a new joint business opportunities through the de-risking of investments, and by working together towards shared politically guided goals on green energy and carbon neutrality. And many partner countries that we work with them daily have already expressed a clear interest in working with us to accelerate the deployment of renewable hydrogen. And let me mention just a few examples like Kenya, Namibia, and Chile. And we already designed together with these countries an important technical assistance and capacity building program in a quite high amount. And we also will accompany the efforts of these countries in establishing a regulatory framework and conducive investment climate, because we do believe that also the private sector is important, and therefore we will make available innovative financing under the European Fund for Sustainable Development, plus also for the hydrogen efforts, and supporting the efforts of European industry and financial institutions to work together with their counterparts in partner countries means really maximizing the potential of business opportunities, leveraging the business opportunity, and really make renewable hydrogen sector a success. So, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to this session on International Partnership for Hydrogen, and I'm convinced that working together in this spirit can really be a success and also build back better, greener, and more sustainable world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marietta, and thank you very much for underlining the importance of having hydrogen part of the energy policy dialogue, of the climate diplomacy which we are developing. And this is indeed very important. As important it is indeed to work together, not only on the projects, which of course is essential, but also to develop the regulatory framework and to also disseminate the good practices which will enable much more projects to take place and to ensure that hydrogen is moving from something which is not even noted in the energy statistics to an important energy carrier. So it's still a long journey ahead, but it was a long journey until here. And starting now the panel, I would like to underline actually that now we have about 90 million tons of hydrogen consumption in the world, and the estimations from the ISO are all over 500, 600, some by 2050. So it's a huge increase in production and supply of renewable and low carbon hydrogen. And the potential, it's everywhere, but it's still not equally distributed. Regions with more solar and wind, of course, are expected to be the main producers, while industrial regions are expected to be the main consumption centers and users. So a global market is expected to emerge. And the global market means also new investments, means global investments, means a modernization agenda, which is so important everywhere in the world, is also important for Europe, which needs to modernize its energy infrastructure with a view to the 2050 objective of becoming carbon neutral and to make a more sustainable and competitive economy. So we need to agree on the way to count in this process the greenhouse gas emission reductions, on the ways to trade hydrogen, on the adaptation of infrastructure, on the energy carriers to be used for the various applications. And for all this, we'll need partnerships, both bilateral and multilateral. And actually, the host of today and the organizers of Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, it's a clear example of success of what a partnership means with industry, research, and public authorities together. So we have to build up on this and to have more partnership. We start to see the results also with the Clean Hydrogen Alliance, which was initiated at the time when Europe we launched the hydrogen strategy, and where we see now about 1,500 members and coming with projects which altogether exceed even in their plans the targets we have in the hydrogen strategy. They have about 60 gigawatts of electrolyzers identified for production of mainly renewable hydrogen by 2030, when we have a target of 40 in our strategy. So these partnerships, you see, starting with the research and development, but now also with the deployment, start to give fruits and become an important tool also for international collaboration. And at this point, let me start introducing the panels that will try to address some of the key aspects and maybe to answer also some of the questions that you all may have, and which will be very important in instilling this international agenda and instilling this international partnership. And thank you, Marietta, once more for making sure that also in relations with the potential partners we have across the globe in neighborhood areas, but also behind, you can support this to materialize both in concrete projects and in regulatory frameworks which will enable the energy transition to be sustainable and not just a collection of ad hoc projects.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So with this, I would like to thank you and to tell that we have a very, I'm very happy to introduce a very professional panel, if I may say so, with people who have really a lot of expertise and work for some decades on hydrogen and on international collaboration as well. We have Dr. Sunita Satyapal, who is the Director for Hydrogen in the Department of Energy of the United States. We have Eiichi Ohira, who is Director General in NEDO in Japan. We have Anna Kristianovska, who is an advisor in DG Research and Innovation and looking at mission innovation and how to make hydrogen valleys a success at the global level. And we have, last but not least, Timur Gul, who is the head of the technology division of the IEA. And the IEA, since a couple of years, really started to really put a stamp on hydrogen and to show how mobilization in this respect and bring it at the international agenda and ministerial conferences like the one in Japan could make the role of hydrogen better acknowledged at political level, substantiated by facts and figures. Now, with this, I would like to move directly into the panel. And here I would like to, because the time is limited and perhaps we could, it's an exciting subject to discuss for the whole afternoon, but I would like to ask every panelist to stick to maybe 4 minutes maximum, and would start with Sunita, asking her, in which area, Sunita, do you see the largest potential for building actually international partnership for hydrogen in the future? You are not only heading the hydrogen department in the DOE, but you are also heading in the International Partnership for Hydrogen Economy and the Clean Energy Ministerial. So I'm very happy to have you also as a colleague in this respect here. So where do you see the largest potential for this international partnership for hydrogen in the future? And if it is research, if it is deployment, if it is demonstration, and also what the role of IPAG would be in this context?
Great. Thank you so much, Tudor. And first of all, thank you for the invitation to participate, and congratulations to you and Bart and all the organizers for the European Hydrogen Week. So it's great to see all the progress. And so I guess from my perspective, also, as you said, being involved with so many international partnerships over the decades, we've had, again, for historical purposes here, IPAG, as you mentioned, was involved in actually all the pillars early on, the research, innovation, demonstrations, and what I call the enabling environment. So safety codes and standards, analysis activities, education outreach. And that was in 2003. At that time, that was really the only government partnership focused on hydrogen, besides IEA, of course, formed in the 1970s. And so we, in fact, had an MOU between IEA and IPAG. And the focus was really all of those pillars, so research, innovations, demonstration, safety codes and standards, outreach, education. And so now, again, for historical context, and I think it's really critical that we focus on how do we most effectively leverage all the partnerships and collaborate internationally. And so, as many know, in 2017 was also a very landmark year. At Davos, the Hydrogen Council was formed. That was a international partnership on the industry side. So now over 130 global CEOs. And then in 2018, and I see my colleague Ohira-san here, the Hydrogen Energy Ministerial in Japan brought together 30, 50 ministers, the Tokyo Statement. And then in 2019, the Clean Energy Ministerial, as you know, Tudor, with Canada, and we're all co-leads together, was formed. And then in mission innovation as well, Paris Climate 2015, the Hydrogen Challenge, and then in 2021, formalized the Clean Hydrogen Mission. And then, of course, IRENA, WEF, there are many, many international partnerships. So I think to your question specifically, if we look at the three pillars, so research and innovation, where there's obviously a role, IEA, the technology, TCPs, mission innovation, we really need to focus on research and innovation as well as deployment and scaling up. And so I think we all hear, and from the US DOE perspective, you may have seen our hydrogen shot, hydrogen energy Earth shot, in response to President Biden's request really to our Secretary of Energy. How do we really accelerate progress? So there'll be a handful of these energy Earth shots like the moon shot, and we heard also from other countries. So our goal is $1 for 1 kilogram of clean hydrogen in 1 decade. So that points to the fact that we need collaboration on research and innovation. And then we also need collaboration on demonstrations. So there are the hydrogen valleys, for instance. We all see, for instance, in the US, we just had the bipartisan infrastructure deal passed. So that's $8 billion specifically for hydrogen hubs. So similar to your valleys, we know many other countries, especially in Europe, have many billions. And so how do we collaborate most efficiently and effectively to learn from and have best practices in terms of those demonstrations? So I think the valleys, some of the partnerships focusing on deployment and demonstration, like SAM and so forth, can help there. And then finally, the third points to your question on the what I call the enabling environments or enabling activities. So that is where IPHE, going back for historical context, in 2018, all these countries, so there are 22 now, there are members, they voted. So for those who are there will remember the steering committee, we had very formal voting of all the possible challenges. Where should we focus? And the number one priority, also from the Hydrogen Council, was how we facilitate international trade and really look at that certificate of origin, or what is the greenhouse gas footprint of the hydrogen. So that is, to summarize, I think right now, the highest priority that IPHE is delivering on, with, again, a task force, as you know, you're a co-lead as we are, and Laurent Antony from France is taking that leadership role. And so there is a white paper that's public now. It's on the IPHE website, and it really provides a common, it's basically a framework, an analytical methodology that's mutually agreed upon of how to actually calculate that greenhouse gas footprint for all the different pathways of hydrogen. Again, we don't set the policy, but that's the very first step. And that was considered, again, as an example of the highest priority, because in the end, in order to meet our climate goals, we have to look at low carbon, clean hydrogen. And there are many different ways of calculating that greenhouse gas footprint. So again, I know you said only 4 minutes, so my time is up, but just wanted to give you a flavor of all the partnerships and where I think we need. It's not one or the other. I think we really need collaboration in all those three. But thank you again, Tudor.
Thank you very much, Sunita. Yeah, let me move now to Mr. Eiichi Ohia, the Director General from NEDO, Japan. Where do you see the main opportunities for renewable and low carbon hydrogen in international collaboration? It would be in production, would be in the use, would be in road transport, in maritime. What area of application, please?
Thank you very much, Tudor. First of all, thank you for inviting me. This is a quite important meeting. It's a great honor for me to be here to exchange an opinion to promote an international cooperation. Well, needless to say that international cooperation is necessary to disseminate the hydrogen. The field where international cooperation is expected are very wide, from the basic research, the demonstration, from the hydrogen production, storage, transportation, and utilization. Efforts to create international rules such as the code standards are also important. We are currently constructing the hydrogen filling research facility for the heavy-duty vehicle, which provides to international cooperation. And in addition to technical aspects, outreach activities and education will be also important fields. As you can see, that there's many opportunities for international cooperation, and it's very difficult for me to identify which is the most important things. And however, I'd like to make one proposal based on our current efforts, current activities. In recent effort in Japan, we place great importance on building the hydrogen utilization models. For example, a model that imports large amount of the hydrogen from the overseas and utilize it for power generation and industries in the coastal areas. The model that produces the hydrogen from the local renewable energy sources and utilize it locally. There's a model that integrates the hydrogen production, transportation, and utilization. We are conducting more than 20 model building studies. Demonstration will also be held as necessary. It's an initiative and similar to the hydrogen bodies. Model concept making required integration of the various knowledges, and this activity has great know-how. In addition, a technical and institutional challenge will be qualified through these efforts. By sharing such an information, I suppose we can accelerate the realization of the hydrogen utilization model. Therefore, I would like to promote information exchange effort regarding this model development. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And with this, I move to our next panelist, to Mrs. Anna Izanovska. So, Anna, I would like to ask you, where do you see that mission innovation could really contribute to the creation of international partnerships? So what would be the role of the first hydrogen valleys in this?
Thank you very much, Tudor, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For those of us who, or those of you who may not have heard about Mission Innovation was born at COP21 in Paris as a twin to Clean Energy Ministerial to bring the acceleration through innovation to clean energy transition. It started as a partnership of countries that gave themselves an ambition to significantly increase, actually to double, the amount of public funds that would be spent on clean energy acceleration, clean energy transition. 6 years forward, we've launched Mission Innovation 2.0. And as Tudor said, hydrogen is one of the global missions through which we are going to implement that particular partnership. Obviously, before there was a partnership on hydrogen within the EU, there was a research and innovation program, which is a partnership in itself of the European countries, who embraced the fact that innovation on which we work together is likely to happen faster at a lower cost. So it is about dealing with the biggest constraints of our times today, the constraint on time and the constraint on money. And I believe in Glasgow, the penny is finally dropped that we need to embrace the acceleration of transition rather than try to fight it. And that's where the innovation aspect of Mission Innovation is important. I will deal with innovation, international cooperation, one by one. Well, Many of you know that from the time where the first solar panel was actually shown by Bell Laboratories, and today, 50 years passed. We don't have 50 years to make sure that our ambition in hydrogen or on other energy technologies that need to accelerate, we don't have times like that. We also know that once we have faced the challenge of COVID, the speed in which we have found solutions on vaccines was actually stunning. And it was stunning not because we have become more intelligent through the pandemic, it was stunning because we shared at an early stage vital information and vital findings between different research systems. So there is no question that cooperation in hydrogen is going to spread the benefits of findings in different countries to other countries that may need it and that may build on it. It obviously saves money, and not only from the fact that international cooperation, like any other diversity approach, actually increases efficiency in research. And it avoids linearity. It actually allows the research teams to take advantage of different areas of research and innovation, demonstration, trial and error, and sort of early entrepreneurship's attempts to put things in practice. And hydrogen valleys are a very good example of that. We have started hydrogen valleys as demonstration projects as part of the research and innovation. In mission innovation, we are committed to bring these hydrogen valleys and the concept all the way throughout the globe, throughout the partners of mission innovation, and bring together 100 of them, as well as build links between them, because as an energy carrier, hydrogen will need a network that will go around the world with it. On the international cooperation aspect of it, it is a very European approach that doing things together makes more sense. And we are and will remain open for as long as it makes sense, without, as Mr. Timmermans said, being naive about it. We will be open in cases where the openness among our partners is reciprocal, and mission innovation as a partnership actually ensures that reciprocality in its setup. We, in mission innovation, in hydrogen and other technologies, will align agendas. Aligning these agendas means that we are open about what priorities we are setting and how we're going to go about them, so that we can learn not only from the work of individual teams, we can only learn as investors and organizers of that transition from one another. Mission innovation is also an action diplomacy. It is not based on discussion, it is based on specific partnerships undertaken between different countries. And knowing that these countries, the countries of mission innovation, represent 90% of research and innovation funds worldwide today, it is actually a very powerful cooperation together. It is also not about the race to the bottom, it is about the race to the top. We not only exchange the best practices in hydrogen and other technologies, we also find new innovative solutions to support them. And the Catalyst program that we developed with Breakthrough Energy of Bill Gates within Europe is an excellent example of that race to the top, and was replicated or inspired other mission innovation partners to bring funds to hydrogen demonstration projects. So where does this bring us to in terms of hydrogen as a flagship technology we want to accelerate together? Mission Innovation Global Mission will look at two priority areas. We'll look at reducing the cost of hydrogen to the point where our partners, International Energy Agency and IRENA, establish as a tipping point where hydrogen as a solution of our energy mix can start making huge deployment steps forward towards 2050. So within the next decade, that's where we would like to be. Obviously, if we can be further than that and arrive at $1 in one decade, it would be great. But that is our ambition for the moment. We also would like to make sure that there will be a feedback loop between the technological, business, and use approach, as well as the scale-up and financing of hydrogen installations through the hydrogen valleys as we go along. I will stop here. I hope, Tudor, that gave you the flavor, the way we are looking at mission innovation as a contribution to the partnerships worldwide.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Anna. I'm sorry, but we have to accelerate a little bit because we are lagging a little bit behind the schedule. So Timur Gul is head of the technology division, the IEA. And please, Timur, I would like to ask you to elaborate a bit on what sectors do you see the biggest potential for deployment of hydrogen by 2030? You recently came with the outlook for hydrogen, and also how partnership can be used in this respect. How do you see bilateral versus multilateral partnerships? If you can do all this in 4 minutes, I'll be grateful.
Yeah, thanks for the challenge, Tudor. Tudor is always up for a challenge. That's great, especially when it comes to me. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it. Let me first thank our host for the invites, in fact, but really sincere congratulations also for the launch of the Clean Hydrogen Partnership today. I think that's really a great step in the right direction. And thanks to Tudor and all his colleagues, of course, at the European Commission for all the great work that Europe has been championing, the European Commission, over the last few years. So it's really amazing to watch the great progress that has been achieved here. I myself, as many know, have been in hydrogen for some time, and it's really a step change compared to what we have seen in the past. Now, in terms of the sectors, I think everyone knows that hydrogen can be used practically everywhere in energy. But of course, it is important always to keep in mind that we are not aiming to build a hydrogen economy. We are aiming to cut emissions, and for that, hydrogen is a critical energy carrier, one of the various that we will need to be using. Electricity in our Net Zero by 2050 roadmap makes up for roughly half of global final energy consumption. But there are some critical areas in which hydrogen will be extremely important. This differs very much by the country that you're in, of course, etc. But for us, hydrogen has roughly 10% of final energy consumption by the year 2050 and is a critical area in sectors like steel, long-distance transport, where it can really be contributing to clean energy transitions. Now, on the partnership issue, I think we stress all the time at IEA, and I think that's probably in the nature of international institutions, but I think it is very, very true for hydrogen that international cooperation is essential. Hydrogen in particular, because it has so many challenges involved, an innovation challenge. We've heard that very well just now. In terms of what mission innovation is engaged in. It's a regulatory challenge, as Sunita highlighted from the IPHE perspective earlier, and it's of course a financing and deployment challenge that has to be addressed, and we are very fortunate at the IEA to not only host the Clean Energy Ministerial Secretariat as a whole, but also be the institution in charge of coordinating the activities of the SEM Hydrogen Initiative, where the purpose is really to reduce the barriers for scaling up and deploying low-carbon hydrogen technologies. Two recent examples that where we are active. One is our global hydrogen ports coalition that European Commission and in particular Tudor here has been championing, and a twin city hydrogen program that in fact Sunita has been championing, in which we try to help convene some of the key stakeholders that are important in order to get that to get deployment up and running, and to understand some of the key barriers, key challenges that we are being faced with. And the Global Hydrogen Ports Coalition in particular, to my mind, is a very important one, as it really is targeting one of these so-called hard-to-abate sectors, shipping, where no country can do it virtually alone, is very obvious when it comes to shipping. Now, the complexity of hydrogen obviously also means that we have many initiatives, and it's great to have many initiatives, very important to have many initiatives given what we are challenged here with. We are from the IEA and through our SEM Hydrogen Initiative partnering with many of the key initiatives that are today here actually in this very panel. Mission Innovation, of course, IPHE, are among them. The hydrogen and the advanced fuel cell technology collaboration programs of the IEA are obviously also a key part of it. In general, I would just like to say that coordinating is a very tricky business at times, especially when it comes to initiative. It's very important that we understand what is the purpose of each initiative, what is the objective that it's following, in order to make sure we are helping the cause in a concerted type of effort moving forward. It's not a problem, but it's something that all of the partnerships have to be conscious of course, moving forward. It's always easy to have a new partnership, but it's never quite easy to coordinate among all of them. Now, on the point on bilateral partnerships, that I think is also part of what you were interested in, Tudor, they are obviously another key element of bringing hydrogen forward. They may serve other purposes at times. Industry dialogue, for example, knowledge transfer can sometimes be better implemented on a bilateral level, whereas multilateral partnerships have their value in broadening the expertise globally and building a global hydrogen community in a sense that helps to bring forward hydrogen development and deployment and overcoming these regulatory barriers that are critical. I'll pause here, maybe, Tudor, and pass on to you in the interest of time.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Timur. You manage the challenge very well, but this makes me the move to another round of questions I would like to ask you briefly, and because time is passing very fast, I would like to do your best to answer really in 2 minutes in this field. We spoke mainly about now opportunities, but let's see what are the challenges and what are the solutions you would see. So start again with Sunita. So where do you see the main obstacles now? You have so much experience in all this partnership, but where do you see the main obstacles for international collaboration, and what solutions would you propose? But please try to do it in 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Tudor, and it's nice to hear from all of my colleagues here. I think it's a very complex and dynamic field, and so I think one big challenge is how do we, first of all, recognize the duplication, and how do we help to reduce that overlap and collaborate so it's not different boats in different rivers rowing in different directions. So I think recognition that we have to be much more efficient and effective and streamlined. And how do we do that, I think, is the key. And recognizing that every partnership and every country, every ministry needs to succeed. And so that sort of division of labor, I think of it as, baking a cake in a way. You need the eggs, you need the flour, you need the butter. If you have, 10 eggs and no flour, that's not going to be a good cake. And then also you need to bring those ingredients together to bake the cake. You can't just have stovepipes. So I think recognizing, and I know there was discussion in Glasgow, and first of all, recognizing the different opportunities, and then ensuring that we're all in all the partnerships. Again, most of us are involved in all the partnerships. That we have to be very action-oriented. So mission innovation, we have to get to that $2 per kilogram goal. As you mentioned, we have some of the deployment activities. We have IEA now with this global reporting and tracking, the global action agenda. So reducing duplication and recognizing, again, the need for success among all of these partnerships, and focusing, again, on a very coordinated, choreographed action plan and work streams, I think, is one opportunity. And I'm 1 minute and 57 seconds. So back to you.
Thank you very much, Sunita. Excellent. And it remains just to ensure the good coordination between all the cooks in the kitchen. But I think that is something we can handle. Now, next would be again back to Japan, to Mr. Ichihira. So to Nedo, what are the hydrogen research aspects which you think are the mostly affected by insufficient, if I may say so, international collaboration, and how possibly to contribute to addressing them?
Thank you for the question. One of the outcomes of the international collaboration is kind of code on the standard. Now, with that, this and the research for the product development will go in a balanced direction, and there's a risk that efficient investment will not be made. Then the hydrogen market is global and therefore required common rules. One of the laws of the international collaboration is set common rule and show the direction of the research and development. As I mentioned earlier, we have begun to research to develop the hydrogen filling protocol for the heavy-duty vehicle. We are also developing the regulation for ocean or sea transportation of liquefied hydrogen. As the study of the hydrogen utilization model progressed, the need for the new standard and code will emerge. We would like you to provide this information and work on it as a theme of the international collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Anna, and now back to you. Would like to ask you where do you see the barriers from your perspective to cooperation on hydrogen-related research, and how can Mission Innovation address such barriers?
Well, throughout the day, we have heard a lot of people talking about what are the barriers. And the barriers are in the market, in the competitiveness, and in the policy framework. So I think that there are three ways in which we can address the issue across the governments, recognizing, as we have heard, that hydrogen requires a global market. It is a challenge which goes beyond the frontiers and borders of individual countries or groups of countries. So I think that we need to discuss in what way we align policy, regulation, and finance, including the finance for innovation and demonstration, and for market making for that matter, in order not to be in a world where we will find good solutions, but they will have just tiny little differences between them, which from the perspective of private sector developers in the future will be a major problem, will require adjustments for very, very little difference. So I think this needs to be explicitly discussed and agreed in our fora. The second point is that we need to have an explicit discussion on what we are competing and on what we are cooperating. Because what makes sense in terms of competition in a very small market may actually make a lot of sense for collaboration if the market gets bigger. So we need to optimize our cooperation competition mix globally to the ambition that we would like to have for hydrogen. And finally, and I think I'm going to echo what Sunita said at the beginning, we're operating in a continuum from research, innovation, deployment, piloting, all the way to the final deployment. We need to recognize that this is a continuum. It's not linear, but it's a continuum. We need to recognize that we mustn't leave bureaucratic gaps between them and put things into the boxes. You know, this is research, this is finance, this is deployment, and there's a big gaping hole in the middle where people who would like to propose solution to us will basically come to a halt. And at the same time, recognizing that there's this continuum and synergies are needed and continuity is needed, we need to recognize that each group of collaborating partnerships has strengths in different areas, be it closer relationships in particular ministries, access to different types of budgetary resources. So the third point is that we need to recognize this continuum and work through the strengths along the continuum in order to make things as easy as possible for researchers, innovators, and entrepreneurs that they're bringing solutions for us.
Okay, thank you. And last but not least, Timur, back to you. Would actually like to ask you, because now coming from DIA, which is in itself a house of collaboration, international partnerships, how do you address these obstacles which would make international partnerships working effectively? Please, and also.
Yeah, so how to make international collaboration effective is obviously not only a question of hydrogen, but much, much broader, can be spent across all clean energy technologies. And I think if you want to draw from experiences, certainly here, in the way we've been going through the setting up the SEM Hydrogen Initiative, then probably the question is what needs to be in place for an international partnership to work in the first place. Our experience is that there are three key components that we've at least tried to work through. Number one is a clear and agreed vision. So what is this partnership all about? What are you aiming to achieve? Like the $2 per kilogram goal, for example, in the mission innovation case. Second, agreed list of action and activities so that everyone knows what he or she has signed up for, and obviously sufficient resources to carry out the activities. I think that's a notorious thing with international partnerships, that we also want money so that we can actually carry out the activities that our governments, member governments want us to carry out. Now, this can be challenging, of course, because as I said earlier, there are a couple of tasks that we need to address, from innovation to financing and scaling up deployment, to regulatory challenges that we need to deal with. And in practice, all of the initiatives, because it's also interlinked, these three elements, all of the initiatives will seek to work in some of those areas. So what we've been trying to do is to make sure that any initiative, any activity that we're carrying out under our SEM Hydrogen Initiative in particular is designed in a way that it's led by the governments, not by us as the coordinators. And we try to engage as closely as possible with all the other partnerships in order to make sure that we reduce the duplication of efforts to the extent that is practically achievable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Timur. Now, are there questions from the room? I see one question, which is actually for Sunita. Now, because we heard about €2 or $2 per kilogram of hydrogen by 2030. You have $1 per clean hydrogen by 2030. And seems that there is a difference here, also related to the EU. How can we explain this difference, Sunita?
Yes, thank you, Tudor. And thank you for the question, which is a really important one to distinguish between the $1 that we're talking about for hydrogen production only, and the $2 under mission innovation includes hydrogen production all the way to the end use. So it also includes the delivery and, if there's need for some, buffer storage and so forth. So that's, along the whole continuum, including production to the point of end use. So that's the main distinction. So they're consistent.
Thank you, indeed. Any other questions from the audience? If I don't see, if there are no other questions from the audience, I would actually, we heard a lot about opportunities, we heard about barriers, and it seems that you not only reflected about these things, but you also have worked on a lot of these aspects. So now, going back to your own organization, please tell me now in 1 minute, what think you do in your own organization to make international partnerships a more effective tool now for developing a global clean hydrogen economy? So when you return to your office this week or next week, what would you do to favor and to support international partnerships in hydrogen becoming an effective tool? So, Sunita, we start with you again.
Thank you, Tudor. And I think in our case, we have the high level vision. I think that's there. And so I think the next step is developing both the strategic plan, but also the tactical plan. So what are some concrete actions, recognizing, I think we're all very well aware of the obstacles, the challenges. And also, I think one last point I'd like to mention just domestically, I think many countries face this situation is the engagement. So not just the ministries, but at all levels, industry, I think the states, regions, I think the environmental justice aspect as well is critical, as we get buy-in to develop that concrete action plan and tactical strategy. So that's our plan, especially now that we need to, by legislation, develop a national strategy and roadmap that needs to be released within 180 days. So that's, again, a concrete action that we will be embarking upon. So thank you.
Thank you, Sunita. And before I move next, I see there is a question which came meanwhile for you, and let's raise it now. Because you mentioned nuclear energy to be used for hydrogen production. Is this an area where energy in carbon global certification collaboration is needed?
Yes, definitely. We have a clean hydrogen standard now that was just put into the law. So that is 2 kilograms of CO2 per kilogram of hydrogen. So that's a good question. Definitely global collaboration on developing that clean hydrogen standard, and then subsequently the certification and third-party verification. There's so many aspects of that, and countries, again, we're looking at renewables, nuclear, all forms of clean hydrogen. So definitely agree that's a high priority next up.
Indeed. Thank you. Thank you. And now to Ehi. What would you do in NEDO next day to make international partnership work more effectively for hydrogen?
Yeah, and nothing to say that international cooperation is quite important. And we in NEDO have the budget and the scheme for implementing international cooperation projects. However, the energy transition requires a large amount of investment, and our fund, our resources alone are very limited. I would like to utilize the international partnership to identify effective area and implement international cooperation projects so as to trigger the attraction of private investment. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I move to Anna, the same question, please.
Thank you, Tudor. I will go back to the office with the conviction that that the issue of collaboration between different partnerships is extremely important, and it is our responsibility to make sure that we look for synergies. So we have already started that discussion within the hydrogen mission, which was tasked to see what synergies they can find with the activities initiatives of Clean Energy Ministerial. I will go back to the office with a very specific task that this issue of synergies needs to be discussed at the time we meet formally, which should be at our senior official gathering. We hope will be hosted by India at the end of the first quarter. And we will ask both initiatives to come up with their vision, how they can work better together.
Thank you. And Timur, what would you do tomorrow in the IEA to make sure that SEM hydrogen and other international partnership for hydrogen work better?
Yeah, thanks, Tudor. I think, as you said in the beginning, we are trying to support the case of hydrogen as all other clean energy technologies through first-rate data and our analytical capabilities. We want to make sure that everything we say does stay fact-based, and we are also, as you know, we have the technology collaboration programs. We have our Committee on Energy Research and Technologies, through which we try to foster innovation. We have the SEM Hydrogen Initiative, through which we try to support deployment. And I think what I'll do tomorrow is to go back to IEA and see how we can further work with IPHE and Mission Innovation in particular to strengthen our joint endeavor, which is to bring hydrogen forward not only in the innovation space but also in deployment, but also through overcoming regulatory barriers together. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me thank you all again very much. Thanks again to Bart and to the colleagues from the joint undertaking for organizing this brilliant event. And good luck for the next of the meeting, and see you, at least some of you, during the following days. So thank you very much, and back to the organizers.
Thank you very much, Tudor. Thank you for... So thank you, Tudor, for the fantastic moderation you did. And also, it is amazing to hear what is going on around the world related to hydrogen. And to see also that Europe is involved on all of those different initiatives and actually playing a very important role in them. So again, thank you very much, Tudor. And I know that for sure we will see you again during this week. So now it's time for a little break, and we see each other back at 16:50. Thank you. 16:30, I'm sorry.
Hydrogen valleys have started to emerge all around the world, like here in Denmark. The concept was coined and is financially supported by FCH-JU, the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking.
Okay, you can take the glasses and put them on your head. Okay. And what you see now, we are in a virtual reality. You see a hydrogen value chain. But why in virtual reality? Because simply part of this value chain are not developed yet.
Hydrogen valleys try to cover the entire hydrogen value chain, from production, storage, distribution to final use.
In the Northern Netherlands, we are developing a complete green hydrogen value chain within the Heaven project.
The Northern Netherlands became the first region in Europe to receive a subsidy for the development of a fully functioning green hydrogen chain.
We are very proud that this first demonstration project has been rewarded by the Fuel Cell Hydrogen Joint Undertaking to start and to take off in the Northern Netherlands. If you look around, you can see all windmills, renewable energy onshore, but the future will be offshore. The energy comes on shore via all kinds of infrastructure and then will be reconverted in electrolyzers to become renewable hydrogen, and the hydrogen can be evacuated in repurposed natural gas pipelines, actually demonstrating the European hydrogen backbone, which starts in the first hydrogen valley of Europe.
A few kilometers away from this harbour, Patrick shows how industry and mobility can benefit from each other.
Yeah, welcome to the Chemical Park Delfzijl. And what you can see here is chemical industry, which already produces green certified hydrogen, bringing it to other chemical industry through a hydrogen ring line. And this hydrogen wasn't utilized before, but now it's finding a new destination, namely mobility. And this is clean mobility. And you can see that industry and mobility are connected very much so. And it's also thanks to the Fuel Cell Hydrogen Joint Undertaking that we can do this in this region. And it's a phenomenal solution, clean, green, that's the future.
In fact, This mural on the location of the Groningen bus terminal shows the whole hydrogen value chain, from offshore production of renewables to the end users, like these buses.
It's my favorite. It drives great. It's stable on the road. It's quick. It's quiet.
Yeah, it is really wonderful because 2 years ago we got the grant and it really kickstarted our Hydrogen Valley concept. Actually, the magic word is make the connection not only with the people who live here in my region, the connection between the several companies, knowledge institutes and the governments, but also the connection to the other hydrogen valleys.
Mallorca, an island known for its beautiful places, sun and beach tourism.
In the islands of Southern Europe, it's great to have this support from the European Commission.
Green Highlands in Mallorca will be the first hydrogen valley in a Mediterranean country.
And that's important for us to be the first island to have in the Southern Europe, in the Mediterranean, green hydrogen plant.
Here, within a matter of months, an electrolyzer will generate green hydrogen, powered by the electric output of 2 enormous solar parks.
At Acciona Energía, we have developed an innovative platform based on blockchain technology called Green H2 Chain, with which we can guarantee our customers that the hydrogen they are consuming is 100% green.
This is an industrial building, as you can see. The hydrogen production is going to be done here right now, okay? The electrolyzer will be installed near of this location, okay? And we will start to produce the hydrogen at the beginning of the next year in 2022.
One of the future users of the green hydrogen is Cemex, a large cement factory that wants to green its energy consumption.
Yes, we are going to use hydrogen for combustion processes. So it's important to us to decarbonize our installation. With the help of the hydrogens, it would be a better solution for us.
Some 30 kilometers away from the plant, a hydrogen refueling station will be built on the site of this bus terminal.
For example, here in municipal transport logistic that is going to be used to use in 5 buses.
Additionally, some of the green hydrogen will be injected into the island's gas grid. But how else can the solar-generated green hydrogen on this island be used?
The ferries will be able to be decarbonized, and also we will be in the distribution gas, and so the hotels and industries will receive less natural gas and more hydrogen.
Eventually, Green Highlands will become an international showcase for using green hydrogen on island ecosystems.
Okay, in front of you, you see many wind turbines, you see an offshore platform, and far, far away you see an energy island.
One essential issue that every hydrogen valley has to solve is storage.
Then it's stored into caverns. In the northern Netherlands, we're storing hydrogen in the Heistok project of the Gasunie in salt caverns.
Here, GasUnie has successfully injected hydrogen into a so-called salt cavern deep beneath the surface.
As far as we know, it went excellently and very positive and gives a lot of hope for the future.
And so, hydrogen valleys everywhere are very helpful in reaching the EU's Green Deal ambition of carbon neutrality by 2050.
And this is exactly what we needed. An energy transition is always hard to visualize. What will it be in the end? And actually now we're showing it that it is possible.
You can take off your glasses and then we move from the virtual reality to the real world, and where we have to scale up and speed up to meet our climate goals.
Okay, we are back. So, I hope that everyone is refreshed and ready to listen to the intervention of the European Parliament. I have to say that the European Parliament is a very big supporter of the partnerships like ours. Our next speaker is Mrs. Maria de Graça Carvalho, and she's actually a member of the European Parliament and was the rapporteur for the Parliament on the Council regulation for the joint undertakings. Mr. Carvalho, thanks for being here with us, through video, of course, online, and thanks also really for your tremendous support for the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. We had many exchanges during the preparation, and I always appreciated your openness and trying to find pragmatic solutions. I'm really looking forward to your speech, and again, thanks for being here with us today.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, Hydrogen Europe, for the kind invitation, and also to thank all of you for the very good collaboration and the support that you provide during my work as rapporteur of the joint undertaking on clean hydrogen. Was a very intensive work, and we had a very good collaboration that helped a lot the speedy, because we did in quite a very short time the report to make sure that everything was ready until the end of this year, like we managed. And thank you of all your availability and the good cooperation. So, in fact, I was the rapporteur of the package of the partnerships. The European Commission has followed this term, a different approach compared with Horizon 2020. During Horizon 2020, each partnership was a different report. For Horizon Europe, the European Commission has decided to put together most of the partnerships, and we had a package that first we had one of the partnerships that was the first one that was related to high performance computing, probably because it was published by the European Commission before the rest. So I was also rapporteur. I was the rapporteur of the whole package. And we had after a separate one, because it was of a different nature. It was a public-to-public partnerships, the metrology. So it's a co-decision procedure, so you need to have a separate report. And all the rest, the 9 institutionalized partnerships, public-to-private partnerships, were all put in the same report that was called SPA, Single Basic Act, where was the clean hydrogen. So in certain way, both the European Parliament and my political group, the EPP, decide that the best approach to give a more weight and more power to the European Parliament was to have the same rapporteur and, if possible, the same shadows. So most of the shadows were all the same rapporteur, the same group, to the full package of partnerships. We had one of the partnerships that was co-decision, so it will give us more power of negotiation for vis-a-vis the Commission and the Council. Actually, things were very smoothly, and we didn't have many points that we really need to act or to have this to act this power. So went quite well. But in any way, the fact that we were the same group of negotiators throughout the full package, apart from 1 or 2 rapporteurs that were different from the different partnerships, were in general the same group of persons, gave us more power of negotiating. So we did quite smoothly and rapid negotiation. We have started with the Portuguese presidency, and we have finalized with the present presidency. And we had very good understanding, both with the two presidencies and also with the European Commission, and we were able to finalize, and the Council just finished the agreement on the Single Basic Act some days ago. So everything is complete. We had the signature of the co-decision file the past week in last Wednesday in Strasbourg. So everything is completely, and everything is now ready to start the preparation of the call, so that we do not waste any budget, because we really need to have as much as possible investment in these areas that are covered by the public-private partnership. So it was actually a big work, because we had, especially in the SPA, we had 9 partnerships, that covers a very large spectrum of the economy and the society, from 2 in health to the biotechnology, to aviation, rail, key digital technologies, 5G and 6G, and also the hydrogen. But there was many things that were common to all the partnerships, and we had a part that in our report of the European Parliament that we dealt all together for the different partnerships. What we think that were the main improvements introduced by the European Parliament, and that is most of these improvements that I'm going to list. They were introduced in all the partnerships. And the first one is openness, transparency, and inclusiveness. So we make sure that in all the partnerships, there will be easy for the newcomers, for the smaller institutions like the SMEs, the not so well-known research centers, but with quality, excellent research centers that we have throughout Europe. But the fact that they are probably not so well-known, but in any way that they will have the chance to apply and to be part of the partnerships that in their fields. So that was quite important for many political groups of the European Parliament. The second point was the agility and flexibility. We were not very happy with the single back office, especially with the way it was put by the Commission to be very obligatory, top-down. For us was much more important that was the partnerships to decide, the executive director and the executive team that works for the partnerships that decide what is more important to be done together, and that choose to optimize the efforts. And that is, we think that everyone wants to optimize and they don't want to repeat. So that if there are tasks that can be done together with the other partnerships, they should be done, but it should not be imposed to the partnerships. So we have changed to have more flexibility in that part of the proposal of the Commission. So that we think that gives a more agility and more flexibility to the partnerships, because it's not simplification if we treat things that are very different in nature in the same way, that you apply the same rules to things that are so different, like clean hydrogen and clinical trials for malaria, AIDS, and tuberculosis that they are done in Botswana or in South Africa. So they are different. So they are things that needs to be taken care in a different way. If there are things that can be done together, very good, but needs to be seen case by case. So we have changed that. The third point is the simplification. The simplification in terms of rules, administrative rules, and in terms of and also financial rules. We did as much as simplification as we could. It has been always present in my reports, in all my reports in the previous mandate where I was rapporteur of the specific program of Horizon 2020 and also EIT. So I have simplified as much as I can. The other point is attractiveness. There were some rules that made less attractive the partnerships to some sectors, some stakeholders, or to the industry, or to SMEs, or to. So we have listened to many stakeholders, and we try to smooth down or even eliminate some of the procedures that were making the partnerships not so attractive for the society and the economic stakeholders to be part of it, because we really need to attract people to be part of the partnerships and not to create barriers to that participation. Another point that was very important for me, and that I think that is a big improvement if it's well applied, is the reinforcement in the fundamental research. Because nowadays you don't have anymore the linear away from fundamental research to applied research, technological development, demonstration, pilot scale demonstration. You have a much more cyclical approach to innovation. And we gain if the fundamental research is done closer to the application, and sometimes physically closer in the same consortium, or in synergies. We could see that in many areas, in health, also in the energy technologies, in aviation. So we have introduced this concept of a more stronger link for fundamental research, and I think that this partnership should also cover some of the fundamental research, or at least to have a very good link to the fundamental research that is done, that is being performed in their areas, financed by Horizon Europe or financed by anywhere in Europe or globally. They should be in contact with what is going on, and they should be able to absorb that fundamental research to be translated into application. Fifth point that we have introduced was a very strong point in the Parliament, was the synergies. Synergies of every kind. First, the synergies between the partnerships. There is a lot to gain if there is synergies between the clean hydrogen and the clean aviation, because if the clean aviation is developing a hydrogen car, you really need to work together. It's just an example. Between the partnerships in the different parts of Horizon. And also due to the fact of the budget, because the budget that we have for the partnerships are not enough for the challenge that we have in front of us, because these partnerships are key for the digital and for the clean transition. If you look where is the European budget, where you get the fundamental development of the clean technologies to do the digital transition or the clean transition, is in the partnerships. So the budget that we have there are not enough to develop these technologies that are necessary for this transition. So we need to have synergies with other funds, European funds, national funds, or private funds. So again, we have created the conditions for synergies with the Recovery and Resilience Plan, with the regional funds and other funds that are available, like the European Social Fund, for the training, for the capacity building. And for example, for the regional funds and for the Recovery and Resilience Plan, we made amendments that allow that the national contribution of the member states or the partners that are located in the member states may come from the recovery plan or the regional funds. That will help the participation of countries or partners that have more difficult from the financial point of view to participate in the partnerships. The last horizontal point that we have stressed is the enhanced communication, visibility, awareness. Partnerships are quite well known, some of them, not all of them. At the Brussels bubble, I would say, but in member states, not a lot is known about partnerships. And even in Brussels, if sometimes I was shocked, for example, partnerships that of tremendous importance, like the AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis, that was crucial to develop the first malaria vaccine that we have was even developed globally. Some persons in DG development are not aware of this partnership. So even inside the Commission, not everyone knows about the partnership. And of course, it's not fault of the persons. It's because the partnerships do not communicate enough. So it's very important that there is more communication, both in Brussels, in the European institutions, but mainly in the member states, that people know that these partnerships exist. First, towards in the researchers, in the companies, so that if they are in the field, they may think that it's good to apply to these partnerships. After, if they want to join to do synergies, if they have in hydrogen, if they have a project in hydrogen financed by private or national funds, that they are in contact, that they do synergies with what is going on in the partnership. So this, and for the general public to know where the taxes that they are paying, what is the money for, what are the very good things, the very nice things that have been developed under these partnerships. So we really ask the different partnerships to communicate more. So these were mainly the horizontal issues. On the more vertical, we had after a vertical part for each partnership. And I would like to say that in the terms of the clean hydrogen, we were in the vertical part, we were quite happy with the proposal of the Commission. So my main task as rapporteur was to keep at least the major lines of the proposal of the Commission, starting with the title. So I didn't want to change the clean hydrogen. It was, as you probably, some of you know, that have followed closer the negotiations, there were some colleagues and some political groups that would have preferred to change the name of the joint undertaking. Of course, in the end, we got the support of overall most of the political groups, because this is a question of negotiation, and we have given in other parts and we have negotiated. So the final results was a very, very good one. We had a very overall support for the partnerships. But that was one of the points that I make sure that I would keep that, and not only because it's a title, because hydrogen is hydrogen, and I didn't want to separate for the storage, for the transmission, for the use. I didn't want to separate the different kind of hydrogens. I want to focus for the production of hydrogen, we focus on renewable hydrogen. But after, for the different applications, hydrogen is hydrogen. So, and to have this in mind, the title that suits better is exactly clean hydrogen, as it was the first title and the original proposal of the Commission. On the vertical also, I stress special for this, for the clean hydrogen, I stress the importance of synergies, because I think that not only with the different partnerships like clean aviation, but also with the member states. I'm a bit worried about the different national hydrogen plans. I think that it will be much better at European level if these plans are coordinated. And the joint undertaking could be a very important tool to help the coordination of the work that is going on the member states. Some of the member states, like my own, have very ambitious plans for hydrogen. So that they will benefit a lot if they are part or they are in synergy, they will work closely together with the partnership. So I have a special strength and strong point for these partnerships on these synergies. We also stress some of the technologies related with the production of renewable hydrogen and the importance of the partnership that is a key partnership for the clean transition. So there was only one topic that we didn't manage to push in the negotiations with the Council and the Commission. We managed to have a recital with the sentences that will help, but the fact that we want to increase the budget, the overall budget of the partnerships, especially the partnerships that are sectors that have suffered more from the crisis, sectors that are so important for the transition. We want that the top up that comes from the Next Generation EU is mainly devoted inside Horizon Europe to partnerships and inside partnerships with this criteria. So we, because of mainly the legal service of Council and Commission, the distribution of Horizon Europe is done, but we could not change it, but we managed to have a general sentence that strengthens even the part of Horizon Europe that already mentions this. So our idea is that the top up of the Next Generation Europe, so our proposal in the Parliament is that goes to the areas that are so important for the transition and that have suffered more from the pandemic crisis that we have gone through. So we have been able, with this part of the budget done in a more not a so specific and explicit way, but everything else was approved first by my colleagues, shadow rapporteurs, after including the Council text, agreed and accepted by the Commission. So I'm very happy with the results. It was a lot of work, but very rewarding. And I look forward to start seeing the first COFA proposals and the first results. And I wish you all a very good execution of your projects. And thank you very much for your help.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Carvalho, for these very good messages that we got today, and also for your support during the whole discussion. You really did an amazing job, you together with, of course, also the shadow rapporteurs, and we are extremely happy with the outcome. And actually, this morning, we also unveiled our new logo, and I hope you like our new logo. It clearly mentions now partnership, not anymore joint undertaking, but very clear that we have to work together. So thanks again for sharing your messages and for being here with us today. So now we move to the next speaker. Unfortunately, the next speaker could not be with us today, but made a video for us. And this is Mrs. Brigitte Honnet. She's a member of the European Committee of the Regions and also the rapporteur for the clean hydrogen. The regions are, of course, for us, very important for the hydrogen sector. We started to work in 2016 already with regions, and now we're working with close to 100 regions together. And through all that kind of cooperation, actually, the Hydrogen Valleys concept was born. So let's listen to Mrs. Brigitte Honnet, the Minister for Federal and European Affairs and regional development of the region of Lower Saxony, Germany. Start the video, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about the regional dimension of the European hydrogen future. In particular, I will underline the perspective of the 329 members represented in the European Committee of the Regions. I will cover the opportunities and priorities for hydrogen, its role for hydrogen regions, and the next steps that we, in the Committee of the Regions, expect from the EU. In the European Committee of the Regions, we recognized the importance of this matter at an early stage. Already since December 2019, I have been working in the committee as rapporteur for an EU hydrogen strategy. I am pleased that many of the proposals in the committee's opinion have ultimately found their way into the EU Commission's EU hydrogen strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, I think one thing is clear. The EU hydrogen policy is of direct relevance for our regions. Hydrogen, especially green hydrogen, from renewable energy sources, has become a strategic issue for many regions in the EU and is gaining enormous momentum. Why? Because many regions recognize that a strong hydrogen economy based on green hydrogen offers great opportunities for climate protection and sustainable regional development. However, this begs the question, where do we get enough electricity from the renewable energies to produce green hydrogen on a large scale? This challenge is indeed considerable. The demand from potential industrial users alone is enormous. We need to dramatically expand renewable energies to generate electricity in the EU. They are the basis of the market development of green hydrogen in Europe. Nevertheless, it is becoming apparent that the high demand for energy from renewable sources for green hydrogen will also be met by imports into the EU. This has already been discussed in depth here today. However, in the Committee of the Regions' view, the production of green hydrogen should initially be seen primarily as an opportunity for developing the regions in the EU. Ladies and gentlemen, against the background of the foreseeable limited availability of green hydrogen, others have already asked the question, champagne or table water? Green hydrogen is a precious commodity. For this reason, the Committee of the Regions also supports prioritizing its use. We should use green hydrogen to primarily help those sectors become climate neutral where hydrogen serves or must serve as a raw material and where direct electrification offers no solution. This is particularly the case in the steel, chemical and cement industry, in heavy goods transport shipping and aviation, and in seasonal electricity storage. From a regional perspective, depending on local circumstances, municipal vehicle fleets, such as for street cleaning or buses, are also interesting applications scenarios. Now we can ask ourselves, where is the regional dimension if we decarbonize the above-mentioned sectors with green hydrogen? There are regions in the EU which, due to their natural, infrastructural and industrial conditions, are particularly suitable as hydrogen regions, as hydrogen valleys. I come from such a region. In hydrogen regions, we have the opportunity to establish the entire value chain of green hydrogen in close proximity. We can think of hydrogen systemically in terms of sector integration. We can thus achieve positive regional effects for innovation and employment. In this context, the regions take on an important role in bringing together actors from business, science and administration. This makes hydrogen regions indispensable partners for the EU as living laboratories and for scaling up hydrogen solutions, and thus for building an European hydrogen economy. I would like to briefly present examples from my region of Lower Saxony. We are implementing an integrated regional hydrogen strategy. We are connecting players and setting up hydrogen competence centers and innovation networks. We are promoting hydrogen projects, and we have submitted applications for the planned major EPCEI projects. We have the world's first plant to produce CO2 neutral e-kerosene on an industrial scale. And for the first time in the world, and we are a little proud of this, we have put a hydrogen train into operation. It received the European Railway Award 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, we should not forget another important aspect of the regional dimension, the cooperation of hydrogen valleys. My region is also involved in the European Hydrogen Valleys Partnership and the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance. These initiatives offer hydrogen regions in the EU the opportunity for knowledge transfer, joint hydrogen projects and pooling of investments with the support of EPCEI projects. For example, we also cooperate with the Dutch border regions in Interreg A projects on hydrogen. Ladies and gentlemen, I very much welcome the fact that the EU hydrogen strategy recognizes the driving force of hydrogen regions as nuclei, as partners in a European hydrogen economy, and as I have outlined. What does the EU have to do? Fit for 55 must significantly support the market ramp up for green hydrogen. We in the Committee of the Regions see 5 main areas of action for the EU. I will highlight them. Firstly, the EU must strengthen EU-wide production and also demand. The revision of the Renewable Energy Directive is of crucial importance in this context. The new EU expansion target for renewable energies must send out a signal. The planned EU-wide sustainability classification of hydrogen and e-fuels is also very important. The following measures are crucial on the demand side: the blending rates in the transport sector, the quota for the use of green hydrogen in industry, the Refuel EU Aviation and Fuel EU Maritime initiatives. We call for timely EU support for carbon contracts for difference. There is also a need for clear incentives for new lead markets, such as green steel. Secondly, we need a comprehensive, clear EU legal framework for hydrogen infrastructure. We welcome the progress of the negotiations on the revision of the 10E regulation. The new regulation on the deployment of alternative fuels infrastructure must promote a hydrogen refueling network, especially for heavy goods vehicles. Finally, The package on hydrogen and the EU gas market announced for December must promote the development of a hydrogen infrastructure accessible to all, with a reallocation of natural gas pipelines. Thirdly, EU support through investment, taxation and state aid. It is important that the EU Commission now quickly approves the large-scale cross-regional EPCI hydrogen projects. The negotiations on the revision of the Energy Taxation Directive, as well as the revision of the Climate, Energy and Environmental State Aid Guidelines, must deliver results for green hydrogen. The investment agenda of the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance must also play an important role. Ultimately, however, the Member States and we, the regions, must also make a contribution. For example, we need to set up our 2021 to 2027 operational programs in such a way that public procurement invests in green hydrogen technology. Fourthly, the promotion of research, innovation and education. I very much welcome the launch this week of the European Partnership for Clean Hydrogen, building on the success of the FCH joint undertaking. It is particularly important for us regions to involve small and medium-sized enterprises and to train workers in hydrogen. Unfortunately, this aspect has so far been missing from the EU hydrogen strategy. Fifthly, the EU's promotion of hydrogen valleys and their participation in EU initiatives. The EU should do more to promote regional hydrogen strategies and the networking of hydrogen valleys through the relevant programs. Successful approaches are, for example, the project development assistance for cities and regions of the FCH joint undertaking and the DG Regio pilot action on H2 solution in carbon-intensive regions. Ladies and gentlemen, in summary, I would like to emphasize: in the negotiations on the Fit for 55 legislative package, the motto must be Fit for 55, fit for green hydrogen. I hope that many of the aspects of the regional dimension and the demands of the Committee of the Regions will be brought to bear here. As an ambassador for the European Climate Pact, it is important to me that the regional and European levels of action in the hydrogen economy not only complement each other, but are mutually dependent. We have courageous regions and cities that are determined to actively shape the transition towards a climate-neutral Europe with green hydrogen. In this context, I would like to draw your attention to the digital event we will be hosting tomorrow evening as part of the European Hydrogen Week at the representation of Lower Saxony in Brussels. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say thank you for your attention.
So, thank you very much, Mrs. Oné, for your video message, but also you expressed very clearly the importance of hydrogen and in the regions, and also how the regions can help to establish a European hydrogen economy. And also thank you very much for mentioning the PDA, because the project development assistance is one of the projects that we started and it was very, very successful. And we will also continue in next year with another set of PDAs. So now, next we have the last session of the day, but an important session. The session is called From Research to Innovation in Synergies with EU Member States, Regions and Cities. And we heard already the whole day the importance of synergies, and I'm sure that this will be a very important and interesting session. The moderator of this session will be Rosalinde van der Vlies. Rosalinde is the Director, Clean Planet, in the DG Research and Innovation, but also the Vice Chair of our Partnership Governing Board. Mrs. van der Vlies is also Deputy Mission Manager of the Climate Neutral and Smart Cities Mission. And in addition, she is also involved in mission innovation to support the realization of 100 hydrogen valleys by 2030 globally, and also to reach a hydrogen cost of 1.8 euro per kilogram by 2030. So it's a big pleasure to welcome Mrs. Rosalinde van der Vlies on stage.
So, good afternoon, everybody. It's always wonderful to moderate a session at this hour of the day when you're all a bit sleepy and looking forward to the next break. But we have really exciting guests and panelists for you here at 5 o'clock. So I'm sure that you will still bear with us for the remaining 45 minutes. So we have also, or we should have also 2 guests with us in the room. I would be very welcome to invite the guests who are on site to join me on the stage. So we will have Mr. Matthew Baldwin with us. He is Deputy Director General in DG Move, and he is the manager of the Climate Neutral and Smart Cities Mission. So let's hear it for Mr. Baldwin, please. Thank you, thank you. And on site, as part of our panelists, we also have Mr. Malgrava Riga, who is the DG of the Energy Climate Change Government of the Balearic Islands. So also big welcome to you. Let's hear it. Yes. Very good. So as Bart already said, you've heard a lot about synergies today, but this session will really dive deep into the synergies. We heard also Jean-Éric Paquet this morning talk about the importance of synergies between different partnerships, but we also have a very interesting and important novelty of Horizon Europe. Next to partnerships, we now also have European missions. So it's with great pleasure that I would like to kick off this panel with an introductory speech by Matthew Baldwin, who is basically the mission manager of all the most important missions of the Horizon Europe missions, namely the Climate Neutral and Smart Cities mission. So Matthew, without further ado, the floor is yours. Please start with your introductory speech and enlighten us on the opportunities for synergies with this famous cities mission.
Thank you very much, Rosalind. Hello, everyone. I'll be very short because you said they're not waiting for the next break, Rosalind. They're waiting for a drink. It's been a long day. It's grey. It's drizzly. It's 2 degrees outside. What else have they got to look forward to but a drink? And so we are standing between them and that drink, and we should make it very crisp and clean. Okay, firstly, know our audience. Who has heard of the Horizon Europe missions in general here? Not bad. Who has heard specifically of the Climate Neutral and Smart Cities mission? Great. You, sir, describe what we are about. No, okay, that was mean. What we are trying to do is, with this whole Horizon Europe governance, is to turn it upside down, to look at new ways of doing things. It's inherent in the phrase, right? Innovation in governance. And precisely to say we are starting from the end point, which is that we need 100 climate neutral cities by 2030. By the way, we also need to prepare the ground for all cities to be climate neutral by 2050. And we start from that end point and we work backwards. And specifically, we start with what Horizon Europe funding we can give us as a springboard, as the seed money to drive our project forward. Before I hear you say it, I've just been hearing it from the member states, isn't this all a bit ambitious? 100 climate neutral cities by 2030, when the EU as a whole is going for a 55% reduction by 2030? Well, why not the cities? Just 3% of the landmass, 75% of the population and 70% globally of the carbon dioxide emissions. So if anywhere's got the capacity and the ambition to lead, it's cities with their dense population centers, relatively short commuting time, relatively easy energy efficiency targets to meet in high-rise buildings and so on. And also, if you like, cities at the crossroads where policies of the Green Deal meet the people who don't understand why they're not able to drive their disabled child to school every day anymore in the future, who want to understand why they're being asked to put down precious money to refurbish their apartment when they're making ends meet. It's the mayors who meet these people, who learn their concerns and are in the business, if my experience is anything to go by in the last few weeks, of coming up with solutions in order to meet these tough targets. So that's what I wanted to say about why we're doing this and why we're doing this in Horizon Europe. Just last week, we've launched our call for expression of interest, which is Horizon Europe speak for, hello, is there anyone out there? Would you like to join us? We launched that on Thursday. We had 155 cities that pre-registered for this, which suggests to me we may not, in fact, be barking up the wrong tree. And we launched it at the Committee of the Regions with a number of cities in the audience. The people in the Committee of the Regions said they hadn't seen anything like it in terms of the interest generated by the mayors themselves, by the pressures they're putting on us. And that brings me, in fact, to clean hydrogen, because just in July of last year, the Committee of the Regions itself adopted an opinion on a roadmap for clean hydrogen. They understand that it's regions and cities which will be helping us create the framework conditions in the European Union for hydrogen breakthroughs, particularly in the difficult to abate or the hard to abate sectors such as heavy industry or certain transport sectors. So the connection, the umbilical cord, if you like, between cities that are taking on this very onerous task of being climate neutral and smart by 2030, and hydrogen is already there. We've got some good examples of hydrogen-minded cities in Europe. Hamburg, for example, which I had the chance to visit in October. Very interesting to hear what they're doing. Groningen, Lyon. And I'm not saying these cities are going to come forward. They're showing quite a lot of interest. But if cities like this were to participate in the mission and to demonstrate, remembering it's all about research and innovation, demonstrate how clean hydrogen can be a useful addition to their tools, well, then I think we both help the case for green hydrogen. We help the broader debate towards a wider European decarbonization toolbox. I'm sometimes then asked by hydrogen experts, okay, so why don't you tell the cities that are going to be in your program, we need to see your plan for hydrogen? Well, that's not going to work for everybody. And I had the same question, by the way, put to me by cycling groups, by different people who want to see this as part of the solution. I'm convinced that cycling, clean hydrogen will be part of the mix, and it doesn't need the Commission's top-down diktat to say, you guys have to do it this way. So make your case, make your plans to make your ideas about the hydrogen sector and what it can contribute to the cities that come forward. We'll know that by March. The deadline for the call is the end of January. They will then be emerging and go out there and make your pitch to them. I think the case is clearly set out in our implementation plan, which is available, and I think we can probably make it available to all the participants. We've spelled it out also in our following info kit, which came out at the end of October, which refers importantly to hydrogen in the context of shifting fuel consumption from conventional technologies towards carbon-free options as a prime vehicle, as a prime vector for renewable energy storage and sector coupling. And also in the sense, and this is what the city mission is absolutely about, a bottom-up approach as a source for place-based innovation in the shape of local hydrogen clusters for things like islands, for regional ecosystem, or sectors where electrification as a preferred alternative may be more difficult. So this is my pitch for one mission, one part of the overall context. I think in the panel, but no one would dare tell Rosalind what her panel's going to be about. This is where we explore the potential for synergies with things like the city's mission, but not just the city's mission, in all the different partnerships and missions that we have on the table. I'm really sorry I can't stay for the discussion, but to let you into a little dirty secret, Rosalind has forgotten more about the mission than I will ever learn. So she's very well placed to answer any of the questions that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Matthew, for your very enthusiastic pitch. And I think your message was very clear. The city's mission is bottom up, and it's really also to all of us to really show where the cities that will be participating in the city's mission can actually use the opportunities that hydrogen will be offering to these individual cities on their path to climate neutrality. I know you have a terribly busy schedule. It was a pleasure to have you. Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? No, I think you were absolutely clear, Matthew. So thank you very much again. Okay, and we will be now diving deep into our panel discussion. We also have 3 amazing panelists joining us online. I will ask all the panelists to start with a maximum 2-minute pitch on which synergies, in the opinion of our amazing panelists, are needed in order to really kickstart and transition to a hydrogen economy. I would like to start with you, Nienke, to answer this question in a 2-minute pitch. Nienke is the regional minister for the province of Groningen, which is in the north of the Netherlands. What you don't know is that it's actually a very special moment for Nienke today, because this will be one of the last activities Nienke will be doing as regional minister, because Nienke will be transitioning into greener pastries afterwards, still very active in the hydrogen field. And Nienke will be a board member of the Green Hydrogen Organization and Sustainability Club. So congratulations, Nienke, for this new challenge, and really delighted to have you with us still as regional minister today. So for 2 minutes, the floor is yours. Which synergies, in your perspective, do we need for the hydrogen economy?
Oh, thank you very much. So it's not only the last session of the day, but it's my last session as a regional minister. So thank you very much. Yeah, we always talk about 2 important things. The first one is about leading the way and connecting. So we really have to connect with all our inhabitants. We have to connect to our companies and also connect to the knowledge institutes. So Mr. Baldwin was talking about make your plan. Well, we did a couple of years ago. We were absolutely in a hurry because we had a devastating earthquakes due to the natural gas mining, the natural gas extraction. So we were in a hurry as a government, but also our SMEs, our large industry, we were all in a hurry to really make the transition. So we said, well, we have to connect to them, make a plan together. Yes, and we did. As a government, I think as a leader, you really have to lead the way as a government, show what your perspective is, what your goals are, but also take a role as a launching customer. And we did, because it's all about the value chain. It's totally different from the fossil fuel system. The new green hydrogen system is about make the connection through the whole value chain. So we did, and we took a special part, of course, leading the way, set the goals, but also being a launching customer, and therefore the mobility, transforming the mobility with the buses, the trains, and the street sweepers, the garbage disposal trucks. We really started with creating an economy of scale by being a launching customer. So that was the most important synergy we started with.
Thank you so much, Nienke. That was really very, very interesting. Also, thank you for highlighting the importance of the value chain approach, the leadership of also the local and the regional governments, and of course, the importance of collaboration. So let's quickly move on to our next panelist for a 2-minute pitch on the same question. And it's my pleasure to move to Pep Malagrava Riga, who is the Director General of the Energy Climate Change of the Government of the Balearic Islands. And what you may not know about Pep here is that he is a frequent watcher of the series Narcos. And in the series Narcos, the protagonist, Pablo Escobar, often says, I hope I pronounce it correctly, plata o plomo, which apparently means silver or lead. And I understand that this is Pep's life motto as well, but not quite in the same context, of course. More in the context of the transition to a green economy, and basically it means solar panel or LED. So I think with this live motto, without further ado, for you, please, 2-minute pitch now on what you see as the most important needs for synergies to transition to a green hydrogen economy.
Well, thank you, Rosalind. And yes, not the motto is you cannot get literally. What we need to do by the public institutions is to convince the companies, to convince the people that 2050, as Matthew said, is too far away. So we need to rush and we cannot just announce things. We have to do the things, and that's what we do in Green Highland Project, as you saw in the video. That in 2021 we produced the first green hydrogen molecule in Spain and in the Mediterranean region islands. So to be the first, the EIA director, he said in the morning, we don't have to be the first in the 10 kilometers, we have to be the first at the end of the marathon. But sometimes one has to rush on the 10 kilometers to the others, this get the trigger to the others run faster. So I think the islands, it's a good scale to do these kind of things. And as she said, Ninka, the public collaboration with private companies, it's an important challenge that we did in the Balearic government, and we are still doing it. So we are getting 4 more projects in clean hydrogen. So we can go and lead in the islands and in the Mediterranean region, kind of an ecosystem between all the stakeholders, such as public transport, and for us, very important, shipping transport, because in a small scale meters between the islands, we can decarbonize this maritime transport kind of easily, because we have the manners and we have the potential to do that. And that's what I said. We need to install photovoltaic panels or let to all of us, because the climate change is not going to wait to anyone. And I think I'm very agree with a quote that we saw in Glasgow, then we can do this, but if we act now, and now we are acting. So that's the thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pep, in particular for underlying the sense of urgency and the need to act now. I think that is really a very important message. Let's move on to our third panelist, who is joining us online. This is Mr. Kurt Christoph von Knobelsdorff, who is the Managing Director of the National Organization for Hydrogen Fuel Cell Technologies in Germany. And what you cannot read on Kurt's CV is that he's actually also a very gifted musician. He's playing drums in a rock band, and he may be actually recording records next year. And I actually have a suggestion for a title, if you still look for a title for a song for your music. Could maybe be Hydrogen Hero of Net Zero. I think that is just a suggestion for later. For now, 2 minutes for you for your pitch on which synergies are needed from your perspective to roll out the transition to the clean hydrogen economy.
Okay, thank you very much, Rosalind. I will take the song title and think about it. I had to give you something with the fact out of the CV, and I think if you try to connect it to the topic we have here, it's that drummers normally have the task to pull the band together and to keep time. And probably this is something we need for the approach to a hydrogen economy as well. Mr. Baldwin already spoke about the bottom-up approach. I think what we need indeed is a mix of bottom-up and top-down approaches. And with top-down, I mean the regulatory framework. We need for creating a market environment that gives investors the confidence to start deploying hydrogen technology. And at the European level, with the Fit for 55 package, we now have the chance to set such a framework to transition away from fossil fuels to green electrons and green molecules. And the good news is that the incoming coalition, the new government in Germany, already stated in their coalition treaty that they are going to support the EU Commission's proposals. So, but what you need in addition to a market framework that needs to be created is important to also realize that we cannot simply switch from a fossil-based system to renewable one overnight. We have to start from somewhere, and it would be naive to expect a sudden rollout would happen out of nowhere. And this is why we need the bottom-up approach. And what we did in Germany is that for that, the bottom-up approach should help regions with funding. And what we have designed in Germany is the so-called Highland program, which aims to create regional hydrogen clusters. And within these clusters, we are helping the regions with a range of funding possibilities that covers the range from the production of hydrogen over storage and transportation to deployment in fuel cell vehicles. And with that bottom-up initiative connected to a regulatory framework and of course to connect the regional initiatives under themselves, this is, I think, the right approach to really kick off a hydrogen economy in Europe.
Thank you very much, Kurt, for a very clear underlying also the importance of the regulatory framework and the need to combine the bottom-up with the top-down. So let's move on to our last but not least panelist who is also joining us online. This is Professor Daria Vladikova. Daria, welcome also for you. Very happy to have you with us. So you are professor in electrochemistry at the Bulgaria Academy of Science and also the president of the Bulgarian Hydrogen Fuel Cell and Energy Storage Association. But I'm also told, Daria, the reason why you started to have a professional interest in hydrogen is basically because you were inspired by two very interesting gentlemen, Mr. Jules Verne and Mr. Albert Einstein. Jules Verne apparently has said that water will be the coal of the future. And Albert Einstein basically apparently said that if one idea is not ridiculous from the beginning, it will never be realized. And this is, of course, the whole idea that when we were starting to think about hydrogen economy, it was perceived as science fiction. So it's good to keep this in mind. For now, Daria, please, the 2 minutes are yours to kick off with the question, what type of synergies from your perspective are needed to transition to the hydrogen economy?
Thank you, Rosalyn. It's difficult to say something quite different from the statements of my colleagues in this panel, but maybe I should say something since I'm first scientist and second, I'm coming from a region where we have no hydrogen deployment. And this region is 1/3 of Europe. That is the region of the southeastern countries. For instance, the nearest refueling station from Sofia is on 2,000 kilometers. So this picture has to be changed. And let's see how we have to change it and to have really hydrogen economy in Europe and not in European regions. The first thing should start on national level. We all have some roadmaps or strategies, or we are doing them, but they have to be done in a clear way, and our politicians should explain them to the people, because hydrogen economy is made by all stakeholders, by everybody. That is the first collaboration between policymakers and society. The second one is on European level. Bulgaria has perfect climate conditions for producing renewables. In the moment, we are using not more than 3% of our potential. Only solar, we may have 200 gigawatts. So we have to collaborate on European level, combining the source for hydrogen, because hydrogen is produced not for hydrogen, but for increasing the efficiency of renewable energy application. And we have to make a coordinated way between production of renewables, needs of renewables, and production of hydrogen. So collaboration is important. Our country doesn't have technologies, but has a good science.
Our industry is ready to produce electrolyzers. So let's cooperate. That is the difficult moment. This is a new type of cooperation, direct, concrete, and beneficial. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Daria. I think indeed the messages are quite aligned. You also underlined indeed the need for cooperation and the fact that the hydrogen economy is made by all stakeholders. So very powerful messages there. Let me go back to Nienke with a follow-up question from the pitch, because Nienke, I think you can look back and be very proud that in the North Netherlands, the first region actually to receive support from the EU to build a hydrogen valley. And I think now the Groningen Hydrogen Valley is a very good showcase of what a hydrogen valley could look like. And we also heard earlier this morning it will also be creating lots of jobs in the region. Do you have some advice to other regions that also want to become a successful hydrogen valley? And do you see that maybe there are some like 3 key ingredients for success to build a regional hydrogen valley?
Yes, thank you very much. And yes, there was a wonderful speech this morning from the President, Ursula von der Leyen. So wonderful. And Mrs. Vladikova already started. So we started with the strategy. I already said that we had the earthquakes due to the natural gas mining. So it was really terrible. So we were very motivated to look for an alternative. And together we made a hydrogen investment plan. And the hydrogen investment plan was about, really the total value chain. It was about the production of sustainable energy, electrolysis, the transport, the storage, and the usage in mobility, but also as a raw material in the industry. So we started together. And yes, it was also about the connection with our inhabitants. So one of the most important parties, and we really started with it because, it's like Albert Einstein, yes? People were laughing at us. And we have earthquakes, and now you are talking about green hydrogen. Do you know how dangerous it is? But we really believed in it. I'm not an expert, I'm just a regional minister. But I believe the experts, and they said, no, Nienke, we can do this. We can do this safe. But you really have to create a trust and get it back from our inhabitants who really, not only their houses were damaged because of the earthquakes, but also the trust in the government. So we really made the connections to our inhabitants and made it visible what we were doing. So we all had the stickers on the street sweepers and the garbage disposal trucks. And we worked together not only with the knowledge institutes and not only with our students, of course, but also with the small and medium enterprises. And they were very proud because they could show what was the alternative after the natural gas extraction and what each role could be in the new world, in the new hydrogen economy. So it was a very important part to not only connect to our knowledge institutes, but also connect to our inhabitants. So that's the first thing. And what we also did is that it's a little bit the same, because a transition is a little bit ambitious, and especially in my region, we're ambitious because we want to create the new system, but it's also a little bit vague. So we were, what actually everyone was a little bit insecure. What can we do? So what we really did as a local government, but also asked from our national government, is provide security of investment. Yeah, so be ambitious in your goals, in your targets, but also be concrete about your funding and the sustainable energy you will produce, and what role every company or sector can play in the new energy system. So it was also about not only the connection with the inhabitants, but also with the companies, and provide them security of investment, together with the security of the economies of scale. And not only by being a launching customer, but also by creating a lot of sustainable energy production. For example, by creating lots of offshore wind farms. And the third one is the connection to the other hydrogen valleys. And because in our region, yes, it's important because we are the gas region and we provide natural gas to Northwestern Europe, and we are at the start of a hydrogen backbone, but we can never make this alone. And we really have to create different hydrogen valleys and then create a connection for, Mrs. Vladikova already talked about it. We have to integrate it in a total hydrogen system, and that's not only in the Northern Netherlands, but it means that we have to connect to all the different hydrogen valleys. So the most important part is make the connection, show what you are doing, and create a perspective for not only your inhabitants, but also to the companies. And together we can really manage it. And by connecting the several European hydrogen valleys and even beyond, we can really upscale the hydrogen economy. And that's and we always say we're not only planning, we already start working. So our people can really see what we did, and by making it public and tell about it, and don't be too shy, because people like to know what will be the next step and what their role can be in the new hydrogen economy. Thank you, Rosalind.
Thank you, Nienke. That was very, very clear. Let me quickly move on to PEP, because you also have a flagship project on the Balearic Islands, which is the Green Highland, which I think is really a very, very good showcase of creating a green hydrogen ecosystem. I understand that now this flagship project is generating, distributing and using 300 tons of renewable hydrogen per year, produced from solar energy from the island of Mallorca. And I think this also fits very nicely in the Spanish hydrogen roadmap, where the ambition is to produce 4 gigawatts of renewable hydrogen by 2030, and with an investment plan of almost 9 billion euros. So my question to you is, what are the main challenges that you see that local governments need to overcome to really deliver on the Spanish roadmap for the hydrogen economy? And how can also the Green Highland projects be an inspiration and be duplicated and replicated elsewhere?
Well, I think the main challenge is to make it happen. And this is a main challenge for regional governments. And we demonstrate that it could be, that we can make it happen from 1 year ago, where FHC could deliver to this project 10 million euros of support, and that's really important, that we need support all the regional governments by European Union and also from the state governments. And it's important to be in the islands, in the Balearic Islands, that you almost everyone will know Mallorca, Ibiza, Formentera, and Menorca, but you know by tourism, you know by their beaches, you know by their mountains, and now you also know these islands to be an innovation in energy transition, to lead this run up to clean hydrogen and to green energy. And that's this showcase, this Green Highland project could be replicable in not only other islands, also in mainland, that can help public transport, heavy transport, also the public gas pipelines, such as hotels that could have green hydrogen, more green hydrogen and less natural gas. And that's also a value for also such other economical sectors like tourism. We have the region that we lost most GDP in the pandemic, and we have to recovery, not also doing the same. We have to recovery to diversification in our economy, and this energy transition and about the climate change, as I told before, it's need to be held like this kind of renewable energies and hydrogen systems. So I think the main challenge is to make it happen. And now here in this panel, I think we can learn each other, the regions, and the regions they are not began some projects, how the regions we began, and we been the leaders with no laws, state laws that could deliver a framework where to go. We have been developing this framework, and now other regions can take profit about that, and that's, I think, something we have to learn each region from each other.
Excellent, Pep. Let's quickly move to Germany, because the German government has predicted the demand for hydrogen will go up to 110 terawatt per hour by 2030. And the German government also plans to build electrolyzers with a capacity up to 5 gigawatt built in Germany by 2030 as well. So Kurt, when you read all these statements and you hear of all these plans, what do you see, what type of synergies would we actually need in order to get there between the national, European, but also international level?
Thank you. Yes, let me start by saying that to cover the entire hydrogen demand expected by 2030, the 90 to 110 terawatt hours you just mentioned, Germany would need 15 to 30 gigawatts of electrolyzers capacity, depending on full load hours. So the 5 gigawatt goal by 2030 is only a first step. And in fact, the incoming new coalition government has already doubled the 5 gigawatts to 10 gigawatts in their ambition. But ultimately, it is clear for Germany that we will not be able to produce all the hydrogen that is needed domestically. So it is clear that Germany will need international partnerships. So, and there are synergies with the EU hydrogen strategy, which also has set electrolyzer deployment targets. And by using a common European framework, for example, through the RED II regulation, Europe can become the lead market for green hydrogen in the coming years. And today, Europe is also home of worldwide leading electrolyzer companies like Nel, ThyssenKrupp, Siemens, ITM, McPhee, Sunfire, just to name a few. So there's also great economic potential in scaling up the electrolyzer industry. But looking beyond Europe or looking globally, Germany is currently in the launch phase of the so-called H2 Global concept. And what we're doing there, we want to support the creation of global supply chains for hydrogen or hydrogen derivatives such as ammonia. And H2 Global is a double auction system where we cover the difference between the lowest production costs on the production side and the highest price paid on the demand side. And we and the new government as well hope that H2 Global, which is now started in Germany and which is funded by 2 billion euros out of the national hydrogen strategy, that this H2 Global approach can be a blueprint also for Europe to start sourcing hydrogen internationally in addition to local hydrogen production.
Thank you very much, Kurt, also for bringing in the international dimension. I would like to zoom in again on the EU and the member states and go to Daria, because Bulgaria is heavily involved in the European Research Area pilot on green hydrogen, which aims to deliver a strategic research and innovation agenda for the EU member states to transition to the hydrogen economy. So my question to you is, what do you see as the main research and innovation priorities that we should be focusing on in this strategic research and innovation agenda to achieve the EU hydrogen strategy objectives?
Thank you very much for this question. But before I go directly to the research and innovation priorities, I would like to say a few words about the initiative agenda process, because there is increasing interest. Personally, I'm representing the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences in Hydrogen Europe Research and in the European Energy Research Alliance, and I know how much effort we needed to start working in synergy. And even now, I think that we have to continue in this direction. And now appears a new pan-European structure that is interested in research and innovation. And many of my colleagues asked, well, aren't we going to overlap? And that's why I want to explain that, on the contrary, this new structure I suppose, may fill a gap which may appear soon, because we mustn't forget that we are making a new transition towards new economy. And that means that we are going to have new research and innovation directions. Up to now, we were talking for improvement of the technologies. Now we have to talk for accelerated deployment of those technologies. And it's not only one technology, it's connection between, you see, production of renewable energy, different areas which need collaboration and working together. And we heard the bottom-up approach. I want to say that this process is really a bottom-up approach because it combines all the countries. Inside, there are representatives of industry, society, and research. And of course, we have official support because every country is represented also with one ministry responsible for research and innovation. And that is something which is new. And I think that it's a positive direction. What else we have done? We made one pilot document, seed paper from experts with some conclusions, but with many questions. And we made on European scale survey from industry, from research, and from society. We made a workshop with 100 participants, very intensive discussions, and that is the background for the findings, which I would like to share with you. They're quite scientific and direct, but the first thing which I want to mention is that we still don't know how to separate short-term, mid-term, and long-term objectives. We have to work in this direction. And now, very shortly, I will just mention some of the findings, starting with the short-term direction. The first one is research and innovation in coupling electrolyzers and renewables. We develop electrolyzers, but still we need research to use directly the renewable. And in this direction, a new trend is electrolyzers working in post regime. The second direction is scaling up. First, stack size, scaling up 5 times from today's for the most advanced technologies, which are PEM, alkaline, and solid oxide. Scaling up from system size, because our hydrogen hubs need megawatts. So we have to reach up to 2030, 500 megawatts. Scaling up of production capacity, it was already mentioned, the ambition is every producer for 1 year to produce between 1 and 5 gigawatts, which will cover our demands till 2030. And the background of this, which people said, is to foster collaboration between industry and research, both in underpinning and breakthrough research.
Daria, thank you. Thank you for this. I'm sorry, I need to interrupt you a bit because I'm getting signals from a very nervous Bart who is almost jumping up and down in his chair because we are a bit behind schedule, more or less 15 minutes. But thank you for underlying the importance of this agenda setting process and also the fact that, you know, we are coming to some very important strategic priorities for the European Union. I'm sure we'll hear more about this agenda setting process in the months to come, and very much looking forward also to the final results. I need to wrap up, so let me wrap up by basically concluding from this session that it's very clear that we need to act now. We need to collaborate. We have a great opportunity to learn from each other, including from member states. And my key takeaway is that what we basically need to do is to connect the dots. And for this, I would like to make a link back to the new logo of the Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking that was revealed this morning, because it's a beautiful logo and it has all these colorful dots. And I think this is really, for me, you know, the fil rouge of what we heard today, is that we need to now start connecting these dots at different levels, between public, private sector, also involving our companies, between the different levels of governments. So let's connect the dots and let's move on. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you, Rosalinde, for this fantastic moderation, and I would say also very lively and very informative. Really, well done. Thanks a lot. So now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a break, a 15-minute break. But please make sure to be back here at 18:15, because then we have the awards to give away. And I can tell you, it's fantastic awards and there are fantastic winners. So see you in a bit.
This is a story of how the lightest gas can turn heavy industry green.
So if you want to have a renewable source for your end products and you want to move from electricity to molecules, you need to do it with hydrogen in between. Without hydrogen, it is definitely not possible.
It's a central element for the production of fuels, but also it's a central element for, of course, the production of, for example, chemicals.
In fact, hydrogen can immediately reduce emissions, especially in hard-to-abate industrial sectors like the steel industry.
On the basis of renewables, green hydrogen is a perfect way of decarbonizing.
Hydrogen is, I must say, a very cool element because it's allowed to couple these sectors.
That's why the FCH-JU, the Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking, supports research and technological developments related to H2 for industrial production processes.
So this is the largest port in Europe. So this is 45 kilometers in length. And what you see is that roughly 40% of the total European energy demand of energy comes in via this port.
In Rotterdam, a consortium will install and operate a first multi-megawatt high-temperature electrolyzer to generate green hydrogen for the production of high-quality biofuels. The Port of Rotterdam sees a significant role for hydrogen.
Our vision is 20 million tons of hydrogen that should flow through the Port of Rotterdam to parties in the port, but also further on in Germany and other parts of northwestern Europe. 10% of that vision can be produced locally, so based with electrolyzers in Rotterdam or on the North Sea, and 90% of that vision should come from other regions. If you look for the import of hydrogen, we expect that the first volumes of hydrogen can also already be done before 2025 in the form of ammonia or liquidogenic hydrogen carrier.
It seems Rotterdam is ready for hydrogen. But let's first focus on the question of which industries could benefit from green H2.
We are located in the so-called Rheinische region, which is focused by heavy industry. And actually the REFHYNE project meets exactly this. Because we are making out of renewable electricity from wind, solar, we are making green hydrogen, which can be used, for example, for mobility in cars, trucks, buses. No emissions there. But it also helps to reduce our own emissions here on site. Let us remember, this is Europe's largest electrolyzer. The next level is 100 megawatt.
In a larger context, heavy industry benefits. Take, for instance, the cement industry. The green H2 gas can be used for firing the ovens.
You can, by the way, fire furnaces with this. So even, I mean, we have also, let's say, looking into projects where very hot temperatures are needed.
In Linz, Austria, green hydrogen is being used for steel making. With the support of FCH-JU, a 6 megawatt pilot plant has been constructed here. But also the German steel giant Salzgitter goes green by pioneering a powerful high-temperature electrolyzer.
If you go for the modern steel industry, they have huge decarbonization ambitions, and these can only be fulfilled with hydrogen. Lots of green hydrogen.
And that brings us back to the coast.
So on the right-hand side you see here the monopiles, which are the foundation of the offshore wind farm that is currently in development. So we foresee that offshore wind and hydrogen will be connected in the port. We work on, before 2030, on connecting 2 gigawatt offshore wind capacity with electrolyzers in the port. And that will make sure that the hydrogen is green.
Within a few years, the green molecules can be transported from here throughout the northwest part of Europe via the refurbished existing gas infrastructure.
Here you will see in a couple of years the hydrogen backbone throughout the port, which is a dedicated pipeline towards Germany.
From green current to green gas, electrolyzers will be key in greening Europe's industries, and the REFHYNE project is at the forefront of these efforts.
This project was for us so important because it's a pilot project. It's really a lighthouse project, also bringing partners from different countries in Europe together to realize such a project. The FCHU was really a very important factor.
Paris 2015, Glasgow 2021. the world community is demanding a reduction in CO2 emissions and the decarbonization of industry. Green hydrogen can play a decisive role.
I'm definitely optimistic. We cannot do it alone, so we need different countries, different continents, different parties all over the value chain, from startups towards the big companies that we see behind me. We have to do it together, and I think if we work together very close, we can definitely do it.
you ready? Ready? So, welcome back everyone after this short break. And now we come to the festivities with the awards ceremony. So as every year, we will award three projects or 3 awards we will give away. Is the best innovation, the best success story, and the best outreach. This year, we had again a lot of people voting. I was told that more than 1,000 people voted. So I would like to thank all the people who took the time to vote, of course, for their favorite project. Today, to give away the awards, I will not do this alone and will be assisted by my chair and vice chair of the governing board. So, let's go now for the first award. It's the Best Innovation Award, and I will call to Rosalinde van der Vlies, my vice chair of the governing board, to introduce her to the nominees and to the winner.
Thank you very much, Bart. And so I have the pleasure to announce the winner of the Best Innovation Award. I think we just need to show on the screen, because we had 6 contenders and they were all fantastic projects. We had the Refine project, the Green High 2.0, there they are, Everywhere, Flagships, and High Stock and High Tunnel. So let me start by saying that all 6 projects actually are winners, but there can of course only be one winner. And I have to say that the voters were almost unanimously agreeing, because with 91% of all the votes that were cast, I have the big pleasure to announce the winner is... Yes. What attention, what attention. Yeah, it's Everywhere. Congratulations.
There they are.
So welcome to Stefano and Donato. Congratulations. Making hydrogen affordable and sustainably operating everywhere in European cities. I think also Mr. Baldwin, who was here before, the manager of the cities mission, will be proud.
Yes.
And as I said, overwhelming majority of the votes cast. So congratulations to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So thanks a lot to FCH or Clean Hydrogen. And let's say thanks a lot for this award. For us, it's a pleasure being here and being awarded actually for the 2nd year, because last year we have been awarded also for the Best Outreach Award. So we cannot win more, I think. So we are very proud of it. I would like to acknowledge this prize and this award not only to myself, let's say, or to the team, but to the whole team. And in particular to 2 persons that are called more or less like me. One is Stefano Limonta from Gemport, who supported particularly during the pandemic situation the full integration activity, and the other one is Stefania Marongiu, who together with me is the coordinator of this project. Thanks to the whole Everywhere team, of course. Thanks to the project officer, Mr. Antonio Aguilo Rulan, because the success of a project is the success of the project officer as well. And thanks to the whole team. And let's say, now we are ready to use the genset, so maybe next year we will use the genset to power the Hydrogen Week, we hope.
For a picture. As you will. Why not? Why not? Yeah, let's go. Let's be both. Thank you very much, Rosalinde, for giving this Best Innovation Award to the winners. Okay, now we come to the next category, which is the Best Success Story. And for that, I will be asking my chair of the governing board, René Schutte, to come on stage and help me to give the winners or to introduce the nominees and the winner of the Best Success Story. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bart. I'll try to use this microphone. It's a little bit more easy. Yes, and the success story nominees, and you can all see it's not rehearsed up front, so it's really fresh news that we're giving you. There were 13 nominees in the success story, which was on hydrogen and fuel cells and electrolyzers, which was on the mobility, and which was on the cross-cutting. As the level of hydrogen and fuel cells technology increased rapidly through the implementation of the Horizon 2020 RNI program, the FCH started to record the numerous accomplishments of its projects, either outcomes of a single project or outcomes of different projects, contributing to successful implementation of a broader concept in 2021, a new set of 13 storage, which is all a lot of companies and projects behind it. So it's not a single project, it was just with the nominee and the award winner, but it's a lot of companies behind this. And these success stories show how collaboration between research, industry and policymakers in the European partnership delivers the best outcomes and contributes to the clean energy transition. Each team exemplifies the FCH continuous learning approach to create low carbon and sustainable solutions or open new markets for European expertise in fuel cell and hydrogen technology. The award was given for the first time in 2018, so actually 2019, 2021 is for the fourth time that this award is given. And there were a lot of votes made in this category, and only one can win, and the winner has the magnificent amount of 58% of the votes. So also a very clear winner out of the 13 nominees. And then we come to who has got the award. Can you do it again, Rosalinde? You did it next time. Sorry, it's already there. Towards a sustainable and circular hydrogen economy is the winner of this award. And it actually consists of 5 projects, which is FCH High Guide. It's about SH2E. It's about high-tech cycling, Best for H, and ECHOST and Certify. So 6 in total have received this award, which is a success story from the materials handling, from the design until the refurbishment and the circularity of the materials. So close cooperation of the 6 companies. And this is the award, and I'm giving it, hopefully digital, to... and that works as well. Sabina from Best for I, and Javier from EXHOST and SH2E. So you will get the award. I'm not sure if I need to throw it now to you, but probably you cannot receive it. By the way, every company will receive, or every project will receive its own award. So you will get it at home. This is the example that you all get. I hope you can see it. Not sure where the camera is, but I want to congratulate you very much on this outcome of being the winner with such a high percentage of voters. So it's clear that you change the future of hydrogen with the project that you have. Congratulations.
So, thank you. I would like to thank the support from the people received through this award. This is really important for us because this encourages us to keep on this track. The whole sector, the Hydrogen Europe Research, Hydrogen Europe, the own undertaking, share a common and a very strong commitment on ensure that the hydrogen economy will be circular, but also will be environmentally sustainable and socially responsible. So working on this way, I think that hydrogen will be key for decarbonizing our society, but it will be also a main actor to reach the sustainable development goals of the United Nations. So finally, I would like to thank all the people involved in all these projects, particularly to my projects, for Eagles, for sea, but I'm sure that also for Celtic High, High and Bedford High. And so thank you so much from my side.
Yeah, I want also to give thanks for this best for I2B award as best success story. We are very pleasure to be here, and I want to thank all the partners of the project, the FCH-JU, and also the other project, because we for sure are interested in cooperation with them, and also we are in contact with EGOST and SHU for a strict cooperation in this circular economy. So thanks for this.
Okay, shall we take a picture? Yeah. We will take a picture with you.
Yeah.
Okay. Something like this? Yeah, I think that would be great. Okay, and congratulations.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, congratulations and thank you, René, for this wonderful job. I mean, it seems that you have done that before, very clearly. Well done. So, now it's my honor and my privilege, I would say, also to award the best outreach. And this was actually an award that we initiated a few years ago to encourage the project beneficiaries to pursue the public engagement of their project and to communicate better their activities and achievements. The winner is chosen by the entire program office according to the project's creativity and thoroughly planned communication activities. And now, I should ask maybe Rosalinda again to make some noise, but anyway, the winner is, for the Best Outreach Award 2021 is Refine. Congratulations, Refine. Maybe just a few explanations about Refine and why they have won. So Refine is a 5-year project that began in January 2018 and has actually installed and operates Europe's largest proton exchange membrane electrolysis plants of 10 megawatt, producing hydrogen for a large refinery in Rhineland in Germany, which is actually operated by Shell Deutschland and Oils. So, as you know, electrolyzers are a vital link in the clean hydrogen production chain, using electricity to split water into hydrogen and oxygen. And moreover, this electrolyzer creates a substantial business case. It can produce up to 4 tons of hydrogen a day when running at full power, while it will also be operated in a highly responsive mode to help balance the refinery's internal electricity grid and sell primary control reserve service to the German transmission system operators. And actually, I'm very proud also to say that now, thanks to our project, that kickstarted now also an expansion to a capacity of an electrolyzer of 100 megawatt, which they got awarded under the Green Deal call from the European Commission. So congratulations, Refine. And now I will hand over you the award. We will try to do that with the 1.5 meter distance.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, well, you can say a few words if you want. Okay, or here, you can do it here. Okay.
Thank you very much from the Refine Consortium. That's Shell, Sintef, Sphera, Element Energy, and ITM Power. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, let's take a picture. Okay. Thank you very much. Congratulations. So, that brings to a close of today, and I'm looking forward to see you all back here. No, sorry, I was a small mistake. Sorry for that. So now we still have awards for the Hydrogen Europe Research Association, and I would like to introduce you to Laurent Antony. He's the president of the association, and he will award 3 young scientists. Laurent, the word is yours.
Thank you very much, Bart. And I will try to be short. So yes, it's my real pleasure to close that day, and I would say today was a fantastic day, or even a historical day, with all the speakers we had today from different countries, and in particular the President of the European Commission. So it's my great pleasure to now go give some awards for the 4th time to young scientists. And as we've seen today, that really hydrogen technologies will significantly contribute to achieve our environmental targets, while also developing a new industry. And even if significantly progress has been achieved, we also all agree that we need to further research and to find breakthroughs. During the day, during COP26, it has been mentioned that finally all the technology, or more than half of the technology we'll need to achieve these targets, have not yet been developed. So research and innovation are really the cornerstone to achieve these climate targets while developing a new industry. And to succeed, of course, we'll rely on existing researchers, and mainly from hydrogen research, with almost 100 members now from 26 countries. But what we need now is to have young talents. And for that, I invite you to be tomorrow at the day, in the first session, where we will speak about skills and talents we will need at the European level to develop this hydrogen industry. And that's why also at Hydrogen Research, we wanted to award these young talents, to just tell them you made the right choice in working in hydrogen technologies. Many research topics are interesting, exciting, but hydrogen is a real big one. And so thank you. And we encourage all other young people to come and to work with us and to bring their talent and to create our future. So as for hydrogen research, we are presenting the research in the JU, in the Fuel Cell and Joint Undertaking, but also now in the Clean Hydrogen Partnership. And then that's why we are awarding 3 young scientists, 1 for each main pillars. The first one is for transport pillar. And now it's my pleasure to tell that the winner of the 2021 Hydrogen Research Young Scientist Award for Transport Pillar is Mr. Anthony Forner Cuenca from Eindhoven University of Technology in the Netherlands. And Anthony, he's really a first young European student. He has been graduated in University of Alicante in Spain, then obtained his PhD at ETH Zurich and PSI in Switzerland, and now after 1 year postdoc at MIT, he's now assistant professor at Eindhoven University of Technology in the Netherlands. So that's a good example of European training. And Anthony has been participating to the FCH2 project More Life on material operating strategy and reliability optimization for lifetime improvements in heavy-duty trucks. So he's leading research activities related to gas diffusion layers, porous materials, optimization. And so it's my great pleasure to hand him over this award for Hydrogen Europe Research Young Scientist.
Dan Laurent, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for this wonderful award. I'd like to thank Hydrogen Europe Research for this honor, my students for pushing me to be a better scientist, my mentors for allowing me to explore, and my collaborators and sponsors. and most importantly, my family for supporting me, although I've been moving through 4 different countries over the years. The first time I got excited about hydrogen was as a first-year chemical engineering student in Spain. That's about 15 years ago. I was fascinated by how such a small molecule without carbon atoms can enable sustainable transportation, storage, and chemical manufacturing. My work revolves, as Laurent said, about the following scientific question. How can we realize transformative performance improvements with novel materials? And to enable transportation, we need high power density applications, and for that, we need fundamental science. One example would be our new electromaterial that has localized wettability. I am thrilled to be witnessing in my lifetime the deployment of hydrogen technologies. I think we have an extraordinary opportunity and challenge to make Europe a leading player in hydrogen. From my perspective as an academic, I am very committed to educating the next generation of scientists and engineers in electrochemical technologies and to help them develop critical thinking and be put into practice to solve global challenges. And when I see at the universities the motivation and the talent of the younger generations, I am very optimistic about the future. Thank you very much.
So let's move on to the second award. This is for the energy pillar. And here I'm delighted to give the winner of the 2021 Hydrogen Research Young Scientist Award for Mrs. Svenja Stieber from DLR in Germany. So she should be online with us. So really congratulations to Svenja. And Svenja has already a quite long experience in FCH JU programs, as she has been participating already in 4 projects: ProMet H2, Pretzel, Quality Grids, and Inside, with the role of work package leader, task leader, project lead management. So really nice involvement in FCH projects. And Svenja is really working on a very important topic discussed longly today, which is to decrease the cost of electrolyzers. And during her project, in particular, she developed new bipolar plates in order to replace titanium-based and quite expensive bipolar plates, but also porous transport layers for PEM electrolysis. And owing to his research, the results obtained, she could show that PEM electrolyzers can be produced almost entirely in stainless steels, enabling unprecedented cost reductions. So that's why thank you very much for all your contributions, Svenja, and very pleased to give you this award this year. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Good evening. First of all, I would like to sincerely apologize for not being there in person and accept this nice award. So I'm very honored to receive such an important award from you and from the Hydrogen Europe Research. I thank the jury for selecting me, and I sincerely grateful for the recognition I received for my work. So there have been several challenges for me to overcome on my way here. But I have only, they only strengthened me and made me a better scientist at the end. So this award would not have been possible without the support and the inspiration of my supervisors and colleagues, of course, my students. So I have the utmost respect for them, and from them I also received the strength to overcome my challenges, and so that I can say that I become better at every stage. So thank each of you, especially Professor Friedrich and Dr. Gago, my family, for helping me to reach a stage where I can accept this award as a token of my achievement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tanya, and we will send you the award.
Great.
And then we move to the last award, which deals with cross-cutting. And cross-cutting is also an important topic to ensure that everything will facilitate the development of our hydrogen technologies. And it's my pleasure to give the name of our winner of the 2021 Hydrogen Research Young Scientist Award for Cross-Cutting pillar. It is Mr. Federico Ustolin from Norwegian University of Science and Technology in Norway. And he's also a European student, as the first. And he has been graduated at University of Trieste in Italy before doing a PhD and now a postdoc at NTNU in Norway. So another good example of really European students involved in hydrogen technology. And Federico's research domain was first dealing on hydrogen from an energy perspective, in particular working on fuel cells, energy system onboard UAVs and ships. And now he's focusing on hydrogen safety, which is a key element if we want to really develop our hydrogen technology and give trust, confidence to all the hydrogen consumers. And he aims at providing critical insights on the aftermath of two physical explosions that may arise during a liquid hydrogen release, and to integrate also material science aspects within risk analysis tools, such as the risk-based inspection methodology. So really congratulations to Federico for his work.
Yeah, thank you very much for your kind introduction. Thank you for this award. I'm very honored to be here today, and I'm really impressed and glad to see the exponential interest in hydrogen in the last 2 years. I always believed in hydrogen since I was writing my bachelor dissertation on fuel cell membranes. And I'm even more convinced now that hydrogen is one of the best solutions for the energy transition, as well as for the future of the humankind. I am, with this award and participating to this event, I am even more motivated now to continue with my research. And I want to thank my university, NTNU, and my department, NTP, for the opportunity to do high standard research. I want to thank all the people who collaborated with me during these years, in particular Professor Nicola Paltrinieri. And finally, I thank my family and my wife, Hannah, for the support during this year. Thank you.
And so I just would like to close this award session by thanking all the other applicants. As mentioned also previously with the FCH JU Awards, there can only be one winner. But we had several applicants, and I would like to thank all of them and to just encourage them to apply again next year with other applicants so that we can have, and I hope, in-person award ceremony next year in Brussels. So thank you very much. And Bart, I give you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laurent. And also congratulations to all the scientists, the young scientists who won an award. So now we really close this day. I think it was a very inspiring day. We had fantastic messages from our president, from the executive vice president, Mr. Timmermans. So amazing messages and great discussions also, very lively and dynamic discussions. So it was a fantastic day. And tomorrow we will continue because it's, of course, the European Hydrogen Week, so it's only the first day that ends today. And so I hope to see you all back tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you very much and have a lovely evening. Bye-bye.